Good evening. I'd like to reconvene City Council Successor Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting right now, 7:05 p.m. Wednesday, November 30th, 2022. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Mayor Tom,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Doe.
I'm here.
Thank you. And just for the record, Councilmember Doe is via Zoom tonight. Councilmember Ho. Here. Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Next, we have salute to the flag will be Vice Mayor Manzo, invocation with Councilmember Charlie Nguyen.
Please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Bow your head for invocation. Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance as we meet tonight to conduct our business of our city government. Help us keep in mind that we are here to serve the people of Westminster and enable us to make our decisions so that we may do what is best for all of the citizens we represent. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Vice Mayor Manzo and Councilmember Nguyen. Next, we have City Attorney closed section report.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I do have a couple things to report out of the closed session. First of all, I have positive news to report. And then one of the city's employment cases on July 26, 2019, Jose Flores filed a civil complaint against the city in Orange County Superior Court, Jose Flores versus the City of Westminster. Based on the direction of the City Council, this case was taken to trial earlier this month. On November 17th, 2022, the jury found that the city did not retaliate against Mr. Flores and returned a verdict entirely in favor of the city, which was a complete defense verdict. Second, with respect to another one of the cases, the city has reached a settlement in the case of Elihu Cortez Levy versus the City of Westminster. This is another one of the outstanding employment cases that have been around for a while. The settlement was authorized at a previous council meeting in closed session, but disclosure is not made until the actual written settlement agreement is signed and finalized, which has now occurred, which is why I'm announcing it now. The Levy case was originally filed in 2019 and made allegations of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. The parties agreed to mediate the dispute in 2022. And as a result of that mediation, and in lieu of taking it to trial, the parties have now agreed to settle that case in full. And as part of the settlement, the city will pay Mr. Levy the sum of $2,295,000 to resolve all known and unknown claims against the cities. The payments are listed on the warrant register this evening. Finally, there's the case. I wanted to mention that one of the other cases of the 6 that were long outstanding was also resolved. On July 2nd, 2020, Alan Aoki filed a complaint against the city, Aoki versus Westminster, asserting damages for discrimination based on race in the promotion process. The city filed a summary judgment motion, and on April 4th of 2022, the court granted the summary judgment of all claims. And as a result, on May 19th of this year, the court granted summary judgment in favor of the city on that case. So that is all I'm disclosing for now. There's still 3 of those cases that are outstanding. We're continuing to make efforts on behalf of the city to make sure that those cases are resolved.
Thank you, City Attorney. Really appreciate that. Next, we have ex parte communication.
Yes, Mayor. At this time, I want to disclose I had met with 2 of the property owners for the Westminster Mall for, I think it's item 4.1 before us today.
All right.
And myself, I also met with one of the owners of the Westminster Mall.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have City Clerk report.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I just want to let everyone know that there were late communications and e-comments that did come in, and those were posted on the website and included on the agenda. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next, we have City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, everyone in attendance tonight. This is the last week that people can purchase the blue Westminster Police Department arm patch for the month of November in honor of Movember. This program raises awareness in the fight against prostate and testicular cancer. The police department has raised over $17,500 since 2016. And in addition to the sale of the blue patches, officers are permitted to grow out of policy facial hair during the months of November and or December as a demonstration of their support to the cause. Donations are made by all officers participating in the program. So want to commend them for doing that. And as you can see, Police Chief Lenier here is sporting his facial hair as well. His attempt. So Tomorrow, we're city is very excited and honored to be announcing this. The City of Westminster, in partnership with the Orange County Department of Education and other supporters as well, will be hosting the grand opening ceremony of the highly anticipated Mendez Tribute Monument Park on Thursday, December 1st, to celebrate the completion of the new park. And we'll be honoring the Mendez versus Westminster case, which led to the desegregation of California's public schools 75 years ago. We expect that it will be a very well-attended event. We will have parking over at Blessed Sacrament Church on the corner of Westminster and Olive, and also at Sigler Park. And the event itself will take place at the park site on the corner of Westminster and Olive. So that begins at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So we invite all members of the public to attend it. And of course, the Mendez family will be there, as well as the sculptor who created these sculptures that are there at the park. And of course, other dignitaries and special guests. So again, that's tomorrow. We have our tree lighting ceremony back from, we've gone virtual the last couple of years, but it is back in person. That will be on Monday, December 5th. We'll have free Santa visits and activities beginning at 5:30 and entertainment kicking off at 6:30 p.m. So we're excited to bring that back in person. We also have just a few spots left for Breakfast with Santa on Saturday, December 10th at 9 a.m. over at the Community Services Building here at the Civic Center. So for just $15 a person, we have a traditional pancake breakfast, crafts, and of course, visits with Santa. Santa's also going to be popping up in several parks throughout the city for our second annual Santa on the Go. So you'll have Santa Claus, you will have crafts, activities, and treats, photo opportunities, of course. So Sigler Park on Friday, December 9th at 6 p.m. is our first pop-up. Then we'll be at Bolsa Chica Park on Saturday, December 10th at 12:30 p.m. Saturday, December 17th at Tonyland Park at 10 a.m. and then Westminster Park at 12:30 p.m. on the 17th. So we're excited to bring that back. It was well attended last year and well received. And then our winter edition of the newsletter and recreation guide is going to be hitting your mailbox soon. So look out for that. And of course, all the details about our city events are available on our city's website. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, our city manager, for your very detailed report. Next, we have special presentation. We have two items for this presentation. First one will be presentation to Senator Tom Umber, District 34, for his service to the City of Westminster. Second would be presentation recognition to outgoing Maitri for service on the City Council. So I'd like to invite all members of City Council to join me to honor, to recognize Senator Tom Umber. Senator Umber, on behalf of our Westminster City Council, I'd like to honor and I want to thank you for your service to the Westminster community. For the last 4 years, you've done a lot for our community and for the city because of the redistrict. So Senator Umber will no longer be our representative. However, I believe that he will continue to be our voice on the state Senate. And we are aware that Senator Umber also helped us a lot to build the Mendes Park. So on behalf of City Council, I want to thank you and honor you for everything you've done for our community. Thank you, Senator Umber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is a bit of a nostalgic moment for me. And the reason being is that I was first elected in 1990 to represent Westminster to the California Assembly. I see some people's eyes that are rolling because they weren't alive in 1990. And I represented Westminster in the Assembly only for 2 years because it was redistricted out of my district. So, and the same thing has occurred this time. I represent Westminster, and in fact, I do until midnight tonight. So this is the last day I represent, at least on the map, represent Westminster. You'll have a new and sort of old state senator who will be representing you. But I'm actually pleased to see that you've upgraded assembly members since I left. I consider this to be an upgrade here. I look forward to working with the mayor in Sacramento. I'm very, very grateful for you all, including me, in Westminster. The Mendes Trail, the Mendes Monument is something that's very, very close to my heart. And I'm just so pleased that you allowed me to be part of that process. I've watched in the last 32 years, Westminster increase in diversity. When I was first elected, there were folks like Frank Fry and Lynn Gillespie and Margie Rice. Those names don't mean much to most of you. Tony Lamb wasn't quite elected yet. He was yet to be elected here in Westminster. But it's been a real interesting, nostalgic, wonderful journey to see Westminster grow and diversify and become stronger, and the community become much more diversified, which increases all of us economically, politically, socially, and I'm grateful. So I also have come bearing some gifts. I wanted to recognize members of the city council and also wanted to thank your city manager, Christine Corden, for her leadership. Alfonso, thank you also for all you've done with respect to the Mendes Monument. A round of applause to the city administration. But before I present these certificates, I have one other announcement. Those of you who know Quinn Tran, Quinn is a celebrity in the community. If you don't know Quinn, you haven't lived here long enough. Quinn has been a part of the community for many years, worked for Congressman Lou Correa, and has been working with me for the last 4 years as my eyes and ears in the community. And she is going to retire here in the next 6 weeks or so to spend more time with her little grandchildren. And I wanted to thank you, Quinn, for all you've done also for the community. Thank you, Quinn. All right. So, on behalf of the California State Senate, I wanted to present this to you, Mr. Mayor. So, there we go. Vice Mayor Alonso. Councilmember Doe is not here, but we'll put this aside for you, Councilmember Doe, and Councilmember Ho. Thank you for your service, and Councilmember, soon to be Mayor Nguyen, thank you very much for your service. So thank you all. Thank you. Should we take a picture? Yeah. Come on in here. All right, thank you. I'm going to hold mine too. Where's mine?
Well,
Yeah.
everyone open it.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
No, hold it.
You can, this is how Quinn's bossed me around here.
Okay.
for the last
I
few
see,
years, too.
I
There we
see.
go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll still be your voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the help.
Strangers.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Mayor-elect,
Thank you.
thank you. I'll grab this.
Next, I'm good. Next, I want to, on behalf of Mayor, on behalf of the residents of Westminster and the city council, we want to thank you for your service to our community for the past 16 years. We really appreciate all your hard work and that you have put into the community and here at council. So congratulations on your new job. Please do not be a stranger. Come back and visit us. And my pleasure to hand this to you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you so much.
Wow, this is one of my emotional moment. I'm so honored to serve Westminster Committee for the last 16 years. I want to thank all members of the City Council. I want to thank all department head. I want to thank all the city staff for your dedication in serving our community. When I got elected in 2006, I didn't know that I could able to serve the committee for so long, 16 years. Really appreciate everything that staff, the community believe in me. I will be continue to be your voice in Sacramento. Really honored to serve you. And I'd like to welcome on December 14, we will have two new members of the council. I believe that the next city council continue to work together, continue to move the city forward. So thank you so much, Westminster. Thank you.
You may speak if you'd like. We're trying to bring you up on the screen. Replace pin, replace pin. Councilmember Doe, we can see you in the broadcast and live in the council chambers, and you may speak if you'd
Yes.
like.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very sorry that I cannot be in attendance of the city council meeting tonight. Would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Senator Tom Umbers, for his service to the city of Westminster, as well as Mayor Trita, for his service, public service for the past over almost 2 decades of public service, and congratulations on his new post at our new state assemblyman in Sacramento. So thank you very much. Greatly appreciate your service.
Thank you, sir.
Next we have oral communication.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the city council regarding items on or not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. If you have not done so yet, please submit your speaker card This is a time for regular oral communications. There will be designated time for the public hearing at such time. The first speaker that we have is Nguyen Hung.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The undersigned is Nguyen Hung of Westminster, California, 92683. I am writing today to inquire about the city neglections in considering of the background of two candidates, Charlie Chi Nguyen and Nam Quan Nguyen. Mr. Nam Quan Nguyen had committed bad behavior and had to resign from the position of traffic commissioner for serious violation of the city regulation 4953 in 2019. Mr. Nam Quan Nguyen also abused his advertisement campaign at an endorsement from OCFA. In addition, from 2014 to now, Mr. Nam Quan Nguyen violated too many criminal lawsuits, such as had his car confiscated by the California Tax Department Franchise Tax Board for lack of a tax. He also lacked of a family morality when he was ordered by the court to isolate after a divorce, not to pay alimony for the children, violate of the traffic rule, has been his driver license revoked. Previously, the city council also had a resolution with the name, a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster, considering Vice Mayor Charlie Nguyen for unacceptable conduct. So, what do you think of Mr. Nam Quan Nguyen during his election campaign using his YouTube channel named Trust Media and Vietnamese languages radio stations with uncultural language, a cultural slandering voter and spreading false information, including me? First, I am writing this letter to request Mr. Nam Quan Nguyen should resign from his position of the new elected council member if he is still self-respecting. Second, the city should take action at a person who has committed a criminal offense. It is worthy to represent resident when they themselves do not deserve to be exemplary citizen. I attached the letter of reply from the state attorney general of California, Mr. Rob Bumnita, to the complaint about Mr. Nam Quan Nguyen conduct. In addition, I also request Mayor-elect Charlie Nguyen and council member Nam Quan Nguyen to please provide me the university degree and professional record that the two have stated in their bios when they're running office. I think that's a liar. Finally, I ask the city attorney to please provide the charter of citizen when running for the city election. You should remember voter because livelihood, job do not have much time to get to know each candidate. Many people, especially ESL Vietnamese, do not understand how to using Google or do not know how to procedure. So they may have a vote the wrong person through the incomplete procedure by the city. I am in the spirit of the resolving the matter of peaceful and amicably. So I am writing this letter, but I may have reluctant to resort to the law, which is unintended. And I hope you understand, according to the suggestion from the State Attorney General Rob Bonita, please respond within 25 days, or I will officially serve the city petition. Thank you very much. And this is my Christmas gift for
Time's up, sir. The next speaker is Deborah Mariscal. The next speaker is Deborah Mariscal.
Good evening, Deborah Mariscal, Westminster. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff, police, chief. In the various times that I have voiced my thoughts to the council, I've done what I could to be respectful and to pay attention to the things that are being said, whether I agree or not. I'm now asking you for that same respect and attention that I have given to you. I'm happy to say that Measure Y passed with over 70% approval by the citizens, which is fabulous. It is sad, though, that it took more than 2 years and a lot of citizens putting pressure on the council to get it done. We are going to be short money for at least the first 3 months, probably to the tune of about $3 million, maybe a little bit more, because we won't start getting revenue until later in the year. And we're seeing more businesses close in Westminster. I just heard today Big Lots is closing, Joann's Fabrics, DSW, and plenty of empty spaces at the Westminster Mall. It's going to be some time before we get that revenue back. And there's no guarantee that it's going to be this 16 million that we got before. With that said, item 3.4, the playground equipment for Liberty Park. I frequent that park 4 to 5 days a week when I walk my dogs, different times of the day. I do see Boy Scouts using the park on the weekends. I do see young men using the basketball court during the week, and especially on the weekends, it's very busy, which is great. What I don't see, I don't see kids using the playground equipment that is there currently. I do see the kids riding their bikes, skating on the sidewalks. Sometimes the parents are paying attention and sometimes they're not. One of the greatest uses of the park, though, is for the homeless. And we have another encampment this morning that I saw. I haven't had the chance to report it, but I will. They need help. Anyway, we had a van there on Monroe Street for over 2 months where somebody was more than likely dealing drugs out of that van. It's finally been removed, thankfully. So to me, the $245,000 for the equipment upgrade, that can wait. We have financial problems in the city, and that's not something that absolutely needs to be done right now. I'm not against it, but now is not the right time. Item 5.2, the TEP parade, $150,000. Seriously, $150,000 when we've had to fight to get Measure Y on the ballot, and we are not financially stable, in my opinion. That's a big fat no to me. We shouldn't spend a dime on it. If you want to fund it privately, that's great. I'm totally fine with that. But the city is not in a financial position for funding this now or maybe even in the future. It's not inclusive of all the residents of the city. A founders parade, including the residents, which could do type things, would be better. But right now, we need to get our financial house in order. Item 1, 2, 3, and 4, the lawsuits, over $5 million in the past few years. I'm glad to see that, a couple of them have been resolved. I do want to let the citizens know that not every insurance company is required to offer coverage to any entity, a city entity, to you, anything. So more than likely, the city is self-insured for some of these things. That means the tax money that we pay has to pay those suits. The suit filed, Levy versus Westminster, pretty much sums up the issues of our city. I read the original court report and refreshed myself on it. I have a Hebrew first name and a Spanish last name. I have experienced anti-Semitism, not to the degree that Mr. Levy did. He deserves every dime. We need to improve our hiring processes, disciplinary actions, and firing procedures, and I'm confident that with our city manager and our police chief, that these things won't happen again. We need competent HR professionals. If we don't have someone there are consultants that can do that. And we have a spending problem. We've had it for years, and we need to get it under control. To put it in layman's terms, we need an organ transplant, and we're just using a bandage. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Jessica Lustenau.
Good evening, Council. This book I have right here, you guys ever look at this? It's called Robert's Rules of Order. Your behavior, the last meeting talking about the Quang Tree Monument, Vice Mayor Manzo, you were about the only one up here who actually knew what he was doing. The rest of you, all you did was talk over one another. You made motions, you made seconds, and it went back and forth. You had two different votes that failed on this. The city attorney brought up a park that was never even discussed as an original location. The original location was over here at Sid Goldstein Park. The only other place that was discussed was at Memorial Park because they had offered property to put this monument there. And we had Councilmember Ho, who was insisting that it went to Sid Goldstein Park because of the quote, demographics, end quote, of the city. That's not a reason to put something over there. And to have the residents of this city watch this ridiculous circus go on up here. You guys don't look like professionals. You look like a bunch of grade schoolers trying to decide who gets to throw the first ball out to play baseball. This didn't look like a professional city council. My 8 years on the Westminster School Board, this was always up at the front of the dais, always. And there was always somebody that paid attention to how we conducted those meetings. Either pick somebody to do it or have the city attorney do it. You can't continue to go on. Now we're going to have 2 new members sitting on this city council. There's still one of the races that is undecided. And for me, I don't want to see somebody like Amy Fan get up here because her behavior and her decisions going back about 1.5 years, that leaves me shaking my head because of her flip-flopping back and forth. Vice Mayor Manzo, I live in your district and I voted for you the last time. I don't always agree with you, but you've done an excellent job. But there's a nasty rumor going around that somebody wants to move into District 2 and run against you. And that disturbs me because all that's doing, it's doing exactly what one of the Westminster School Board members did. They didn't want to run in a contested district. So they bailed out, moved, went outside the actual district boundaries, and then had to move again to come back into the district boundaries. That stuff doesn't cut it here. And this city council has got to learn to be a professional council. I see Councilmember Wynn's really not paying attention, which I'm not really surprised at. At least look at the speakers when we're up here. You don't have to agree with us. You don't have to do anything. I'm not asking you to vote on anything. Excellent. Well, let's conduct a professional meeting because it gets old having to sit out here and watch a bunch of 5th graders argue and complain with one adult sitting up on the dais. That's Vice Mayor Manzo. Thank you. And by the way, Chief, looks good there, but
The next speaker is Jessica Lostnell, followed by Tony Bowie.
Hi, it's nice to be back. I had the honor of attending the Citizens Academy, so I was gone for 11 weeks. Happy to see your faces. Glad to be back. So I'm here tonight to talk about item 5.2, the discussion regarding the city's role in the 2023 TEP Parade. I, along with countless other residents, some of them are here, and including some of you, just spent the last 2 months urging voters to approve the ballot measure to continue our 1% sales tax. And thankfully, the voters overwhelmingly voted in favor of the tax, and they saved our city from imminent bankruptcy. And now that the measure's passed, there are thoughts that perhaps the city should spend some of this money hosting the TEP Parade to the tune of $150,000. I absolutely love this city, and the TEP Parade has been a wonderful event that celebrates the uniqueness of Westminster, but financially, we're still in dire straits. I am constantly reminded that we're understaffed, we're underfunded, and the Westminster specific mall plan is just being considered tonight. Realistically, the city is not going to see any financial payoff from their investment for several years. And all we need to do is drive down the streets of Westminster to see potholes, graffiti, homeless encampments, garbage, shuttered stores. And I'm frustrated that the tax that I voted to spend my money on is now perhaps going to be used to fund a parade. And I'm not alone in this sentiment. We want our tax dollars spent cleaning up this city and fixing the potholes and investing in business, and most importantly, spent on public safety. And I know to you as council members who are looking at budgets with millions of dollars, $150,000 might seem like a drop in the bucket, right? This is a great event and it's only $150,000. But for somebody like me, and for most of the people sitting here, that's a ton of money. That's a full-time employee in building and planning, or in the police department, or anywhere. And that's where we want to see our money spent. So I really think we should table the city organizing this parade until we're more financially secure. Let's just put that on hold. The parade can wait. And I think right now we need to just focus on financial stability. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Tony Bowie, followed by Camilla Overbeek. Tony Bowie? Oh.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. Good evening, City Manager and City Attorney, and also the Public Department and Fire Department. First of all, I would like to say thank you to all of you, your effort to keep City of Westminster growing and thriving, even though we have many down in the hole in the past couple of days, months. And I come here to tell you congratulations to all people of Westminster who has put their effort to select a new city council and a new mayor. In a couple weeks from now, we'll have a sworn in for those people. And I hope all of you have to put your effort to make the city growing, not for Vietnamese community, but for all other communities. And we should consider it as a city of American, not Vietnamese American, okay? That is how we concentrate to make this city great again. And today, I would like to say something that the reason I come here, because in the past, our city has been in the hole because some of the people here, they have put Measure C, and then it cost our city $400,000 to put Measure C for the people to vote no or yes. And those people who put it up there has to be obligation to repay to the city, because you are working for the city, you are working for the people, and you are elected by the people. Therefore, you have to respect the people property. Henceforth, I dedicate my time to tell the people that you should repay to the people. And in the past election, couple months, weeks ago, I get a clip of the people. I would like to present to all of you the clip here, and would like you to share with you. Because this is very important for our city to have a clear idea why we have the problems with our city. And this clip is about Miss Kimberly Ho. She said that if she did not win the mayor, she will resign. So let it be. And because the longer you stay in this city, you will create more homes in our city budget. Therefore, I dedicate my time and effort to ask her to resign per her wish, so that other people can work together as a team for the better of our city of Westminster. So, Ms. Ho, I think you will honor your wish, and you will have a chance to resign and keep our city in good shape for the future generation. Therefore, if you don't, then the people will make their wish, or they make their decision to show you the way out of our city. And also about the coming agenda about the Quang Tri Monument. That is another problem for our city. If this is a self-interest group, then let it be at the public land rather than in our city of Westminster to minimize our liability to the city. Thank you very much for your concern.
The next speaker is Camila Overbeek, followed by Robert Harrison.
Good evening, Council. I'm happy to see that the proper documents for item 5.1 were finally uploaded and the link actually works. And thank you to Christine for responding the day after Thanksgiving. I'm sure that was not what you wanted to do. In terms of item 5.2, I find it quite troubling. Residents just passed Measure Y in an effort to save the city and keep the lights on. And here we are discussing the city hosting the 2023 Tet Parade. It is absolutely absurd that we're trying to spend money that we don't even have on hand yet. Also, the staff report is significantly lacking in justification as to why we should do this. Just because we did it before and no one else wants to do it isn't a viable reason. Additionally, the very department that submitted that staff report is the very same department that at the meeting on October 26th, when discussing food resiliency programs, stated that it was too labor intensive and they were severely understaffed, and went on to imply that helping residents in need was burdensome. Suddenly you have enough staff and time to plan a parade? Planning a parade is far more labor intensive than purchasing gift cards. I urge this council to pass on the parade for this year. Let us become financially stable first. Needs before wants. Also, for tonight's public hearings, please stay on topic. and within the confines of the noticed hearing, Robert's Rules of Order matters for us to have an effective and concise meeting. Last meeting, some of you veered off into elements that you shouldn't have. And then in closing, Mayor Ta, I'm happy to see you go. I stand before you and even say that during the primary, I voted for you just so you would no longer be here. Have fun in Sacramento.
The next speaker is Robert Harrison, followed by Terry Raines.
Mayor, City Council, staff. I'm speaking on agenda item 3.3, special permit application. The Vietnam War Memorial in Westminster, Inc., a nonprofit made of American Vietnam veterans and Vietnamese veterans, originally requested Sunday, April 30th, but we're told the city did not approve our request, that date and time is now reserved for the city. That we could choose in the afternoon or in the evening. However, there's many special Vietnamese groups that hold Black April events. And we don't want to take away their time. We had no choice but to push off to Saturday, the 29th. Who in the city denied our request? Why? Was the reason valid to take away 20 years traditional where our nonprofit had the 30th at 10 in the morning? Is it appropriate action of the city council to deny us a nonprofit? This agenda item makes it look like we are agreeable to Saturday instead of Sunday. We're not. The only Black April event that American Vietnam veterans take part in planning and participate in for the past 20 years, and which is a fact, the city now wants the date and time for the city. The Vietnamese Council is forever changing the landscape for their own coalition of political supporters. Where is the transparency and integrity? Who is the city council joining forces with to replace our nonprofit, and why? We built the monument with the city. We're a nonprofit. A lot of our group represents elderly Vietnamese and Americans that participated in the Vietnam War when you were not even born or were in diapers. The city is telling the older generation to change what is in their hearts and what they lived through for the 30th instead of the 29th. Elderly people, when they rise in the morning, that's when they have energy. And that's why we've always had 10 o'clock on the 30th. We have had speakers and participants of the Vietnam War from communities, Vietnamese, American, Korean, Philippines, Australians, Canadians, and others. The other Black April organizations do not encompass what we do at these events. We have had American Medal of Honor recipients and appropriate Vietnamese counterpart. Colonel Greg Mandeville, who along with Colonel Khan were responsible for victory at En Lac. Combat nurse, veteran, and judge who has spoken multiple times. Congressional representatives. We have had American Vietnam veterans that participated in the most combat missions and survived. We honor what really took place during the Vietnam War, representing the world participation. And we have always invited the city council to speak. We have not excluded you. Pre-pandemic, I think Trita, Charlie Wen, they wanted the city to participate with our nonprofit at our Black April event. At that time, there were normal political Vietnamese feuds going on in the city council. We already put our program together, and being a nonprofit did not want to get involved in politics. Yet provided time for you to speak at our event. Will it never end that this younger generation trying to capture glory for the war their parents lived through and participated in? We submitted a proper application for Sunday, April 30th at 10 a.m. Please approve our original application for the older Americans and your parents. Thank you.
Next speaker is Terry Raines, followed by Air Ocean Pros.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. Thank you to Senator Umberg for his years of public service and representing Westminster. The warrant register item 3.2 for just 2 weeks totals a whopping $3.8 million, of which you heard 2.295 million is towards settling a water department employee levies lawsuit against the city. Last summer, the city ordered Levy to undergo extensive psychiatric and background evaluations, but I guess that backfired. I have concerns with item 3.3, the special event permit application from the Vietnam War Memorial Committee that is made up of Americans and Vietnamese members. They did not request Saturday, April 29th for their Black April event. They requested Sunday, April 30th at 10 a.m., just as they have done for many years. But the city told them no, they had to move it to much later in the day or the 29th because the city wanted that time slot. That's not fair. There are also other groups that hold Black April events at our war memorial. But don't you think the group that actually created the beautiful memorial should have first dibs on the date and time for their event? I sure do. Yes, to item 3.5, the second reading and adoption of Measure Wise Ordinance 2589, which probably should not be on the consent calendar because it requires a 2/3 vote. Despite some on this council trying hard to sabotage the measure and strip away our right to vote, over 70% of Westminster voters approved the measure. And all 5 of you have damn well better approve the ordinance tonight. Item 3.6, council, why not ask for an explanation of why the city's investment portfolio shows a $4.1 million loss, 6.9% on paper anyway, cost versus market value. Most of you don't even read the treasurer's report, or most of the staff reports for that matter. Item 5.1, the staff report, even after it was replaced last week, was a total mess. I emailed staff about the many erroneous schedules attached and requested clarification. I got no response from HR. But the attachments were replaced yesterday. Council must receive detailed and concise staff reports with accurate information in order to analyze items and make decisions. Speaking of bad staff reports, item 5.2, proposing the city pay for, facilitate, and hold the 2023 TEP parade is no better. The fact that this is even on tonight's agenda is disturbing. There is zero explanation as to why the cost would be 150,000 versus the 80,000 original if the city takes it over. There are no itemized costs, no entry fee or sponsorship details, and no cost benefit analysis. The proposed parade date is less than 2 months away. We do not have many employees that are fluent in Vietnamese and with connections to the Vietnamese community from all over to solicit participation, sponsorship, and coordination. There simply is just not enough time for the 2023, and staff is setting themselves up for failure. My main objection, though, is the same as other residents. We worked our butt offs to get Measure Y passed, and thankfully it did, but that was to keep the lights on to save our public safety and essential services, not to take on the TEP parade at the last minute simply because no one in the Vietnamese community bothered to raise money and submit an application. It's bad timing. Listen up, council. The city expects to have a $3 million deficit per year, even with Measure Y passing, plus another $4 to $4.5 million shortfall this year because of the loss of the first quarter of Measure Y revenue, because you all refused to put on the 2020 ballot. We do not have the money, and there's already a huge backlash coming from residents who voted for Y. Before the election is even certified, the first big ticket item the city puts forth is to fully fund a TEP parade that has been funded outside for 10 years. Residents are really questioning the city's priorities and ability to control spending. Worse, this council is making the decision, but maybe two, maybe 3 of you are gone next month. My recommendation, no TEP parade in 2023. This will send a message to the usual organizers and the community that the city has to make sacrifices this year due to our financial situation. Oh, and how about we bring back the Founder Day parade? That'd be great. Thank you again to Westminster voters for passing Measure Y by 70%. Woohoo! But Councilman Nguyen is the next mayor is bad news, as is carpetbagger Nam Quan Nguyen winning District 4 and Amy Fan West probably winning District 1. They will just continue the same status quo BS going forward. They will not represent all residents fairly and will not move this city forward. I can literally smell the corruption from here. But don't worry, Westminster, I will be watching their every move and taking action whenever necessary. You can bank on that. Charlie, you might get used to paying attention since you're going to be mayor. Mayor Ta, best wishes. I think Sacramento will eat you alive. Tai-Do, wherever the heck you are. The election results prove that you are leaving this council on a low note. You became such a huge disappointment in your last year in office, and that sadly will be your legacy until I guess you're threatening to run against Carlos in 2024 for District 2. Kimberly Ho, will you really resign now that Charlie won mayor seat, giving the big middle finger to your constituents? Do you really want that to be your legacy? Even with Measure Y funds, the city's future is bleak with such incompetent fools on the council. God help us all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Air Ocean Pros.
Good evening, City Council. I'm inquiring today about the old Edward Street Road, which is where my property is ending against the 405 freeway. The 405, OC 405 and Caltrans and the city have built this addition to the highway, the freeway widening, and moved the wall or the end of the traffic zone to about 5 feet from my property line. And there's currently a wall there, sound wall that has been in place for many years, but the last probably 100 feet, I'm being told, will not be constructed because a fence will be put up there because the sound test was done years ago. But on the other side, the south side of the Edward Street overpass, there's about 300 feet of wall that's been constructed in front of the farm. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the farm over there, the park. There's a nice sound wall there, but no sound wall for the last 100 yards on the north side of the 405 freeway on the right side. So I'd like to see if that can be addressed with OC 405, the city of Westminster, Caltrans. I was told there would be a meeting about this. It's definitely a safety hazard, and it stands to diminish my property value, and I'm not happy about it. I'd like to see if that can be addressed at some point by somebody. I was told a meeting would be held. It never happened.
Yeah, really appreciate your concern. And city manager? Okay, you want to follow.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker via Zoom is Amy Walsh. Moment, please. You may unmute yourself and begin speaking.
I wish I could get to these meetings because I figure by the time that I actually am able to speak, everyone has already hit the topics that I was going to be talking about. I definitely agree with everything that Mr. Varengia talked about. As a prior school board member, I cringe when these meetings happen because it's just one thing after another. It's like the council members have never seen that book ever. I mean, I'm borderline embarrassed that our outgoing mayor is on its way up to Sacramento and doesn't know parliamentary order. Like what? I just can't even. Oh boy. Do we need to spend money on a Tet parade? The answer is no. Just because we have now the means to not go bankrupt doesn't mean it's party time with our funds. There's so many other issues that need to be fixed first before a parade. Let the nonprofits battle it out again this year. The residents really don't care who puts it on as long as it's not the city. God, come on, people. Just because you, in essence, got an allowance doesn't mean you run out and go spend it at Black Friday. I am very worried about the city and everyone that works for the city for the most part in regards to the people that we have incoming on the city council. And God forbid we get Amy West up there. It's going to be a dumpster fire. Please, for the love of all that is holy, ensure and get some things done before the transition moves over. I don't even know what to say because it's just, I hear someone will call me or text me and say, oh, did you hear about this? And I'm like, it doesn't surprise me anymore. Oh God. And yeah, I definitely want to second the fact that a lot of people have been saying where they voted for Trita. I was not able to vote for Trita, but my mom was. And she asked me, do you think I should? And I said, well, it'll get him out of Westminster. And she laughed and said, okay, I'll let my friends know. So you have dear Westminster residents, say thank you to Seal Beach voters because they voted for him so that, Westminster would be better. All right, that's all I have. Have a wonderful evening, and hopefully it doesn't go that long. And yes, please stay on topic for public hearings. That'd be great. Thanks.
Oh, there's another person, Jordan Sisson. Please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Jordan Sisson from Los Angeles and Riverside, speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11 on items 4.1 and 4.2 tonight. I'm a CEQA attorney in representing them. And
that item is a public hearing. If you'd like to wait until such time.
okie dokie, apologies.
It's okay, thank you. If there's anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak at this time, please raise your hand for any non-public hearing items.
Còn lúc này nếu có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu thì xin quý vị giơ tay lên cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu. Những quý vị đang theo dõi phiên họp ngày hôm nay ở nhà đó thì quý vị có thể chạm vào các biểu tượng của lòng bàn tay trên màn hình để cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị đang giơ tay lên và muốn phát biểu. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you. And Mayor, no one else has raised their hand. That concludes the oral communication.
Thank you so much. Next we have, so I'd like to close oral communication. Next, we have consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, may be approved by single motion, followed by roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of this item unless members, city council, or staff request that specific items be removed from consent calendar for separate action or discussion.
Move to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar.
Mayor, I would like to pull item 3.3.
I'd like to pull item
All right.
3.4.
Right, so Councilmember Nguyen, are you willing to modify your?
Yes, I
Okay,
modify my.
right, I modify my second too. All right, so there is motion second to approve the consent calendar, but item 3.3 and 3.4, am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Mayor Ta to approve the consent calendar as presented, with the exception of agenda item 3.3 and 3.4 on the consent calendar.
And for the record too, before you take the vote, this vote would need to pass on a 4/5 vote.
Right, correct.
Because it does include item
Right,
3.5.
correct. Okay.
Okay.
Have a motion, second floor, please vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
Right, item 3.3, special event permit application from the Vietnam War Memorial in Westminster to hold Black April Memorial and the 20th anniversary of the Vietnam War Memorial in Westminster on Saturday, April 29, 2023 at Sid Golston Freedom Park. So
I just had a question, Mayor,
Please.
about that. Just one question is, was the city already had plans for that date prior to any application being submitted?
Yes, we've most recently have discussed the city having priority on that Black April event on April 30th at 10 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well, thank you. That's it.
So,
And with that, if there's no other questions, make a motion to approve.
Second it.
all right, we have the motion and a second to approve item 3.3 as recommended.
Thank you, that Mayor. Mayor, the motion was made by Vice Mayor Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. And that is to approve the special event permit application for Black April Memorial and the 20th anniversary of the Vietnam War Memorial in Westminster, subject to the conditions. Councilmember,
And before you vote on that one, just because it's not in the recommendation, but it's in the item, that is for April 29th,
29th,
not for the 30th.
30th.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
For-
There was
for the
some discussion
29,
on that.
yes, for 29, yes.
Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta,
Yes,
motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
thank you. Item 3.4, purchase of playground equipment for Liberty Park. Yes, please.
Yes, staff, maybe I can ask, city manager. Was it $244,000 Liberty Park? I heard a speaker, you? Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. You're the best for this, I heard. Okay, so, what are we, I heard the speaker earlier regarding, the playground equipment that we possibly don't need at Liberty Park. And the reason I was looking to you is the money, what can we do with that money? And I understand that we are in financial dire straits. And for as long as we are, we should look at every spending. And this is the reason why I'm asking this question.
Good evening, mayors, vice mayor, and council members. This project is funded by CDBG in the previous fiscal year. So has it been allocated for that part for the playground equipment? We're taking this contract just for the equipment purchase through a source well. So that's save us some time. If we go out a bid together, it's going to take a long time for the contractor to secure the equipment. So this one allow us to buy the equipment now and go out with a contractor later and save at least, I would say, 4 months.
Buy the equipment now?
Yes, buy the equipment through a source well contracts.
Okay, but we don't need the equipment. So what can this money be used for?
This money has been allocated for the playground equipment with CDBG funding.
We understand, but then I think CDBG could also be used for affordable housing, correct? What else can we use it for?
That Debbie can answer that question.
This money is allocated for park use.
I know.
You're correct. It could be used for other funds, but we currently have an RFP out to use our CDBG money for affordable housing and with a combination of different funds for $7 million. And we do have a requirement to, we're at the point where we have to use the money for those eligible expenses now. So this is an appropriate expenditure and it is something that will help us meet that requirement to use the funds, especially since these were allocated in the previous fiscal year.
I know. The only thing is, do you have to spend it if you don't need it? And can we reallocate it, that money? Because if we don't need it, by all means, don't spend it.
We actually
I know
do-
we have money and I know we can buy, we can just let it sit, we can source and all that, but could we reallocate this money for something else? I know that was last year. That was already allocated. Can we, or
So we are
it has to be
actually,
spent by when?
we are struggling to use our CDBG funds by a certain amount of time. And so funds can be allocated, but certain funds can, and some can't. So for this particular case, it's already allocated for this use. And we can't redesignate it.
We can't.
And I would like to add the condition of the playground equipment at the Liberty Park is very poor. One of the slide was broken and we had to remove it for the public safety. So right now, basically, I think it's only partial of the playground has been used.
And anytime we have a condition like that, from a liability standpoint, my recommendation would be to upgrade it because that can create liability for the city.
Surely. I didn't know that was going on. But okay, thank you.
I have a question, a follow-up question on that. Upgrading all our parks, playground equipment, was that not part of our parks master plan approved a while back ago?
It absolutely, it was, I think it's in belief in 2019, that's our parks and facility master plans that recommended to replace all the playground equipment with exceeding their life service year. They all, I think, believe 20 years or more.
And how many parks have we upgraded to this point?
How many parks, I'm sorry?
Have we upgraded the playground to this point?
I think we have we did 2 already, 3 in the pipeline right now, so that's total 5. And 2 are fairly new, I would say, within less than 10 years old. So we have about 7 that's will be in a new or good condition.
Good condition. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So may
Move to
I have a
approve.
motion? All right.
Second.
Thank you. We have the motion and second to approve this item as recommended.
Thank you. And that motion was made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Vice Mayor Manzo. And that is to approve the purchase of playground equipment from Landscape Structures, Inc. in the amount of $244,901.09 for Liberty Park, located at 13900 Monroe Street in Westminster. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much. Next, we have public hearings. I'd like to open public hearing. First case, case number 2019-210, public hearing to consider a general plan amendment, a specific plan and environmental impact report, EIR, for the Westminster Mall specific plan. So may I have staff report? Oh, City Clerk, is anywhere that you can read the rule of the public hearing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time, anyone wishing to speak on open public hearing items may speak in person or via Zoom by raising your hand. Speakers will have 5 minutes to speak on the public hearing item. Any person wishing to address may complete a speaker card. Many have been submitted already.
Chị nào muốn phát biểu về cái đề tài mà được đưa ra thảo luận trước công chúng đây thì quý vị có 5 phút để phát biểu. Xin cảm ơn.
I'd like to have staff report first. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to be part of the team that is going to be presenting on this item, which is consideration of the approval of the Westminster Mall specific plan. This has been a multi-year project, and before we begin the presentation, I would like to recognize the members of the team who have worked so hard to get us to this point. From the Community Development Department, we have Steve Ratke, our planning manager, and Chris Wong, the senior planner, who have been a critical component of the team, as well as Ryan Sauls, who began as the department's management analyst and is now the city manager's senior management analyst. From the city attorney's office, we have Russ Hildebrand, our deputy city attorney, who is a key member of the team and it is joining us by Zoom this evening. Adolfo Ozeda has been a part of the team since the beginning, first as the city's traffic engineer, and during the last 18 months, he's been providing leadership as the assistant city manager. And of course, the city manager has provided us direction and support. We also have a number of consultants who have been major contributors and have been with us since the beginning of this project. We have Wendy Nowak from PlaceWorks, who has been the lead in all of our outreach efforts and in preparing the plan. Also from PlaceWorks, we have Mark Teague, who has performed all the environmental analysis and is joining us this evening by Zoom. We have Jason Moody from EPS, who performed all the economic feasibility analysis, and Jason Pack from Fair and Peers, who worked with Adolfo on the traffic, circulation, and mobility aspects of the specific plan. As this has been a collaborative team effort, our presentation will also use a team approach. In terms of our agenda, we will start with a discussion of the background of the Westminster Mall specific plan, talk a little bit about the timeline and the existing conditions. Then we will move to the meat of the presentation, the specific plan overview, talk about the purpose and discuss the various elements of the specific plan. We'll spend a little time on the process issues such as the environmental review, the public hearing notice, and how the comments received were collected and responded to. And then we will present our recommended actions. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Adolfo to start talking about the background.
Thank you, Debbie. Mayor, City Council members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adolfo Zaida. It's my pleasure to get started with this presentation. It's a very thoughtful presentation put together by a team of experts that's been together working now on this project really since 2016, right? How did we get here? We got here one step at a time, going back to the general plan update of 2016. It was a very important component or moment in our city's history. The city funded the general plan update with a $1 million investment, and from that came implementation strategies. Many implementation strategies have been implemented since 2016. This effort is one of those that was identified. So I'm going to talk you through a few points that I'd like you to keep in mind as the presentation goes on. We also went out to the community and we knocked on doors. Transparency was very, very important. Re-engaging the ownership team at the mall that we had really not been doing very well historically is something that we did. And we started that quite some time ago. The ownership team has changed, but we went back, going back to the original owners back in 2016, 2017, we reached out to them and reintroduced ourselves, talked to them about the plans for the mall, talked to them about the general plan update. We lived through the uncertainty of a COVID pandemic, and that really interrupted the process, but it really gave us an opportunity to regroup as most people were transitioning to Zoom. It was actually a very efficient time for us to get on weekly Zoom calls, something that we weren't able to do prior to COVID. So we had weekly Zoom calls to continue to move forward with this effort. None of it could have happened without the passion that our staff brings. We have continuity in our staff, and that's very important. When dealing with these types of efforts, consistency is very important. I've been with the city for 18 years. Steve Radke's been here much longer than me. And it's a very important aspect of the service that we provide to the community, having that intellectual knowledge of different areas of the city, different conditions, and different challenges. It's important for me to also identify really what we're here to talk about today. We're here to talk about two parts of a study: the specific plan, which is the vision for the mall. It's important for me to identify and for you all to keep in mind that there are no formal projects submitted at this time. This is a vision for the mall in line with the general plan update, an implementation measure of the general plan update. The other part is the environmental impact report, which is a legal document. So there's two components. One of those, they're all accessible through your packet, and I know that you guys have gone through both of them, but it's important to keep in mind there's a specific plan, and then there's also the EIR. And again, it's important for the community to know that today was made possible only because of you, the mayor, and city council. You've decided that it is important for the community to develop a plan for the mall site, and we thank you very much for that. Thank you for your time and dedication. Finally, it's important for the community to know that the city manager and myself stand fully behind this land use document. It's a professional document that's taken many, many hours and many, many professional experts to put together. At this point, I want to focus the attention to slide 6, just to walk you through this really very, it's a heavy lift, a specific plan. Let's just put it that way. It's been the heaviest lift of my 25-year career to be a part of this project from beginning to where we are now. There's a slide before this. Is there one before? Okay. So here we are. As I stated earlier, in 2016, we adopted the general plan. In 2018, we initiated preparation of the specific plan. We conducted surveys and community outreach, and we held community workshops. In 2019, the environmental process, as I discussed, the other part of tonight's focus, we prepared notices, we held required comment periods, and conducted a scoping meeting for the EIR. In 2020, as I stated before, we were affected by the COVID outbreak. In 2021, we restarted conversations and we found that the ownership teams were changing out there. So there were new people to discuss all these ideas with and to share the progress that the city had made. And in 2022, it's important for the community to know that we were, in order to comply with state mandate, we submitted a housing element to the state and we received conditional approval, but it's very important that the specific plan be adopted in order for the housing element effort to move forward. And Debbie and Steve can talk a little bit more about that if there's interest in that. This year, like I stated, was very difficult. A lot of work has gone into a much condensed time period. I would say that in recent months, our team was faced with delivering this product. What typically would take 3 to 4 months of consultant time, we were able to do it in less than 2 months, really in about 6 weeks. So in August of 2022, the environmental review, we began with the 45-day review period of the draft EIR. In September and October of this year, we had community workshops on the draft EIR. November 2nd, 2022, we took this to the Planning Commission, and their recommendations have been rolled into this approval, or to this submittal. And finally, November 30th, here we are today, and we hope that the City Council can hear our presentation, hear the public's comments, and adopt the plan. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Chris Wong.
Thank you, Adolfo. I'm going to just briefly continue on with some background on the Westminster Mall site. The Westminster Mall site is approximately 100 acres in size. It's bounded by Edward Street, Bolsa Avenue, the 405, and Golden West Street. There's a drainage easement that abuts Bolsa Avenue along that particular edge of the site. And the site includes 1.3 million square feet of existing building area, as you can see on the screen. To the north of the site is an existing self-storage facility, as well as a Navy rail easement. To the northeast and across the I-405 and to the east are single-family residences and commercial shopping centers in the city of Westminster. And to the south and west of the site are single-family residences and commercial shopping centers in the city of Huntington Beach. There are 4 property owners for the mall site and a few long-term leases on the site, including Target. The property owners have all expressed an eagerness to redevelop the site. And as Adolfo stated earlier, there are no formal projects that have been submitted to the city for review at this time. So at this point, we're only reviewing the specific plan. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over, the specific plan overview. I'll just begin that particular discussion. What is a specific plan? A specific plan is a comprehensive planning document that includes guidelines and standards that apply to land uses and development for a very specific geographic area in a city. Think of it like a mini zoning code for a specific area. A specific plan must be consistent with the general plan, and it's by law required to include proposed land uses, infrastructure, development standards, implementation measures, design guidelines, as well as, it has to identify that relationship between its consistency with the general plan. And once this is adopted, it will serve as the zoning for the Westminster Mall site. Why are we here? Why did the city prepare a specific plan? One, as Adolfo stated earlier, the city adopted the general plan in 2016, and that was one of the requirements in the general plan. Two, the city has a housing element that was adopted in 2002, as Adolfo also stated earlier. And in order to meet the housing goals in the housing element, we do need to adopt the zoning for this particular site. And again, the property owners have expressed an interest in redeveloping the property. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Wendy, and she can talk more about the specific plan.
Thank you, Chris. Am I on? Okay. Maybe I'll just grab it. It's a pleasure to be here before you. This was an idea back in 2016. It was a gleam of an idea. And tonight is the culmination of all of the work and the time and the investment that the city has put in on this really important project. And at the very beginning of the outset of this project, the direction the council gave to the entire team was to ensure that community involvement was a priority and that this was a community-driven plan. And so what you will see, the images shown here, we got out to the public in as many ways as we could, in ways that they function. So staff spent time at pop-ups. We spent meetings at the mall, which had a great attendance, over 200 people at that meeting, that workshop. We've been at community centers. We've put the presentations online so that people could connect the way that works the best for them and we could reach out to the most people possible. A little overview about what that culminated in and what kind of feedback we received. Back in 2018, when it all started, we put out a survey of what people want to see here. What should we be thinking about, and big ideas of places they've seen when they're traveling or other things they wish were in Westminster that aren't here now. And we received almost 2,000 responses on that survey, in addition to almost 1,000 comments and ideas of things that people would like to see. When the community workshops, it was important to not only just talk about the plan and what it could do, but we also spent time knowing that the adjacent residents in Huntington Beach would have concerns about traffic, and focused a specific meeting on that so that we could hear their concerns and integrate some solutions into the specific plan. As of, I think it was the last meeting, Planning Commission, we've had over 3,000 views on Facebook Live, and we also have YouTube, which isn't included in here. So people are watching, we're getting out there. And so, one of the things I want to say about this is this slide really shows what the community involvement is, so the public, but there are many stakeholders in the community engagement process. So in addition to the Westminster community, there's the Huntington Beach community, there's the stakeholders, which are you as the council and staff of the goals you're trying to achieve. In addition, the property owners. We started with 7 and now we have 4. And so as you can imagine, it's interesting because each one of those groups of stakeholders may have different needs or concerns. And so tonight's meeting is the culmination of all of those ideas pulled into one document. What? Oh, I'm getting a note to switch seats. So mic not going.
Yeah, I think it might be better for the audio if you sit up.
New view. Good to see you. Okay, so this is the culmination of the balancing of all of those ideas and the trade-offs and the conversations and the studies that have gone into this effort. So what are the objectives? What are we trying to get at in the specific plan? And the first is the general plan identified this area as an area for new growth. It's a priority area so that it wouldn't start to interject into the surrounding neighborhoods. Also, to have a greater mix of land uses. Originally, back in the day with the general plan, before the general plan, it was only commercial uses allowed. And the general plan allowed for some residential, but knew that there was potential for more. So the specific plan also identifies opportunities for retail preservation because we know this is an important sales tax generator and jobs creation location for the city. We also heard, and this has been consistent through the general plan process, that people want to see more options for housing and affordability. They want places to live here and to have new opportunities and product types to live in. Open space was also a big objective of the plan. As we've heard earlier, the Park and Rec Master Plan has identified this area as an area that needs additional park space, and it creates new opportunities for these deficient areas and creates those new amenities for residents and visitors. One of the things that's really important about this site is it's really the identity. As people are driving by, this is an identity. This is people know Westminster by what is on this site. If you think back to people talking about what was here before, the Goldfish Farm, the mall when it first happened, this is an iconic landmark site for the community. So as a gateway to Westminster, the specific plan also includes architectural and design guidance and looks at those views into the site so that we can continue to highlight this as an incredibly important piece for the city. In addition, mobility is a big concern, and the objectives in the plan are to balance the new development with the roadway capacity that's out there to create new bike and pedestrian options, and then to ensure that the transportation connectivity and the roadways can handle the new development that comes in. So starting to talk about the big picture ideas, what did residents want? What did we hear from them? Retail was a big thing, high on the list of survey of what they wanted to see. They really wanted to see an improved retail experience and attracting new businesses that would be functional for more hours of the day and create more diversity. There was a support for hotel, residential, and office uses. And some residents wanted to see more residential opportunities, but there were some that said, we have enough residential. So we got feedback on both sides. We did not see a desire for industrial type uses in this site. In addition, people wanted to see more energy, more activity, going back to that, the role that this site has played over the years and protecting the neighborhoods from cut through traffic. So these are images of what the types of mixes of uses would look like in this area. So it would include office, medical, hotel, residential, retail. And the land use concept is shown here. And overall, the entire site is a mixed use site, which means different uses can be either next to each other or can be ground floor, one use, and can be a second floor or other floors above and a different use. The land use concept here identifies some priority uses and locations for a couple different reasons. One, the specific plan identifies Bolsa as one of the primary entries into the site. So it is seen as a priority use for retail along that edge because it's the gateway into the project area. It also identifies that as different projects go, and the same, well, I'll back up. On Edwards, the priority use there is residential because of the transition to those edges, and it's not as much of a frontage as Bolsa would be. As you go through the site and go toward the freeway, the mix of retail, residential, office, entertainment, medical, all of those things can be integrated. But the other highlight of this graphic is that it shows that there is also some integration of height. So we're sensitive to the surrounding residential uses that are single family and show preference for lower height, 3 to 4 stories, closer to Bolsa and Edwards. And as you transition closer to the freeway, you can go much taller and transition up to somewhere about 10 stories. So the specific plan identifies kind of that maximum level of different types of uses. It identifies a maximum of 3,000 residential units. It requires affordable housing. So any new residential projects that come in must provide 10% of their project to be affordable. It accommodates up to 425 hotel rooms. It also allows for 1.2 million square feet of non-residential uses. So those are the retail, office, medical, hotel type uses. But at a minimum, the specific plan requires 600,000 square feet because we know this is an important jobs and tax generation site for the city. And Jason Moody will go into that a little bit more later. It also includes a minimum of 17 acres of open space, which also specify a 3-acre and a 2.5-acre park. And I'll talk a little bit more about open space later. But this is to clarify that it doesn't mean that this is the exact project that we will see, but we needed to do analysis for the environmental review and set maximums. So the ultimate project may look different depending on what the property owners submit, and it might not look like the numbers that are here. So in the placemaking, creating this vibrant, active place that the community has identified that they want to see, I talked a little bit about the mixing of uses, places for people to interact, incorporating those adjacent communities and how you create connectivity to the surrounding uses. And really the focus is on the pedestrian and in getting places out where people can walk. And when we ask people, where do they take their visitors when they come into town to in Westminster, where do you go? We got a lot of outside of Westminster responses when we asked the General Plan Advisory Committee and the public before. So this is an opportunity to create those spaces within Westminster. Placemaking also includes things like vendors and kiosks and fountains and public art. So this is an idea of the types of things that the specific plan helps to provide in the project. And as far as activities, the types of things that people wanted to see were farmers markets, food halls, entertainment, nighttime movies, and businesses that are open later hours to attract more activity during different times of the day. And that, just really finding opportunities to promote the community's, cultural diversity and the special things about Westminster. In placemaking, we also look at things like views and gateways and how people get around a site and how that open space is all integrated. So these things aren't independent of one another. They've all got to work together. So when the edges and views, we think about what do people see when you're driving by on the freeway. The specific plan includes guidance about architecture, lighting, landmark art, those sorts of things that would help draw visibility to the area. And the gateways and access, we're talking about signage and things that help pedestrians get around, landscaping to really enhance and create that space. Interior streetscapes, what happens when you get into the site? Because if the buildings are bigger, what kind of experience do people have? So looking at mixing of uses, how you integrate parking into the project, looking at uses on the ground floor, residential maybe above, and then, so maybe some standalone retail, you kind of mix all of that. So this is an image that shows how that can be done. We did talk about the heights that are coming in, and placemaking allows for different height variation. So we talked about the lower heights toward Bolsa and Edwards, and then how they get taller as you go back. And this is an image that illustrates that. Other considerations that will tie into some of the things that Adolfo will be presenting about the mobility in the specific plan will be things like bike racks and we want to get people out and walking around and finding other ways for people to get to the site without always having to use a car. So these are the types of things that that complement that. And overall, in the placemaking, you're trying to identify these open spaces, and I'll talk about those in a minute, and how they tie into how people experience the space, and that we really are focusing on the pedestrian. A little bit more detail on the Bolsa, how we envision Bolsa Avenue and Edwards. Chris presented a little bit earlier. It's interesting on Bolsa, you'll see where the orange line is on this graphic. That shows the area where the drainage easement is. So on that edge, no buildings can be built within that area where you're seeing either drive aisles or green spaces because of the easement. So there are opportunities there to create, additional landscaping, those linear green spaces, or some complementing of the buildings that would be adjacent. You'll also see the idea of the complete streets here, where you're looking at landscaping and new sidewalks and access for the pedestrian. On Edwards, the side looks a little bit different. There's some elevation there. So this illustration shows how some of the buildings in the back are residential, but those are stoops, so they could actually face the street, or they might not. It depends on the product that the property owners propose. But what you'll see is enhanced landscaping and street amenities so that the pedestrian has a way to get around. The open space is an essential part that we spent quite a bit of time talking about. And the graphic that is on this slide doesn't show exactly where. It's an illustrative of where generally these areas should go, but will be refined as the projects come in. Overall, 17 total acres are required in the specific plan on site of open space, which include an urban park plaza of 3 acres, a neighborhood park, which is 2.5 acres in size, a nature activity trail. So that's that connecting to the Navy Trail, enhancing that because there's opportunities for biking and more regional linkages, which is important to our complete streets and pedestrian enhancement and mobility goals. There are recommendations and guidelines for the internal paseo. So looking at ways that people get around internally, you've got some good paseo examples over here adjacent to City Hall. So those wider spaces and places that people can use for activities as well as access throughout the site. And then identifying that Bolsa promenade. So when we're talking about those spaces and that easement adjacent to Bolsa, there are opportunities for open space there as well. The remainder of the open space requirements on the site can be resolved through public spaces or private spaces, so balcony requirements or internal private spaces that if you have a wrap product, there may be an interior open space and common open spaces for different products. So they're satisfied in a couple different ways. And these are some examples of what those look like: rooftops, public seating, promenade, that sort of thing. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jason Moody to talk about the retail preservation.
Thank you, Wendy. My name is Jason Moody. I'm a principal at Economic and Planning Systems. And so the specific plan includes a retail preservation policy, which is designed and it describes the rules and the goals and requirements for ensuring that the critical mass of retail is preserved, permanently preserved on the site. There's a couple reasons why we have a retail preservation policy. One, we heard as Wendy mentioned, that there's a strong desire to create a sense of place and a destination for the community. The other is, of course, is that retail provides jobs and economic development. So that's very important for the city. And the third is for sales tax revenue and potentially TOT, because hotel is included as retail as part of this plan. Though two can be used interchangeably. So how does this retail preservation policy work? Well, first, the goal is to permanently preserve a minimum of 600,000 square feet of retail. And we do that by creating a retail overlay district, which I will show you on the next map. In this retail overlay district, you can only build retail. You can build residential or office on the second floor, but not on the first floor. Hotels are allowed in the retail overlay district. Standalone hotels are integrated with retail. The boundaries of the retail district are malleable. They can change, but the size of the area has to stay the same. And so we spent a lot of time coming up with the 600,000 number. We're comfortable with that as a good, you're balancing having too much retail or having too little retail. We thought we had it right on the spot. We know now the site has about 1.3 million square feet, but it's not doing very well. There's still about 1 million square feet of occupied retail space there now. So we know that you can support retail at that location, but that retail also is doing as great as we'd like it to do. The other reason why we're pretty confident there's some retailers there. The Target is not planning on leaving; they're planning on staying. So that's about 100,000 square feet of retail right there. There was a market study done back in 2017 that did point out to about 630,000 square feet of retail that could be sustained at that location. So we risked on that a little bit. And finally, the property owners themselves have come forward with some concepts, ideas. They expressed interest in providing retail and hotels. So that gives us further evidence that we think that the retail can survive and be supported at that location. How do I advance this? There you go. So this here is the area where the hatched red is the retail preservation overlay district, where retail has to occur, although residential and hotel. Residential could be on the second floor. The thing about this area is that, and we spent a fair amount of time trying to figure out the best place to put it. It's the size of it is really designated for 600,000 square feet, which is a surface parked kind of retail configuration. There are rules that will allow this area to be condensed if you want a more intense retail experience, which would usually be facilitated through surface parking, but there are rules around that. And there are also rules around changing the boundaries. As long as they're contiguous, you can kind of move them around a little bit. As long as if you want to make one area smaller, you have to find an equal amount of area elsewhere in the overlay district to accommodate anything you reduced. So the retail preservation policy kind of describes all the rules in which that occurs. So I'm available for more questions about how that works as we go.
We'll get right into mobility, transportation, and parking. Before coming to the city of Westminster, I worked as a consultant for about 8 years, and I worked on big projects throughout Southern California. It didn't matter if it was a Rick Caruso project in Arcadia, downtown Disney, or the concept of a stadium in downtown LA, or a small condo in Rancho Cucamonga. It didn't matter what the size of the project was. Traffic and parking is always critical to every community on every project that I've ever been a part of, and this one is no different. Transparency is very important to our city council. I know that we take our relationships with adjacent jurisdictions, adjacent cities and stakeholders very seriously. We've actually, when you look at the mall site, you think about people coming and going, and most of the folks are driving from elsewhere to the site. And then there are those who live adjacent to the site. Those who live adjacent to the site happen to be Huntington Beach residents. We handled this project with no bias. We considered them partners in all of this. We went into Huntington Beach. We engaged with them at the local middle school, and we heard their concerns, and we implemented their concerns no differently than we would if they were Westminster residents. We just did the right thing. And I know that that's important to city council. Back when the general plan update was done, I spearheaded with my colleague, Jason Pack, who's our consultant on this project, the largest, most comprehensive traffic analysis that the city has ever had, I think, in its existence. We studied every roadway, every intersection. And as part of the 405 improvement project, we went ahead and even did more analysis because we weren't just looking at roadways and assessing them. We were actually reconstructing and creating a vision for what those roadways needed to look like. So there's been a lot of effort focused on transportation. And when you talk about mobility, you really are talking about people that are driving, people that take transit, people that are walking, people that utilize bicycles to get around. One of the things that we heard loud and clear from those residents that live adjacent to the mall site is that they were concerned with cut-through traffic, or like we like to state fancy, traffic intrusions, right? So people that are going to take shortcuts through residential neighborhoods to get to the site now that the site was being intensified. So there's two different things I'm talking about at the same time. It's people that are going to the mall that are driving through local streets and creating some chaos to the residents and changes to the residents. And then there's also, can the roadways handle this new development at the site, right? So Jason Pack was our consultant. He's sitting here in the stands. He's got 25 years experience in transportation as I do, and his firm focused on answering that question. Can the roadways and intersections and freeway ramps, can they handle this new intensified mall? And the answer was yes. Loud and clear, the answer was yes. One of the things, philosophically speaking, one of the things that Orange County did very well is they looked at their neighbors in LA County and they said, we're not going to get ourselves into that mess. We're going to overbuild some roads. We're going to give some elbow room to all of our roadways. That's one of the reasons that you don't see the level of traffic that you would see in West LA, where it's essentially congested 18 hours of the day, whereas in Orange County, you're looking at a few hours in the morning, middle of the day, and at night. So two different philosophies have played out. The end result is that we have a lot of capacity to handle intensifying sites and projects. And you guys have seen that over the years in working with me. We have concerns on projects all the time. I tell you, it's going to be okay. And we build the project and it is okay. This is no different. A lot of analysis went into this. One of the things we heard again was minimize intrusion. So what did we do? We focused on addressing those concerns and implementing them into this plan. So this plan reflects strategies for making sure that the internal circulation works well so that when you arrive and enter off the freeway ramp, that you actually stay on the site and not have to exit and create more traffic on the local street, right? You can internally move around walking, biking, or driving. We also focused on possible intersection treatments and working with the public that would minimize these cut-through trips based on restricting some of the turn movements at intersections. That is one way of doing it. Again, we don't have a project that's been submitted yet. We will continue to work with the community and the property owners to see if there's other ways we can potentially realign access points leading into the proposed mall site. So again, since there is no project, there is no fixed concept, but we've actually taken an extreme effort in focusing on actually drawing up conceptual plans that address these concerns. So moving on to the next slide.
Adolfo, sorry to interrupt. While you were on that slide, I know in the past working with you, you've spoken about ratings, intersection ratings, traffic signal ratings, as far as, A through F, or I think it could maybe even go to E.
Yes.
What's the current rating on some of these intersections and signals in this currently right now?
Well, there's a lot of intersections that get studied as part of the project, right? So that's a good segue to, not the next slide, but let me just talk a little bit about OCTA, and I will answer your question.
Yeah.
One of the things that we did with OCTA 18 years ago when the freeway project was first being proposed, and there was about 19 alternatives to that project, some of them taking as many as 150 homes in our city. Mayor Ta and I drove to OCTA many times over the years to lobby on behalf of our residents. We were able to save all the homes, but we did, because the freeway footprint wasn't widened to the extreme that they had originally proposed. What we also were able to do at the time is to lobby for improvements of these intersections. So like Golden West and Bolsa, Father's Day weekend, probably 2 or 3 years ago, that intersection was raised 5 feet over a 48-hour period. Additional lanes were added. We have all these additional turn lanes. When you were going north or south on Golden West, if you were on the curb lane, you had to immediately merge over. So there was side swipe collisions. We widened, and essentially we're eliminating all of those types of collision types. And in doing that, we actually increased capacity at those intersections. So what you see out there today, because we're all sick of it too, is the freeway fatigue. So many years of freeway construction. So when you look at it out there and you re-envision this mall with the congestion you see out there, let's be fair. They're not done with construction. They will be done soon. But the numbers that we've analyzed, to answer your question, shows that none of these intersections have been identified as being impacted by the project. They can absorb the capacity. They have the capacity to absorb the new traffic. And again, as Wendy stated previously, there's this big development envelope that says you can build up to this much. And essentially it says this many trips can come out of this site, come and go during the course of the day. What ends up being built out there may not be the full, but if the full was built, our roadways can sustain it. The environmental impact report has identified no impacts to that area as far as the intersection gradings. Level service A means there's absolutely no traffic out there. You're in the middle of San Bernardino County and traffic comes 2 or 3 cars a minute. Level service A, and you work yourself towards the level service F. Unlike what we like to see with our kids' report cards, in the big city, because we are a part of the big city, C's and D's and E's, they are acceptable. Because remember, they're only really happening for 15 minutes to an hour in the morning, middle of the day, and in the evening. If we drive these streets right now, there's no traffic out there, right? So we can definitely absorb the new traffic. And a lot of effort goes into the number crunching, and Jason Pack has done an amazing job back with the 2016 study, as he has with this specific plan, to make sure that no stone was left unturned as far as that analysis.
Right, thank you.
The other thing we will focus on, again, is parking. When I first came to the city, we had a much more thriving mall site. I remember having to go out there during this time of the year and change the signal timing around the mall because there was a lot more people coming and going from a very successful mall site. I have heard loud and clear from the public, and I know this is fact, that employees during the holiday season were shuttled in from elementary schools in Huntington Beach because there was an overflow of parking based on those peak conditions. We are proposing, as part of this specific plan, that for both traffic and parking, there will be a monitoring study, a monitoring effort. There'll be a traffic operations monitoring study that will be handled by a third-party consultant overseen by the city, where we will essentially make sure that that development envelope of trips coming and going is actually contained within this parameters of the project. In addition to that, we're going to make sure that as the scenery in the mall changes, as parking lots become apartment buildings, and as part of the mall potentially is demolished and other treatments come in, every step of the way, we will be studying the parking conditions. If every applicant wants to build at the same time, they might not be able to, because our study is going to show that if everybody's under construction at the same time, well, there will be intrusions to the parking, to the communities, which is what the community members are concerned with. So having a parking management plan for construction and for ultimate build out is extremely important. I've done it before. Jason Peck is an expert. He does these all over the Western United States. And we are going to implement both the traffic monitoring system as well as a parking management system for this project site. So again, going back to the slide, what we heard is we want to make sure that we provide sufficient parking on site. We will be doing that. That will minimize spillovers into the neighborhoods. And what does the plan include? Like I just stated, we're going to make sure that we're consistent with the city parking standards, and ongoing parking occupancy studies will be conducted like the ones I just described. Finally, moving on to general plan consistency. Really, every development project that the Planning Commission, our staff, before they do any real work on a project, they make sure that it's consistent with the general plan, right? That was the $1 million investment that the city made in 2016. And what we heard is that we wanted the site to implement complete streets, to connect to the future Westminster Nature Activity Trail, and to provide a main street in that area. The specific plan as it exists today and is proposed to you today accomplishes all of those goals. A complete street approach, essentially right now, if you're dropped off at one corner of the mall, you have a sea of parking to maneuver through. Parking, if you're in a wheelchair, you're kind of maneuvering through stalls to get to the main area. The new mall will be much more open and much more amenable to all modes of transportation and all different types of users, right? So it'll be a much more pleasant experience for people that walk from the adjacent community to anywhere on the site through the series of arcades and sidewalks and green space that Wendy described earlier. It's also important to note that Edward Street and Bolsa will not be widened. So the curb and gutter on both sides will remain in place. We are not going to widen Bolsa. There was concern from the community that we're going to need to widen the roads. Wendy stated it earlier. I'll say it again. We are not widening Bolsa to facilitate any project at the mall because it's not needed and it is not identified in the environmental impact report. The Nature Activity Trail, for those that might not be familiar with it, is if you're at the north side of the mall, say behind Best Buy, if you ever make your way behind Best Buy, you'll notice that there is an abandoned Navy rail easement through there. The city is working to identify. We're working through a series of ownership challenges out there to make sure that we can work with Huntington Beach and generate the overall vision of creating a very powerful walking and biking and activity corridor that would essentially connect the middle of the city from about Westminster High School all the way to the end of town, which is Bolsa Chica, connecting to Seal Beach. So once we get this project essentially built out, you'll be able to go from the middle of Westminster and make it all the way out to Long Beach, really, if you follow the trails all the way out there. And that's in line with complete streets and providing other modes of connectivity. And this project actually is the first effort at actually building out that Navy Trail, as is seen in some of the exhibits. Who's up next?
That's me.
Debbie's up. Thank you.
In terms of the environmental review process, it began with the notice of preparation, which was released in October 2019. There was a comment period between October 24th to November 25th of that year. And during that period, there was also a scoping meeting. The draft environmental impact report was released in August of this year, and there was a comment period between the August 15th through October 6th. during which the city received 43 comment letters, some from the agencies and some from the public. The majority of the comment letters were related to the specific plan. So those comments were separated from the EIR analysis. And so in terms of the specific plan, the documents were made available online and at the public counter and at the library. The public hearing notice was published in the newspaper, and hard copies were posted on all entrances of the buildings at the mall site, as well as the notices were mailed to the property owners within 500 feet of the mall. The Planning Commission held its public hearing on November 2nd and recommended that the City Council approve the specific plan with the recommended edits that staff had made. The city received over 50 inquiries related to the specific plan, and those were all captured and are included in the staff report in attachments 6 and 12. In those attachments, attachment 6 were all the comments that we received prior to the Planning Commission meeting, and attachment 12 captures all the comments that we received after the Planning Commission meeting. And those matrices include the description of the comment, the city's response, and an indication of whether that comment resulted in a recommended change to the language of the specific plan. Attachment 4 of the staff report provides all the recommended changes to the draft specific plan. In terms of the recommendations, we have 3 recommended actions. The first is to approve the resolution certifying the environmental impact report and all the associated documents. Our second recommendation is to approve the resolution amending the general plan to reflect the new projections that are contained in the specific plan. And the third is to introduce for first reading the ordinance adopting the specific plan. And that action includes incorporating the Planning Commission and staff recommended text edits that are detailed in attachment 4. So those are the recommended actions. At this point, I'll turn it over to the city manager for her remarks.
So Mayor, members of the council and members of the community, the Westminster Mall specific plan was a huge undertaking. It's important for this community. It is important for this region. It is probably one of the largest areas of developable space that still exists, in our time in this area. And so this mall specific plan ultimately provides that blueprint for the mall site, and it incorporates what the community has provided as what the vision would be. The plan would help with creating that sense of place and gathering for the community. We hear people coming into our city a lot of times, and when they're asking about where's somewhere that you can go within Westminster that can we just hang out and make a day out of, go shopping, eating, hang out. And we don't have that anymore. And so people are looking at, the Westminster Mall as that potential. So the plan with our consultants and with staff's hard work, a lot has gone into, trying to preserve the retail that's there, that retail component that exists with the mall, but also reimagining and creating a new vision. I remember before I could even drive many years ago, fondly of taking the public transportation, OCTA, and going to the Westminster Mall, shopping at the Best Buy, picking up a CD. And through this process, I've met so many residents and community members from Westminster and outside of Westminster who share those same kind of fond memories about this Westminster Mall site. And to bring it home, this is really our opportunity to create something that we can be absolutely proud of for the next generation, to create those same fond memories that I have and that others have, in a fashion that is consistent with what the times are now. So with that, staff is here to answer any questions that you may have about the process and about the plan. But I would like to say that staff has done a great job. Our consultants have done an amazing job, and the community as well have been very active and done a great job with providing their input. This truly is a community effort. And we are, we're happy to see it through and here at the finish line.
Yes, and we want to thank the comment from our city manager, and I totally agree that. I want to thank our city staff, our consultant, and members from the community for working together and be really, really patient for a long process. It really took like more than 6 years to work, to have a survey, to listen to the community concerns. And I still remember when I got elected 16 years ago on the city council, a lot of members from the community asked me that what would the city council in the future do to develop the potential area like Westminster Mall. And I think it took a lot of time for the city staff to do a lot of reach out, but I'm so happy, even though this is a long process, but at the end of the day, we have the specific plan in front of us. I'm really happy for that. And really thank you for everything that the staff, consultant, and member of the community do. So now it's a time for member of city council ask any questions and concerns, and then I open to public comments.
I have a couple of questions, Mayor. Well, a lot of the questions that I have written down here before our meeting, you staff, the whole team, done a great job of answering the questions that I had written down. So I don't know if I really want to ask all those questions, and you guys may took my questions away, but did a good job. You guys, that tells me that my concerns or your concerns and staff really made sure that all those points were addressed. So I want to just say thank you. You guys, my vision and my concerns were in line with everything that our whole team has been doing all this whole time. I just wanted to just ask, let me see here, maybe something you didn't answer that I had written down. You spoke about the existing retail square footage that's there now. And I think you said it was 1.2 million or somewhere around that range. Has there been any concession as far as what we started off with and where we are now with the 600? Did we, that process?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a balancing act because on the one hand, you don't want to require too much retail to be there because the residential is really the economic engine that's allowing for the redevelopment of the mall. And and there is by definition going to be some retail that's demolished to build residential. And so, but at the same time, we want to make sure we had enough of a critical mass of retail. And so there was some back and forth about what that right number is. I mean, to be 100% candid, and I'm an economist and I do this for a living, there isn't a precise science about exactly the amount of retail that we'll be able to support for the next 20 years. Retail sector is very dynamic and complicated and changing very fast. But we're comfortable with the number of 600 because of the fact that there's already a fair amount of retail there now. It's not doing as well as we'd like, but there is some. And because we have some proposals, actually some concepts that have been presented to us, just concepts this time from the property owners, and because there was a market study that was done a while back now, but it did suggest that. So there's a number of factors that we would suggest we think that 600 isn't too high. And then there's the other side of the equation. Well, is it too low? Should we be pushing for more? And I think that, we were concerned about going too aggressive on the retail and undermining the economic viability of the redevelopment of the mall. And so we didn't want to push that number too high. And 600, it's really important to remember that when you're talking about retail, it's not about sheer square footage that makes a successful retail environment. It's about the quality of the retail that's there and how it works together. You know, an Apple store, for example, generates 3 or 4 times more sales than, say, a Burlington coat factory. And it's a much smaller. It's not about square foot. It's about what's there. Is it attractive? Is it work within the urban environment? And so we're creating a mixed use urban environment. So 600,000 is certainly in other places that we've seen a number where you can actually create a very successful retail location with 600,000 square feet of retail space.
And you also spoke about sustainability of that square footage, the importance, and you feel comfortable that it's sustainable, that square
Yeah, I
footage.
mean, it is it's a requirement. So we are actually, it's not like an option. We are, that's the minimum.
Okay.
And so that's why we were careful. That's why I had to be very careful about that number, because we don't want a bunch of empty retail space just because it's required. So we
Yes, correct.
viable. Hotels count to that at a rate of
on the first floor. All right, thank you. And I know historically, I mean, as many residents of Westminster know, staff knows historically how important this site has been to the sales tax generating site. And that's really important that number is sustainable and it's going to work. So thank you for that. And Adolfo, you spoke a little bit about some of the road improvements, but I don't know if you hit the bridge improvements as well, correct? That's going on around.
Correct.
And how that's going to improve what was there in the past as far as traffic is concerned and circulation and getting to and from. I know I've spoken to you about that as far as, I don't think in the past we spoke about that very often. I think maybe where I heard you bring it up was at the planning commission. So
I can add a little bit more to that. The traffic congestion at Golden West and Bolsa was probably one of the busiest intersections in the city, and that's one of those intersections that we saw a deterioration in the level of service during the afternoon peak hour. We identified all of this during the 2016 general plan update when we were bringing our mobility element for you to approve. We worked really hard with OCTA, and they have been great partners in this project. It's a $2 billion project along the 405. They funded widening of our bridges. That was not a part of the original project concept. We fought for that. And then in addition to that, we fought for widened intersections, and they worked with us on that. All the water lines on the bridges that were supposed to be funded by the city during the course of this project, we fought for that. And they worked with us on that, and they funded it fully. So now you have, for example, on the Edwards Bridge, you were lacking sidewalks. We have widened bridges. We have excess capacity now, additional capacity on the bridges. So whatever we remember before construction and when the mall was really doing well, and those intersections that were struggling during the holiday season, this project, the 405 project, has improved all of those intersections that were choke points, right, all around the area. And really the beauty of this is that the freeway improvement project is a year away from being completed. And we hope that this mall starts to redevelop within the next couple of years as far as moving dirt and seeing, development actually happen out there. So it's very timely the way that this is all worked out. And I'm actually very proud to be a part of the entire process. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And can you speak about how the investment our city has put into this specific plan? I know you said we started with the general plan update, and then the next step was a specific plan, and how much we're investing, our city's investing in able to generate, new development, jobs, and all that. How all that ties in the city. We're making an investment to hopefully attract development here. The importance in what we're doing, because as far as I remember, there hasn't been a really specific plan in our city. I think Moran Street is the only one that I can think of. And this is really something, this is a major undertaking and a major investment
One of
in the
the-
future of our city.
Absolutely. One of the terms that we like to remind everyone is that this is a program level specific plan. There's been other specific plans or project specific plans, and really I'm stepping on Chris's toes at this point because Chris is really the expert on this. But this specific plan, I will speak on the funding of it. The city of Westminster took the initiative to fund this specific plan. We encouraged property owners many, many years ago to work amongst themselves to provide us with a plan. It didn't happen. And after the 2016 general plan update, as it became an implementation measure of the general plan, we moved forward with funding it. Chris, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but as far as the cost of the specific plan, a grant, I know that there's grant money involved as well. Can we do our best at answering that?
There are a couple grants that we secured, from what I recall, for the EIR work that was over 300,000. And so we are being reimbursed for the work for the preparation of the EIR.
Right.
Jason, can you talk a little bit about the significance of the specific plan and as becoming an economic engine? I think the council member asked.
Sorry, as an economic engineer, I think that, retail is rapidly changing because of e-commerce and because of a variety of factors. The pandemic was a big watershed moment for retail, but most of the evidence suggests that the new retail environments are a little bit more about placemaking and about a mix of uses and hotels. It's not, the malls are, I'm working on 4 different mall reuses right now. They're all over the country. They're going away and being replaced in most cases by residential or office uses, but still keeping some of the retail. And those places are much more dynamic, generally speaking. They create a more 24-hour type of environment. You have residents at night and active commercial activity. And I think we almost forgot to mention that a big chunk of this area is going to be the healthcare related office, and those are good jobs, and that's a very important part of it. We've almost underplayed that. Probably should have played that out more. Those are a big part of the jobs that will be there. So it'll be a great mix of kind of office, healthcare workers, retail, and residential. And I think that'll really create a great destination that won't just be for Westminster. It'll be a bigger destination than that.
All right. I'm just gonna give other council members an opportunity for some comments and the public. Thank you.
Yes, please.
I know most of my questions have been answered also. Thank you. Thank you, staff, for everything you've done. I've been quite excited about this project, and ever since I got on the council in 2016, I know it's been ever since. And so finally we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So I'm very excited, and thank you for everything you do. And I know it just really takes a big effort on everybody's part. I would like to ask for, because I know I haven't seen you guys ever before, and I just I don't know why. What company are you with, or do you work for? Are you a consultant working on this project?
Starting with Jason.
Jason Moody. I'm with the firm called Economic and Planning Systems. We've been in, we're a California-based economics firm. We were established in 1980, so we've been working throughout California mostly for a very long time. So I've been with that firm for over 20 years. And working mostly in California cities.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, project, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then I'm Wendy Novak. I work with PlaceWorks. We're the prime consultant. So we wrote the specific plan, did the community outreach. I've been involved. We were talking way back in the day, the Moran Street specific plan. Moran Street first, then the general plan. So I've been at PlaceWorks for 20 years. And so we coordinate, and Mark Teague is in the interwebs right now, virtually. He is our managing principal of the environmental work. So we always kind of do those together. PlaceWorks will do the general plan and the environmental and then the specific plan. And then we collaborate with sub-consultants like Jason, only if they're named Jason, Jason Pack from Fair and Peers, who does traffic. So we look at those analyses that need to be done and bring in the technical consultants to help support that. And so that's in addition to, Jason, wave your hand. Of course, staff are the experts as well. So we like to work as an extension of staff. Did I miss anybody else?
And introduce himself. He's been with us for since 2016.
Hi, Jason.
Try to make this quick. So Jason Pack, I'm a principal with Fair and Peers. All we do is traffic engineering, transportation planning. Started working with the city of Westminster as part of the general plan, a lot with Adolfo. So since then, worked on the Bolsa Row project, a variety of other projects throughout the city. Safety, looking at safety studies for the city, as well as the ongoing San Francisco School effort. So it's always a pleasure to work with Westminster. So thank you.
Well, thank you. What a team. Thank you so much.
One other person that isn't in the room, but is vital to where we are today is Russell Hildebrand. He's with Jones and Mayer. He's our land use attorney, and we would not be here without him.
Thank you. Is he on Zoom?
He's on Zoom.
He's just kind of on call.
He's on Zoom and in Houston.
Okay. Thank you very much. So my next question, of course, for our city, as I've said a few times that we have to protect our retail square footage. And I know in the general plan, it says that no less than 600,000 square feet, correct? 600,000 square feet is it specific plan?
The specific plan is amending the general plan. So the original numbers in the general plan
1.2
said 1.2.
Okay.
The specific plan allows up to 1.2, but has a minimum requirement. So you can't go any lower than 600.
Now you promised that, right? Because I don't know. Yeah, 600,000. And I understand when I heard earlier, quality versus quantity. And I get that. I know retail is tough and we've times changed. So I know the way they do business changed. But my question is that who or how could we make sure we vet or is that none of our business? Is just the owners of the spaces or the mall? The owners going to find the quality retailers that they want to fill the spaces with?
Define retail in the specific plan as businesses that are open to the public. I think we have during regular hours. But we can't micromanage the tenanting. That's obviously up to the property owners. But what we can do is make sure that we create a great kind of urban environment with a mix of parks and residential office, and it's a mixed use environment, and that's the environment that tends to attract higher quality retail. So that's as best as we can do is just through the urban planning and designing that we've embodied in the plan.
Okay. And so I guess better planning and the use of experts, the expertise that people bring to the table. So the next thing, and this is really not that relevant because I think I heard that was answered earlier, the EIR. I know we footed the bill of $350,000 back when, it was 2016. And I know that was supposed to be, we're going to get reimbursed by the owners. And I heard earlier that there's been a grant. And then is there anything else that we have expended that we will get reimbursed for?
So going back to that, the expense for the specific plan, and there's an expense for the environmental impact report. We went with and actually competed for grant money, and that grant money is coming directly to the city to fund the EIR. So it's not reimbursing the owners. The owners have not put any money into this effort. It's all city.
Okay. Is there anything else that we had to spend on? What about the specific plan? Are we going to get a grant to cover that?
I don't have the direct numbers on the specific plan, but there is a process in the specific plan to be able to put that as part of the fees that is part of the development process, to reimburse a portion of that fee. And that is something that will be calculated after the specific plan is approved.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, if Councilmember don't have any other concern or questions, I'd like to ask for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. The first speaker is Mario Garrido, followed by Gerald Herman. You can please come forward.
I'm a 30-year resident of Westminster, Midway City. You know, we moved here when my dad got out of the service, and I haven't left the area since. You know, I eventually bought a house in 2009 here. It's late, so I got to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Right now, I'm working in West LA. You know, I've been working there for 4 years, 5 different jobs, skyscrapers. Right now, I'm building a school, Santa Monica College. You know, we aren't going to make any money on the redevelopment, the 1% tax. But if you hired more local people, we would buy our lunches here. We'd be able to buy our dinners, as I had to grab dinner on the way down. So LA County got my money. You know, when I need to get new tires, when I need to get gas, got to stop in LA because by the time I get here, things are closed. You know, if you bring more local hire here to build this mall, it will bring in revenue. You know, it doesn't have to be just Westminster. I mean, if you bring Fountain Valley guys over, they're still going to buy lunch here in Westminster. You know, we tend to eat out a lot when we're construction. We don't eat the best, but sales tax is sales tax, right? So it will bring revenue in here, you know, and it will bring more young people into the union or into our construction, you know what I mean? And see that they can build themselves up. They can buy houses here. They can afford residence here instead of having to move away from their family and their parents out to IE. That's all I got. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gerard Herman. I'm a resident and also a voter here in the city of Westminster. I came here, of course, to speak in support of the project. All of the things you've already spoken about tonight is wonderful. Okay. I've been a construction worker, or I should say I've been a tradesman for 36 years actively, and that's continuously, no time off. I'm committed to that trade, which is a carpenter. Okay, and I'd like you all to consider the difference between a construction worker and a tradesperson, I'm sorry, okay? And the biggest thing I guess I'd have to explain to you is getting started, making that transition from being a construction worker to being a real committed tradesperson. In the 36 years that I have worked as a carpenter, I have worked all year, every year, several years in excess of 2,500 hours, which is a commitment. But you can do that by working for companies that are trade companies, not just construction companies. The most difficult thing to make that transition to an actual trade person is getting started with the trade companies, not just companies that are doing construction work so they can make money. This project will give the local constituents of the city of Westminster the opportunity to make that transition. Regardless of which segment of the city that you represent, your constituents will be able to make that transition into that committed trade opportunity. And I would like you to consider that. This would actually be something that you could actually do for your constituents, saying, I got you this job. And it's not just a job, it's a trade. The thing that I would like to express to you the most is making that first opportunity for young people trying to get into that is what's really important. So I would encourage, you to go ahead with this project and give the opportunity for local people to make that beginning of their life. Thank you.
The next person, didn't include a name, but, the email starts with Henry. The phone number ends with 0758.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Henry Ford, and I stay on Tahoe Street, 13522 Tahoe Street. I'm also a carpenter. I'm retired, 46 years into construction. I call myself a master carpenter, and I love this project. You guys did a wonderful job. Y'all got, so, and the council, thank you guys for where you are. I've been here 13 years and I've been watching. And what I'm watching is the mall I've been enjoying dying. And I have several names like Daddy, Grandpa, and Great Grandpa. And when my kids come to town from Louisiana, they ask me, where can we go? And I said, well, let's go to Huntington Beach. Let's go down to Dana Point. I love to tell them, let's go to the mall right here, right up the street from my house. So I'm excited about you guys just approving this revolution tonight. Certified, for God's sake. We got young people, apprentices in a school that would love to come here and work. We got all the qualifications you need right here in hand. We don't have to get stuff from somewhere. You got all the professionals ready to go to work. Give us a chance. You got a big, big project, and this is a big opportunity for revenue for Westminster, and I am pumped and excited about it. Thank you very much.
The next person is with an email that starts JT A. Foya. It's a 213 number.
Everyone, council members and mayor, my name is John Tafoya. I'm a representative with the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. And on behalf of over 4,900 union carpenters that live in your city and surroundings, we're in support of this great project. You've heard some of the reasons why, besides the obvious generation of great paying construction jobs, and the revenue it will generate. But more importantly, I want to emphasize is on all these residents here in orange vests and a lot more that are not here that couldn't make it, that will have the opportunity to work in their cities for a change. Instead of making that 2-hour commute to and from work to the valley, to the Inland Empire, they'll actually have an opportunity to be home on time to catch their kids' Little League practice, softball practice, soccer practices, their daughter's recitals. That says a lot more a lot of times than just a check. So that's what I want to emphasize is the opportunity of your residents, your constituents, to have an opportunity to actually work in their cities and have that bragging right to tell their children, hey, your dad, your mom built that wonderful structure in our city. Thank you to our representatives here tonight. With that being said, thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Robert Sternberg, followed by Terry Raines.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Robert Sternberg. I am a City of Huntington Beach resident and live in the track over by the Victoria, which is the main entrance to the mall. We will be impacted by this. I'm also the Vice President of the Golden West Neighborhood Association, and I wanted to just reiterate a couple concerns that I have and just a couple items. I do like the project. I do think that the city has gone out of their way to talk to the residents and get what they want, especially on the Edwards side, not so much on the Victoria side. So our fear is that the parking overflow coming out, that we would have people parking along our streets. So I understand, and I'm very encouraged about the parking is going to be considered, and that they don't do the mistake that City of Huntington Beach did, where they opened up for business and everybody came in at once and they couldn't handle all the projects. So I am very positive about that. I just wanted to see a couple things, make a couple notes on this, was that on the height is considered carefully in the documents, it said, especially along Bolsa. But then you have this corner feature, which is probably going to be a hotel. And I don't know why it can't be 3 to 4 stories, why it goes up to 6. Now, I understand from Wendy in the planning, she said that it goes 3 to 4 stories, but you can get an extra exception for 200 feet up. So I think that intersection is very well traveled, very congested, and to put a 6-story hotel there, you're going to need a separate parking structure for that. So I just would like to make a consideration about that. The second and final thing is that I understand that you touch base with the residents, but I talked to the City of Huntington Beach officials, and they have not heard from the City of Westminster specifically about the entrance there from Victoria and Bolsa and how that's going to be. It's in the plans for something, but I would like to request that the City of Westminster get with the City of Huntington Beach and kind of redo or kind of agree on the Bolsa and the Victoria entrances and what that would be. Other than that, I look forward to this project. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Terry Raines, followed by Stephen Logan.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. I'm really excited to see the mall-specific plan, EIR, and general plan amendment finally come before the council tonight. A big thank you to our city manager, our assistant city manager, and all of our staff and the consultants for jumping in and resurrecting this once stagnated project and moving things along. I have concerns though. Is this really a city-initiated specific plan or a developer-influenced specific plan? I ask this because of the overwhelming evidence that some of the property owners are trying to force the city to tailor this specific plan to their own profit margin goals, not what is best for the overall site in the city. Case in point, 16 of the 27 comments submitted after the Planning Commission agenda was posted came from Gregory Powers with Shop Off, plus a report from Ken Hira on behalf of Shop Off. It doesn't take a planning expert to conclude that Shop Off is trying to control this specific plan and the entire site. What does Shop Off want? Residential. What do residents want and what would be best for the city? Retail with some entertainment and plenty of open space. I'm not comfortable with concessions the city has made to please Shop Off. Shop Off just became an owner this summer when they purchased 2 parcels, which represent just 1/4 of the total site acreage. Yet most of the revisions being made are at their request. For example, deeming each hotel room to be the equivalent of 1,000 gross retail square feet versus the original 500. I don't agree with retail credit for hotel or residential uses, period. Restaurants are okay. Staff also changed the retail overlay to please the owners. Shop Off also tried to force the city to reduce the minimum retail square footage to 300,000 square feet from 600,000, which thankfully staff rejected. Other concerns, parking minimums and owners wanting to mandate each other to shared parking agreements. I'm extremely concerned with the overall site design because the projects will be done in phases by different owners, but it is still one site, and the traffic flow, the parking, open space, retail, hotel, and residential must all be coordinated to ensure a quality development that works for our city. I also don't agree with only 10% affordable units component to each housing project at the site either. Other mixed-use areas in the city's most recent housing element update provide for about 30% affordable units, which is much better. The multi-owner equitable reimbursement obligation program also seems problematic. The city is going to try to play referee to ensure all the parties play nice in the sandbox, but I'm afraid this is going to end up in court. I hope I'm wrong. And FYI, Bill Shopoff and his older brother were investigated by the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority over a period of several years for allegations they fraudulently sold approximately 12.5 million of promissory note investments to 29 investors, failed to disclose some proceeds would be transferred to Bill Shopoff and his personal trust to pay his and his wife's personal expenses, as well as to repay previous note investors. FINRA, as it's called, sought to permanently bar the Shopoffs from the industry and expel Shopoff securities, as well as have 134,000 in commissions paid back. It was alleged that they made material misrepresentations and omissions, acted intentionally or recklessly to defraud the note purchasers, and recommended the notes without a reasonable basis to believe the notes were suitable investments for their purchasers. A 3-member FIRNA hearing panel eventually ruled in Shopoff's favor, dismissing the fraud charges leveled by the agency's Department of Enforcement, concluding that the evidence was insufficient to establish the elements essential to prove fraud. But where there's smoke, there's fire. Shopoff's financing practices actually resemble the Ponzi schemes, but they're with family or friends, not with outside investors. Then there is the fact that former council member and Assemblyman Tyler Dipp is working as a consultant for Shopoff. You might recall I asked Dipp to confirm this at the mall community workshop in September, and he lied right to my face, insisting he was not consulting for them and he knew absolutely nothing about development, the latter of which I did agree with. I then asked the 2 Shopoff representatives there, and of course they confirmed he is working for them as a consultant, and they were shocked to hear that he lied to me. Why would Dipp lie to me if he has nothing to hide about being a consultant for this company? Then there's the fact that Shopoff sponsored the candidate forum hosted by our chambers, which was inappropriate. Then there's the fact that Bill Shopoff recently donated $4,900 to Trita's assembly campaign. Once again, I'm asking our city attorney to advise Mayor Ta, it's a little late now, to abstain from this entire public hearing discussion and vote in the spirit of SB 1439, which goes into effect in just 1 short month. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Stephen Logan, Shopoff Realty, followed by Shelley Stevens.
Fantastic. My name is Stephen Logan with Shopoff Realty Investments. First of all, I'd like to thank staff and Mayor. Congratulations on your next step, and council members. Thank you for having us here today. First of all, I'd like to say I completely disagree with everything the last person stood up here to talk about. And you know, we are a real estate company here to invest. We've invested a significant amount of money into this real estate. And the goal here when you invest in real estate is to make money, not only as a developer, but make money for the city. And, you know, we have worked with staff and we've given our comments back to staff on what we think the market can drive and what we think the market can sustain. And with that, we talked about, you know, getting credit for the hotel, which we think, and we do have a study that shows the hotel will drive more TOT tax than less than significant sales for retail. If you look at Sears and Macy's that were operating there, they were operating at less than $150 a square foot. We think if you have relevant retail, with which Mr. Moody talked about, if you get $300 or $400 per square foot, you're going to get more significant quality sales tax back to the city. But quality hotels with the right amount of hotels will bring TOT tax back to the city. You know, we're here to be positive with the city. We're here to be positive with certain things with a specific plan. And we do agree with most of the changes that the staff has made to the specific plan. And we do support that. There are a couple of things that we think the city and the city council should think about that aren't addressed in the specific plan that can bring more revenue to the specific plan that aren't addressed, that are limited within the specific plan. A couple of those are drive-throughs and QSRs that are not allowed. If you look at the sales revenues that are driven by, fast food chains such as Chick-fil-A, Cane's, In-N-Out, that do $5, $6, $7, $8 million of business a year, that drives certain sales tax there, but those are not asked for or limited or not expressly described in the specific plan, which we think is limiting how the city can get more sales tax revenue. Granted, as she mentioned earlier about the deficit of the general plan. The second is with that is, there's logistics on the site that we believe that with point of sale purchase and logistics and warehousing, if it's done correctly, and not big warehouses with industrial, but if it's done correctly, the sales tax goes back to the city and is driven back to the city as well. The third that's not there is billboards. And I know it's a very sore subject sometimes within the city and within certain people, but billboards can drive revenue with offsite advertising. They can also be public service announcements for the city. And we can also have an agreement where we can share in profit sharing to the city so that the city can get more revenue. Those are three characteristics that the city can think about to drive revenue to the site. A couple of things that are a little bit of concern to us is the retail overlay seems to be, mostly occupied on our 25% of ownership. We think it should be differentiated. And as Mr. Moody pointed out, yes, it can move around on the site, but we think it's mostly pushed towards Bolsa, which we think should have a little bit different, but that's something that we're willing to live with and figure out either through a specific plan amendment or working through our architects. And the last thing is this contiguous park plan that is currently located on the Macy's site. We are all about open space. We're all about putting together open space for the community and having that be part of the community. However, this equitable sharing program that has not been obtained and has not been agreed upon by any of the owners, and we're required to go ask for them to reimburse us for some of this parkland that's going to take away revenue and property taxes for, residential and other uses that are on there is problematic in our mind. But we will work with staff to figure out how best to do that moving forward. But we are here and invested a lot of money into this community and are here for a long period of time and want to be positive into this community. And we do respect all of the work that staff has done and has met with us to make this forward. And we look forward to being a part of this community for a long period of time. And lastly, I completely disagree with the last person up here.
Time's up.
Shelley Stevens is up next, followed by Gordon Jones.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It's ironic I'm coming up after the last gentleman spoke. Some of the items that I'm going to speak about are directly related to some items he brought up. My name is Shelley Stevens. I am before you tonight as a resident of Huntington Beach. I reside on the Edwards side of the Westminster Mall next to the Clegg Elementary and Stacy Middle Schools. I, like my neighbors, am directly affected by any future changes to the Westminster Mall. I was not a fan of having high-density residential units being planned for the mall site. As a matter of fact, I was completely opposed to the idea when the specific plan started. I attended all of the early specific plan meetings, always planning to voice my disdain for such an idea. However, as time passed, a multitude of new statewide housing requirements are now in effect, and I have realized that land in California is precious and limited. So, we will continue to see more dense developments in the future. So my viewpoint on density has changed. I'm no longer opposed to high density development, but I'm greatly opposed to a poorly designed development. I know that we are not here to talk about future developments tonight, but I will ask the city to hold both landowners and associated developers to the highest standards when those proposals come in. Simply and frankly, because those future developments, those future decisions will have a direct result, a direct effect on nearby residents. I have a very fond memories of going to the Westminster Mall in my youth and generally spending time, be it shopping, browsing, socializing, petting puppies in the pet store, playing games in the Sega arcade, or watching a movie on one of the 2 movie theaters offered on the mall grounds. The most beautiful thing about the mall was that it provided a destination for both young and old. There were areas to sit in so you can enjoy the afternoon chatting with your friend or grabbing a quick bite in the centralized food court so you didn't drop while you shopped. That original vision of the mall, although a bit dated, is not unlike the revitalized vision of what my neighbors and I would like to see in the mall, become once again. We have asked for placemaking, outdoor spaces, and comforts. I have heard many of my neighbors ask for entertainment or event spaces, outdoor concert space, and movie space. I know those decisions will be left up to the landowners to build into their individual plans. I want to urge the landowners to consider those early requests of my neighbors who are your neighbors. And I should think we want to continue to be good neighbors to each other. Just because I live in Huntington Beach and the development is in Westminster, don't allow yourself to feel that I and my neighbors don't matter in this equation. I heard at the Planning Commission meeting and see in the staff report attachments that representatives of one landowner proposed a distribution or fulfillment center within the mall, as we heard tonight. I am pleased that this type of development is not allowed in the specific plan because it would be specifically horrible. Never once did I or my neighbors state that we would like to spend time or interact with a bunch of trucks coming and going. In conclusion, I offer my support for the Westminster Mall specific plan, and I offer support to quality, high-density housing developments. I just urge that the city really consider each future development proposal, the impacts of nearby residents, the well-documented wishes of the Westminster residents, and the well-documented wishes of Huntington Beach residents during the process of creating the specific plan. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker is Gordon Jones.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Gordon Jones. I'm with the True Life Companies. And the True Life Companies is a residential land development and home building company that has over 30 projects in the state of California. We have been working on this project, a piece of land, 3.6 acres on Edwards, that currently has the Dave's Appliance Warehouse business in it. That building, the former, you'll remember the Babies R Us building that Cillin owns. We've been working with Connie over the last 4 years to get to this point that we're at today. And I'm here tonight for a lot of different things. I'm certainly glad that I stayed until the end because I got to hear a lot of good information. But I'm here tonight to just let you know, as a company, and after 4 years of really waiting to be able to put together our project to submit to you, we feel like we're finally here. And there's been a lot of different things with COVID. We saw the timeline with COVID and the delays caused there and other things, owners not getting together, all of the other issues that occurred. It's clear to me that finally we have some owners such as Shop Off, ourselves, that are clearly ready to do something. And for staff to take the initiative to say, look, we're drawing a line in the sand, the talking's over, at your direction, we're bringing this forward. We've spent all this time and money on it. It's clear that what they brought is what's right for the city on this site, this terrific mixed-use site. We're really excited to bring a residential development quickly to you. Once, if this before you is approved, we'll be going to work immediately on our project to bring it. There's the specific plan, the document itself. It's not perfect. It does have some things in it that are hard for us to calculate at this point, particularly around fees, particularly around the concept of the cooperation with the other owners. But those are difficult things. I don't know that there was a way to really nail that down now. We feel like it's enough that we can now go and design our project and bring it to you. And our plan is to do that immediately. So again, I just wanted to come tonight to show as a property owner in partnership with Connie Sillen, full support for this request tonight, and urge you to approve it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kaiser Permanente, followed by Lisa Callahan from Washington Prime.
Mayor, council members, my name is Skylar Deniston. I'm with Kaiser Permanente. You know, Kaiser Permanente has been in Orange County for roughly about 40 years. And we were just thrilled to actually have an opportunity to have a Kaiser Permanente branded facility here in the city of Westminster. First thing I want to say is that we purchased the property in 2020, right before the World caught fire in March of 2020. And we were working with staff and they were in the middle of this process. And of course, we were a little bit hesitant. You know, they're rethinking a whole specific plan and what that might look like. But we found that staff has been quite accommodating, that they listened to our comments, they provided thoughtful feedback, and thank you for that. They're really taking the time. So when we actually pulled the trigger to actually develop this site, we'll have something that will actually meet our members' demands, but also have enough capacity for future growth. And just a reminder just to this community, the city of Westminster, is that we're not just developers. We don't just build this thing and then we disappear. We actually live here. This is kind of our home. So it's going to be your traffic concerns, noise concerns. Those are our concerns as well. We want to make sure that, you know, our staff and our members have a very positive experience. So thank you for this opportunity, and keep my fingers crossed for adoption tonight. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Tom, members of the council. My name is Lisa Callahan. I'm with Washington Prime Group, and we own 60% of the site that this Westminster Mall specific plan covers. And I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for working with us on reimagining and revitalizing this area and your leadership in putting that forward. And I especially want to thank staff. It's been a long several years. We've had a lot of meetings trying to get to something that can be implementable. And so Adolfo, Debbie, Ross, Steve, thank you so much for all your help on that. There's been a lot of work in the last several months since the first draft came out, working back and forth. And we've found the staff to be very collaborative and listen to our concerns. And we've just been very grateful for the whole process and how we've been able to get to something that we think is workable. You know, the one thing that we've talked a lot about and has been talked about a lot tonight is the 600,000 square feet of retail preservation. You know, we think it's a push and it's the high end. So we beg you not to look at anything above that because we really want to be able to develop something here. And we know that there's still a lot of work going forward between the different landowners to work things out and to be able to implement this and with the staff. But we wholeheartedly support this and we hope that you implement this tonight. Thank you very much.
There's also a member on Zoom that wishes to speak. Amy Walsh. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start with the fact that I agree with everything that Terry Rain said. So I also have a question that I'm hoping that maybe someone can answer before any votes go on it. When people were looking at the traffic and that kind of thing in regards to the streets, did anyone do those views and visits during school drop-off and pickup time? Because if anyone that knows Stacy Clegg knows that it's crazy on Edwards and Bolsa because of the schools over in that area in the mornings and the afternoons, and sometimes in the evenings when there's, school events going on. So I'm just curious if that was ever looked into. The other thing that I'd like to maybe ask and see if it's possible is the affordable housing. I personally, and I'm sure others would as well, like to even see the council put on like an affordable housing mandate where the rent it cannot be, over a certain amount, because a lot of places say, oh, it's affordable housing for, $8,000 a month. And you're like, how is that affordable? Oh, well, it's California. No. So I thought maybe I could bring that up and see if that can be looked at. Also, the guy from Shop Off, are you kidding me with the billboards? Obviously, you don't know Westminster well enough that we do. You mentioned billboards, and I guarantee the next council meeting, the people of Westminster will show up in droves. We don't do billboards, and you're gonna stick billboards. It's other than the freeway, it's all surrounding houses over there. You know how many people you would piss off with that? I mean, come on. Also, the other thing is in regards to Shop Off and what Terry Raines had been saying, I honestly feel like if you're going to approve this and go forward, which I'm not saying any of that is bad, except for obviously the billboards. But I think that the public would really like to see a certain ex-council member not anywhere near this project. It would make the people of Westminster a little bit more relaxed about this and that person's involvement in involvement with Shop Off and in general this a specific plan. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alexander Espinoza. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, all in attendance. In this specific plan, what I've seen is quantity over quality. First off, there seems to be an unnecessary amount of need for housing, which, as most of us Westminster and Huntington Beach residents know, would make it a burden for any resident to merely live in. I also don't see why we need more houses when nearby Westminster Crossing, Bolsa Row, Galella Rosa Apartments, which are plenty of housing, aren't enough. The plan for the mall is essentially going to be a duplicate of Bellaterra, which in itself is a nightmare to navigate through because of the housing. Second of all, as harsh as this may be, affordable housing is a myth in Southern California. And it seems that this development is weighing towards the investors who would take taxpayer money and shove it straight into their pockets, which explains why they're the only ones happy in this development. And it seems that the residents will be the ones who lose here should this proposal pass. Third of all, previous attempts in adding new housing have impacted navigation in a bad way, because now with the added traffic, distracted drivers, and the incomplete Golden West and Bolsa bridges, the area is going to be a hellscape for cars and accidents. I believe the city and owners should instead make an effort to bring in attractive tenants to the mall, which will bring people to the site and scrap the specific plan. This will be a cheaper option for the city and taxpayers, and no large property changes such as the one being proposed here are quote unquote necessary. As for retail preservation, it seems you guys are trying to shutter the anchor stores except for Target, which make no sense. If the goal is to add more jobs, then why does it call for the loss of jobs in the anchor stores? If the residents do lose again through the passing of the specific plan, I hope that the specific plan can be reviewed once more to fix the resident backlash that the plan will impose, or preferably throw it out and find another solution that doesn't interfere with the present form of the mall. Lastly, what this plan is doing is taking away a key spot for the city. If the Westminster Mall is turned into a labyrinth of housing and very little retail appeal, then there's no point as a resident in visiting the property anymore. Thank you.
If there's anyone else on Zoom, okay, there's a few more hands now. Camilla, did you mean to speak? Your hand was raised and now it's not. Okay, moving on to John Diedrich. Please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking.
Good evening, council members and Mayor, city staff of City of Westminster. John Dietrich, Senior Real Estate Portfolio Manager, Target Corporation, 1000 Nicollet Mall, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55403. I would like to state a couple of points here, please. We appreciate the effort that the city and consultants have put together to put a framework together on the specific plan. Any master plan, any specific plan is going to work its way out in details, and this will take a lot of details in order for this plan to come forward with the various property owners and landlords on the property. Target is supportive of this specific plan, and we would like it to go forward, but we will also be pushing that the specific plan also supports the current retail. We are one of the few retailers who have continued to stay at this mall, reinvest in this mall, reinvest in our store, and have continued to provide jobs to many local residents of Huntington Beach, Westminster, and we need to maintain why our guests come to this store. Good access to the local and regional roadways, good sight lines so you know where you're going, good available free surface parking near our entrance on our lower level and on the second level. It's important that the existing retail be put into a priority so that we can continue to operate how our store works today. We have continued to see growth at this store year over year, and we want to be here in the long term. I would like to work with our landlord, WPG and Lisa Callahan, and the other property owners so that we can have an equitable master specific plan that will take care of existing retailers and look at the quality redevelopment of the properties. Second point, I believe Jason Moody made the comment that Target is going to stay. Target has not made any public comment, and nor will we comment whether we will stay, leave, or relocate. That was a comment that Mr. Moody made without any context from Target, and I would like to just put that out as a public record. Thank you. I appreciate the work that's been done in support of the specific plan. Thank you.
If there is anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak, please raise your hand at this time.
Nếu mà còn có quý vị nào ở trên mạng muốn phát biểu đó thì xin cho chúng tôi biết bằng cách giơ tay lên. Quý vị có thể giơ tay lên bằng cách chạm vào cái biểu tượng của lòng bàn tay trên cái màn hình của quý vị. Xin cảm ơn.
The next speaker is Camila Overbeek. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. And yes, Lucy, my hand was raised earlier. I had to step away for a second, so I apologize. I want to start off by saying I reiterate and stand behind everything that Terry Rain said. There's no way that I could articulate it better. There is also another speaker who mentioned affordable housing. And when we speak of affordable housing, I think it's imperative that we remember that what across the state is considered affordable is not necessarily so here in the county of Orange. And so if our hope and goal is to try and be able to move people into the city, then we need to make sure that we are putting caps in place, or at least putting provisions in place to actually make the housing affordable. Setting something at $3,500 a month and then requiring that people make 3 times that amount is by no means affordable for people who are looking for housing. As we all know, this city also currently has a houseless problem. And the goal is to try and move people into homes, not into our streets. So I do think that the council should try and put in provisions and figure things out like that. And then with regard to what the last gentleman said, I believe his name is Mr. Dietrich, I find it rather concerning that a comment was made by one of the presenters that falsely misrepresented a statement or a stance of a corporation. And I think that perhaps we should ask questions about that and how he came to get to that point, because with a project this big, it's imperative that we be transparent and honest and forthcoming. And lastly, I will say this, as it pertains to Shop Off, I do wholeheartedly believe that this entire project, no matter how amazing it may be, is going to leave a bad taste in so many people's mouths if Tyler Deep is actually associated with it. And I would urge this council to figure out a way to have him removed. As we're all aware, he has tried to insert himself into places where he does not belong. And it is imperative, like if we're going to do this, and this is the road that we're gonna take, then everything needs to be above board. And unfortunately, Mr. Deep has a long-standing history of operating in a less than truthful and less than diplomatic manner. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jordan Sisson. Please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Jordan Sisson. I'm a CEQA attorney speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, who has members who live and work in the city of Westminster and is concerned with this project. In my limited time, I just want to highlight the following 5 issues, which have been expressed in our draft EIR comments. First, the specific plan does not do enough to ensure that the residential units and the commercial component of the specific plan will be built commensurate with one another. The final EIR repeatedly says this is not a CEQA issue, yet it affects the city's job housing balance, the city's RENA obligation, and the consistency with the city's housing element, which are all relevant for CEQA purposes. So too, this undermines the fundamental analysis of the mobile emissions, which directly impact the air quality analysis, greenhouse gas emissions, and VMTs. Second, the 10% affordable housing requirement. This is only required for 30-unit projects, which can be entirely avoided by piecemeal development and by utilizing in lieu fees. This is a loophole that should be closed and fixed. Third, the EIR emits significant adverse environmental impacts to both air quality, traffic, and greenhouse gas emissions, to name a few. Yet, the final EIR does not explain why numerous mitigation measures that we suggested and that were suggested by SCAG, CAPCOA, CARB, and other expert agencies alike were not explicitly considered in the EIR. The final EIR should have identified what those expected reductions in emissions would have been and why those aren't substantial. So too, the city should consider maximizing the site for renewable energy resources, such as solar panel, on as much of the site as possible. Fourth, it is unclear why the city is considering approval of the general plan and specific plan and other major land use entitlements, such as the zoning, without a development agreement before the city. Here, the EIR statement of overriding consideration is largely premised on housing that could never come to that might not actually come to fruition or timely created. So too, the other purported benefits of this project are relatively vague project design features without any real tangible commitments by the property owners. It begs the question, why is the city council opposed to give away substantial giveaways in the form of valuable entitlements without maximizing public benefits that are memorialized in a development agreement? These benefits could include more affordable housing, public benefit payments, and other type of overriding considerations like good paying operational jobs. My fifth point is that don't be fooled by the suggestions that no specific project is being considered tonight. As you heard, the property owners are eager to submit their projects, which are quote unquote in concept phase. The general plan amendment and the rezoning is a major step in furtherance of redeveloping the site. So too, granting these approvals are arguably the biggest discretionary decision and leverage the city has to capture tangible benefits for the public. Failure to maximize these public benefits tonight when granting these approvals is a missed opportunity for the public and would amount to a windfall to the property owners and developers who seems to be, not only to this office, but to many folks in the audience tonight, to be steering the entire discussion and analysis of this EIR review process. In sum, we appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments, but believe that more can be done by the city. This is a once in a generation opportunity to redevelop the mall. Please make meaningful corrections to the project, incorporate real changes that make sure that promises come to fruition. Tonight, the presentation was full of vague promises, pretty renderings, but really lacked those enforceable measures and concrete, tangible public benefits. So we ask you tonight to maximize this opportunity, reject the project approvals until the project's revised and incorporates at least three major things. One, enforceable measures to ensure that the residential units, especially the affordable housing units, are built on site commensurate with commercial development. Two, consideration of additional mitigation measures that will reduce impacts to air quality, greenhouse gases, and VMTs. And third, consideration of tangible commitments from the project site owners that are enshrined in a development agreement that is considered with these valuable project approvals, specifically the general plan amendment and rezoning and specific plan. Thank you for your time and good luck with your decision.
If there's anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak, this would be the final time to raise your hand, please. Mayor, no one else is raising their hand. That concludes the public hearing.
Right, thank you so much. With that, I close public hearings. First, I really believe that this is a long process. I want to thank staff again, from consultant and the community. I think that this process has been really transparent, open to the public. And I really appreciate a lot of members of the public respond with email, I believe, phone, and participate in the workshop in the past that our city staff organized. I believe this is a really well done specific plan with 3,000 residential units, including affordable housing, and more than 400 hotel rooms, and more than 600,000 square feet for retail. I think that we have everything. I think the specific plan include everything: housing, hotel, retail. I don't really know that what else that we need, and I think this is a rare opportunity. I think specific plan give us a rare opportunity to make a difference for the Westminster community, especially in the area of Westminster Mall. For years and years, a lot of A lot of people have been complaining that the city didn't do anything for that area. And in front of us now, we have a rec opportunity. So I strongly support staff recommendation for the specific plan. I think this is a really good plan and a rec opportunity. So that is my comment.
All right. I have a couple. I would like staff to thank you for and everyone's comments today. By the way, I really appreciate it. Taking the time to speak. For some folks, it's not easy to speak, but we really here in the council, we really I like to hear everybody's comments, take them in consideration, and our staff has done a really good job of addressing the comments that have been brought forward with this whole process, with this specific plan. But I wanted to ask you guys, can you continue to do that today and maybe address some of the concerns from some of the speakers as far as the affordable housing component and the EIR questions that have been brought up? Is there a way that we can just address some of those issues that have been brought up?
Start off with the affordable housing.
One of the things I guess want to clarify what parts of the affordable housing, because the specific plan, the goal of the specific plan was to support the goals and objectives that are in the housing element. So I know that the city has identified some specific requirements, and we have, the city has the regional housing needs assessment number that you're trying to meet. And so those percentages were to help reinforce that. Now, I don't know if maybe Debbie or Steve can help talk about the affordability levels or.
Yes.
The specific plan has a table 5.3 that identifies the affordability levels of the 10% that are to be set aside. A portion are for very low and another portion for low and moderate levels of affordability. So it's not just all one, and it will be a mix. And that is part of how the plan is supposed to work in terms of when those units come in and the projects come in, it'll be evaluated based on how it's in conformance with that affordability level mix.
Yeah, I don't think there was, thank you for that. I don't think that we spoke too much about in detail the way you just explained it about the levels of affordability.
Yeah.
Each specific future project is an individual, and in each site, each plan will be looked at individually.
Each of the, as they come in, it will be evaluated. It's not to say that that one will have to take that
all of it,
specific,
correct.
it's the total look of the project, but we do have levels that we want of those, of the total project, that there'll be different levels of affordability.
And then also the concerns that were brought up about the EIR. Can we address some of those?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I can. My name is Mark Teague. I'm the project manager for the EIR. And the environmental process is somewhat difficult to follow sometimes, but there's a final EIR in your packet that has been considered and addresses all of the comments. The commenter was referring to the letter that they submitted. Comment number A79 is in the packet. And if you go to that section of the final EIR, you will find that we did in fact modify the draft EIR mitigation measures to include a good number of the suggestions that the commenter made in their comment. Adjusting for the moment that consistency with the general plan is a council determination and is not an environmental consideration. And we defer to the council to make those decisions. But in terms of modifying the mitigation measures to include good ideas, which is the whole point of the public outreach process for the EIR, was in fact done. And there's an errata section to your final EIR that gets incorporated into the environmental process and in fact modified the mitigation measures accordingly. In these instances where the mitigation modification request didn't result in anything meaningful or was unnecessary. That is also noted in the environmental document. We take these comments very seriously because, again, it is the purpose of the environmental process and the reason we put it out for public review. So that is in there, and it was in fact done as part of the process.
All right, thank you. What else did I have for you? Yes.
Vice Mayor, I think you're looking through your notes. I
Mhm.
think one of the issues brought up was regarding circulation and
Mhm.
traffic analysis during school hours.
Okay.
I'd like to bring up Jason Pax, who can talk a little bit more about the effort that went into that. I can tell you that as the state has essentially removed level of service analysis as part of the environmental impact requirements, it is very much a part of how we do business in Orange County. We monitor our roads, we monitor our intersections. So it is built into our mobility element and a part of our general plan. So I will turn it over to Jason to talk a little bit about the extensive work that he did in building the transportation network and assessing the conditions, including kind of shedding some light on school hours and, you know, the 5-minute peaks and all that good stuff.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start with the school hour comment. So the short answer to that question is yes. When we do our field observations, we're out here during the AM peak, PM peak, observe operations. We'll also note that all of the data that goes into this analysis was collected as part of the general plan because it predated all the 405 construction. And as we all know, everything going on the 405 is impacting how we get around Westminster today. So the analysis that we did includes, I'll say, a baseline that kind of predates all the temporary, quote unquote, construction activity on the 405, not so temporary. But then all of our future analysis does include all the improvements talked about previously with bridge widenings and all the extra infrastructure that's being delivered as part of the 405 project. I will also say that in addition to observing and make sure that we're accounting for some of those peaking characteristics of schools, which is typically 5 or 10 minutes before the bell rings, the specific plan also through the outreach process did identify some other measures that we built in the specific plan. One of them including potential relocation of the access to the mall from Mar Vista to the north to get it a little bit further away from school related activity that's accessing the schools off of Edwards from that location. We also heard from the community that there's a lot of pedestrian and bicycle activity, particularly from students coming from that neighborhood, accessing the abandoned right of way that will be the future Navy Trail to access other schools in the area. So all of those considerations were considered and identified as part of the public outreach built into the specific plan to create a holistic network to facilitate all that in the future.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I think and I share the same concerns as far as, I use a lot of folks know this about how bad the circulation is at, Bellatero, getting in and out of there, not just through the site itself, but, around the site. And I think that's where maybe the retail overlay comes into play a little on that, and exiting, not just in the site, exiting the site. Because I think last thing this community needs is the situation with like Bellatero is experiencing.
And I will say, we heard loud and clear at the public outreach when Adolfo and I had the focus circulation meeting with the community. We heard loud and clear that the residents community did not want this to become Bellaterra, and we were loud and clear of all the circulation issues at Bellaterra. So there are things built in the specific plan, like inclusion of the internal circulation route. Adolfo talked about this a little bit earlier, but the ability to get around the site without exiting onto Edwards or exiting onto Bolsa. All of those components are built in the specific plan to try and ensure that we have an internal network that makes sense, that's navigable by the public, so that you don't end up in, quite frankly, I get lost in Bellaterra when you're driving down what looks like a road and all of a sudden there's a Costco gas station and a parking structure. It's not as intuitive as I think it could be. And we try to build all that in the specific plan to make sure that we end up with a much better circulation system for this effort.
You're probably the one to ask about this, but what was that thought process as far as one of the property owners spoke about not allowing a drive-through situation here?
So
what is that?
More of a urban planning question that we'll ask Wendy to take on, but I will add one more thing to Jason's comments on circulation. It is perfectly acceptable for a specific plan at program level to not be as detailed as we are as far as roadways. And Jason and I worked on that from the very beginning. We really made a big push because we kind of knew what was coming, these types of questions, right? So we made sure that we did way beyond the typical analysis, particularly for internal circulation that you typically see on a program level. So I did want to wrap up that discussion with that. And then since it is a little bit more of an urban land use question, can you address the drive-through?
There's a couple things to take into consideration when drive-throughs are involved. I mean, we've all seen the in and out queues and what that's done to projects. So what a lot of the edge treatments, especially along Bolsa, we're looking at the transitions to the residential too, and you don't want all of those cars and kind of speaker boxes and other things facing the residential. But in addition, in the placemaking where we're trying to get everybody out of their cars, the point would be to get them into the project to park once and walk around versus to drive through, sit there and hover and create the impacts of the noise, the idling, all of that instead. So that was the intent. It is more of an urban design feature and something that we're trying to create more of that walkable, park once internal environment.
Okay, thank you. One of my other concerns that is like going forward. I mean, this is a great plan, like the mayor said. I mean, you guys hit it seems like every point, every concern of council and the public. But going forward, I mean, council changes, staff changes, holding a development to the specific plan requirements. That's a concern, and I don't know. It has to be, everything's got to be spelled out. I mean, how do you avoid something like that with a future development not holding them to these requirements is spelled out in the specific plan? How do we do that?
Well, I'll turn it over to Wendy in a little bit, but I will tell you that as we've gotten to this finish line and we're hoping for an approval, right? That is our staff request. We've also started working closely with Debbie and her staff as to what the next step is going to be. How do we handle applications at the counter? How do we process applications at the counter? We're definitely going to need additional staffing support. Those expenses will be covered by the project applicant. But at this point, I will turn it over to Wendy so she can talk a little bit about the implementation of these potential projects.
Yeah, I mean, as you heard, the devil's in the details, right? It's what comes in and how all of this gets interpreted. And so the specific plan includes a couple kind of safe measures, if you will. They requires a pre-application meeting, number one. So working with the property owners to look at what they're proposing, give them some preliminary feedback about how they're meeting these requirements. But also we spent a lot of time, and again, like you said, you can't predict like every single thing that is going to come up, but there are also some flexibilities built into the specific plan to help accommodate those things if it's meeting the intent, but there's a specific number, so for a setback, or if there's some, they need an extra foot on something, or looking at ways to help accommodate things that meet the intent of the project without holding it up, to really review that. And the community development director has the ability to the authority to make some decisions on those things, or to pass it up to planning commission if it is something that needs additional evaluation. But it is, I mean, the whole point is that all of the property owners are here. They hear what's important to you. And it's really coming down it comes down to staff reviewing those documents and the site plans to ensure those designs are meeting the intent of what the community has expressed they want and what you guys have said is important to you. So there's a lot of architectural review, design, coordinating with all the different departments, because we're also going to be looking at infrastructure, the roadways, we're looking at fees. There's going to be a lot of things that get worked out, and more of these conversations that have already been happening will shift to the actual implementation. So it's a commitment from staff that we've heard you and advocate for those things that are important.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I know sometimes I probably ask too many questions.
No, I
but-
think according to our notes, since we're being very thorough, right? We're going to go
Yeah.
through a few others that you brought up. And I think I'd like to queue up Jason Moody to talk a little bit about the hotel square footage ratio that was modified or updated.
Yeah, and I would,
That
sure.
agreement.
I mean, it is based on the fact that a hotel, in terms of tax revenues to the city can be better than retail actually, because the TOT can be quite lucrative. Hotels typically often have retail component built in as well. So it is really difficult to know exactly how you would compare, a retail, 100,000 square feet of retail with I can't remember the ratio. The ratio that we put in there is 10,000 square feet per room. Each room is equal to 10,000 square feet. Whether or not from a fiscal, that was primarily a fiscal or a financial analysis that did that, like, will they generate the same amount of revenue? And that's essentially what we kind of did. But it is true, a lot of that will depend upon what the room rate is in the hotel, what the occupancy rate is in the hotel, and what retail are you comparing it to. So it's not, there's again, no precise number there. It is a little bit of, what we experience in other locations and how that works. And we feel like it's a good number. I think that having a mix of uses with the hotel is the key, and a hotel is a good revenue generator, no doubt about it. And that's where that number came from.
All right.
Yeah, some of these modifications were very reasonable considering the changing of the time. So our team took these comments, as we did with the early comments that we received during the outreach that were focused really on quality of life from the public. We took those very seriously. We took all of the comments that came in from the property owners and everyone else prior to the planning commission meeting. And then we've also incorporated some reasonable accommodations for those that came in after the planning commission meeting.
And I want to make one correction. I added, and unfortunately added a 0. It's 1,000 square feet of retail per room is the equivalency. Sorry about that.
All right. Why don't you make a few final comments? As we know, the first step to a successful project is having a plan. And in this case, a specific plan for a bigger site. Without that, it's doomed to fail. So, I'm in agreement with a lot of like I said earlier, I like a lot of things that I see in the specific plans. And so thank you for that. For me, I think about, obviously generating new sales tax, the jobs, local jobs equals quality of life, being able to work in a city that you live in. It also helps with travel. So like some of the speakers were talking about, life with their family. So it's really important, and I'm really excited about this project, the potentials that this project has. There's no specific job currently proposed. This is just what this site can potentially bring. I think the city's investment and putting forward this specific plan shows that, that we care about this community and making that investment, and we know that there are possible returns in that investment. So it's a really good. I just really I like that you guys really took the time to, with the public outreach, and took everyone's comment to heart and made sure try to take the time to address and answer all those concerns. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of positives here, and I'm really in support of this project and everything. There is no perfect, nothing's perfect. I mean, it's very hard to get, everything. Not everybody's going to get what they want, but I think with the way this is that as close to possible is a win-win situation for the developers and for our community to be able to have that thing that we here in our Westminster, if you've heard multiple people speak of this, and I'm guilty of it too, because when my family and I look for entertainment, unfortunately, we go elsewhere, for that. I try to shop and dine as much as I can in the city, but the fact of the matter is that, we're lacking in certain aspects of that here in our community. Having a downtown, we always dream of having a downtown, and this can be our new downtown. So I'm really excited, for years to come that this project could potentially bring. So I'm very much supportive of this, and I just want to thank staff again, thank the whole team from all the adjacents, everybody. It took a team effort, everybody, all the different consultants and the experts. So thank you very much. I feel really confident. The whole team, I know there's some concerns out there, but from what I see and everybody involved in this project, I think I'm pretty confident to say that you guys are really looking out for the benefit of our community as a whole. So thank you for that. So if there's
Okay.
yes.
Just want to put in my 2 cents. It was a long discussion, but I think that this is worth it. It's worth every moment of it. I want to thank you all for coming out tonight and voice your opinions. Doesn't matter what. We are here to hear your voice, your opinions. And I want to thank you, staff, city manager staff, as well as the consultant. I know that you have been putting a lot of effort into this, a lot of dedication. I know there were the numbers of outreach that you have done, and you gathered inputs from from the community. I trusted that you already take that into consideration when you put into this specific plan. I don't doubt any of the effort that you guys put in. Thank you for the detailed presentation. I don't have any question for that. I think this is a great project, great start. And I think that we need to move on and consider this. With that, I don't know if there's any council input, but I move to go ahead and approve this project as recommended.
Second.
Okay, so we'd actually like if each action be done because of the magnitude of this, each item be voted on separately with a separate motion and second.
So we have in the agenda 3 different A, B, and C, a resolution, a second resolution, and then an ordinance. If you could take them in that order.
Is that the case that let move with the item A first? Adopt resolution entitled. Can you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, upon conclusion of the motion and the second, I can go ahead and read that at the end, if that's okay.
Already second.
Yeah, so I already second his motion.
Yep.
Yes.
Can I make a
Agree with
comment real quick before you vote?
I'm sorry, I think Council Member Doe
Okay,
would like to
please,
speak on the
please.
item.
Please. Okay.
Yes, we're going to be very short and sweet. I've been listening to all of the staff report and all of the consultants, public comments. It sounds like everybody excited about this project, and it's a collaborative effort. But I just want to take this opportunity to recognize the leadership of the city hall, city manager and assistant city manager, who see that you have a vision and have the ownership of the city and bringing the right person in, have a right attitude. The concern, Christine and Adolfo, your leadership is outstanding. And then without your leadership, I don't think we will have a product, a high quality product. But as this general plan for the Westminster Mall has shown. So I just want to repeat the same thing that all the council members, mayor, had to say earlier. But I do agree with all of those comments, but I just want to take the opportunity to recognize your leaderships. I think it's amazing that we have the tight leadership, and you know what people say, attitude reflect leadership. So the attitude of the staff and the quality of the products it's as a result of your leadership. So I want to take this opportunity and thanking each and every one of you. So thank you.
All right, so we have the motion, the second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And that motion was made by Mayor Ta, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen, and that is to adopt a resolution entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, certifying the environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 2019-100444, associated with case number 2019-201, prepared for the Westminster Mall Specific Plan, adopting findings of fact pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21081A, adopting a mitigation monitoring plan and adopting a statement of overriding considerations. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
And I'd like to make a motion to move for approval, item number B.
My second.
And let me read it into the record for you, Lucy, I'll help you out. Adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster approving an amendment to the general plan regarding the Westminster Mall Specific Plan, mixed-use residential and commercial development." And that's it.
Thank you. And that motion was made by Vice Mayor Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Ho. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta,
Yes.
motion
I like-
carries 5-0.
I'd like to move to approve item C
Second.
as recommended.
Right, so Madam Clerk, can you read the
Thank you. That motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. And that is to introduce an ordinance for first reading entitled, "An Ordinance of Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving an ordinance to adopt the Westminster Mall Specific Plan, mixed-use residential and commercial development." This is to be read by title only, waive further reading, and approve the Planning Commission and staff recommended edits to the Westminster Mall Specific Plan. Councilmember Doe?
And if I may, that incorporates attachment 4, I believe. I want to be clear that that last line there incorporates those edits.
Yes, and
can you repeat that?
Steph, if you could clarify there's some changes in there, detailed from the
Just-
planning commission meeting and.
Just the statement at the end to approve the planning commission and staff recommendation edits to the Westminster Mall specific plan as detailed in attachment 4.
All right, thank you.
I'm okay with that.
You're-
Second, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So we made that correction for the record. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Right. I want to thank all members of City Council to approve this item. I think at the end of the day, I think all members of City Council, we agree and we are the same page. Okay. So this is a really good item. I want to thank our city manager and staff. Okay, thank you.
We do have to note, Mayor, it is Debbie's birthday today as well.
All right. So happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Okay.
Happy
All right.
birthday.
Okay. Happy birthday. Yes. All right. Happy birthday. Yes.
We passed
Happy
this in
birthday, Debbie.
your honor.
This is a wonderful birthday present. Thank you so much. I've been working on this the whole year I've been here, and it's just a pleasure and an honor
All
to
right.
be part of this.
Happy birthday. again.
If we had known that this is your birthday, we will take another hour to discuss on this one.
All right, next, public hearing item, 4.2, case number 2022.04, 3-0 public hearing on and consideration adoption of an ordinance and resolution for a zoning text and zoning map amendment to establish new mixed use zoning and amendment of the city zoning map to be consistent with the city general plan mixed use and residential land use designation and adopt an addendum to the Westminster General Plan final environmental impact report.
Mayor, before we proceed, we have, this is a situation where we're amending a number of properties in zoning in a large area of the city. It's not enough. We did evaluate, determine if the public generally exception applies. It does not in this case. So what we have is a situation where 4 council members live very close to some of the properties which will be rezoned.
Okay.
Not necessarily their properties, but nearby. So in that situation, we legally could not go forward unless we had them, at least 3. So with 4 council members, I believe Councilmember Monzo is the only one who doesn't property within around these areas. What we need to do is we need to do a random selection of 2 of the 4 council members.
All right.
To allow for us to legally go forward with this.
Good.
We're
I'm
allowed
okay
to do
with
that. So for that reason, I knew ahead of time that
Yes,
it's going to be
please.
a problem. So just for the public's interest here, I made a little sheet with their names, all 4 names. I cut them up.
Oh, wow.
Halloween. Look at
Right, so
here.
we have a new game. All right.
4 names in it. And here, I'm going to have our assistant city manager pick 2 names out.
The first name is Councilmember Charlie Chi Nguyen,
Okay, okay.
Stay or leave.
Stay.
and the second is Mayor Trita.
All right.
And just so everybody can see here, we have the other 2.
Okay.
I want to be sure we're. Councilmember Kimberly Ho and Kai Do.
All right.
So,
see you in a bit.
So, Councilmember Ho and Councilmember Do will have to recuse.
Okay. All right.
Okay, please send me a text when you done. So I'm gonna turn everything off.
Okay.
Will do.
All right. So may I have a staff report?
Yes. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Nguyen. The item before you tonight is the consideration of Phase A of the update of the city's zoning code. Similar to the Westminster specific plan, this project stems from the city's general plan. The city's planning staff, specifically Planning Manager Steve Ratke and Alice Tu, the associate planner, have been working closely with the city's consultant, De Novo Planning Group, on this important project. At this time, I would like to introduce Amanda Tropiano with De Novo Planning. Amanda is very familiar with Westminster. She was instrumental in developing the Westminster General Plan. And most recently, Amanda has been involved in preparing the city's housing element update and this zoning code update. So I'll turn it over to Amanda to provide the presentation on this project, after which she and the staff will be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for having me tonight. I have what will hopefully make you happy, a very brief presentation. So we will provide the facts of the proposed project that are detailed in your staff report and attachments, and be available to answer any questions you may have. As Debbie had mentioned, we are also similar to the Westminster Mall specific plan, following on the heels of implementing the general plan adopted in 2016. And in particular, the programs implemented through the housing element adopted by council earlier this year. As a reminder, state law maintains a requirement that your general plan and zoning be consistent so that property owners have clear direction on what is allowed on their property. And following the update to your general plan in 2016, there is a need to update your zoning code to create that consistency. Phase A is focused on creating 2 new mixed-use districts, as well as implementing other rezoning efforts to create consistency with the land use map of your general plan. A subsequent phase, or Phase B, will address other aspects of the zoning code that were not required to create that consistency with your general plan update. Implementation of the proposed project would implement 2 specific actions that the city has already committed to as part of your general plan. That would be implementation action land use 11. And in your housing element, you did include a program as required by state law to commit to the rezoning of sufficient properties to accommodate your regional housing needs allocation. And I was here earlier this year to discuss that with you. That's program 3 of your housing element. We're going to talk about 2 parts of the project. The first is a text amendment, and the second is the amendment to the zoning map. In terms of the zoning text amendment, the city has introduced 2 new mixed-use zones, mixed-use 36 and mixed-use 40, or MU 36 or MU 40. The difference is the geographic application of these zones as they relate to the general plan land use designations. The general plan designated a number of areas for mixed use, one of which was the mall. So that's addressed through the specific plan you just considered. The others include a downtown area along Westminster Boulevard where the maximum density was set at 36 dwelling units per acre in the general plan. The other mixed use areas, including the Civic Center, along Beach Boulevard, around Little Saigon, and in the Northwest District, had a maximum residential density in the general plan of 40 DUs an acre. For this reason, there are 2 separate mixed-use zones to implement those different standards. However, both of the mixed-use zones allow a mix of compatible residential and non-residential uses. These uses could be mixed together in the same building. That might be called vertical integration, or they could be next to each other in a horizontal integration. And single-use projects are allowed. A project can be entirely commercial, it can be entirely residential, or it can be a combination of the 2. Some of the sites are also designated with a new overlay, the housing overlay. This is required by state law to provide specific development guidance for some special sites identified in the housing element as meeting your lower income arena allocation. The zoning districts provide all of the standard information that your traditional zones include, such as listing the allowable uses, permit requirements, development standards, parking standards, building design and articulation standards, standards related to the public realm, so things that the public can see from the exterior of the building. New standards have also been provided for live-work units, which were not previously addressed in your zoning code. And new definitions have been amended or clarified to support the mixed-use districts. The zoning map amendment is provided as attachment A to your staff report. It includes the rezoning of approximately 600 parcels totaling about 450 acres to mixed-use zones, again, consistent with those parcels designated in your general plan land use map. 164 parcels totaling about 172 acres to residential zones, again, consistent with the sites identified in your general plan map, and the application of that new H overlay to 94 parcels that were identified in your housing element. Altogether, the rezoning applies to approximately 626 acres of the city, or less than 10% of the total planning area. Included as an attachment to your staff report are a series of exhibits to help illustrate where the proposed changes to the zoning map have been applied. We've included a map of the current zoning, as well as a map of the proposed zoning. And to provide additional clarification, a sectional district index map that zooms into each of the individual sectional districts. And you can see exactly side by side their current zoning and the proposed zoning of each of these sites. So I would encourage you to review those in detail. We've also provided a summary table that lists by assessor parcel number, or APN, the current zoning and overlay, the proposed zoning and overlay, and the sectional district associated with each of those parcels. The environmental review conducted for this project included preparing an addendum to the general plan final EIR. This addendum clarifies that the proposed updates to the zoning code, both the text and map amendments, would not result in any new or greater environmental impacts than were previously analyzed, disclosed, or mitigated. Again, because the project includes implementation of your general plan land use map, no changes beyond what was already considered in your general plan environmental impact report are proposed as part of this project, and the addendum is the appropriate environmental document to support its approval. And none of the conditions in CEQA guidelines 15162 that require a different type of analysis or a subsequent EIR are present, and therefore the addendum is the appropriate environmental document. The city has initiated a public notice and correspondence process in preparing the text and map amendments. The maps and documents have been available online on the public's website, available for public review. Additionally, the city made the decision to deliver hard copy letters to every property owner involved in the rezoning project. Those letters provided information on where to access the draft material, how to provide comments, and how to contact staff with additional questions or inquiries. The city also published public hearing notices in the Westminster Journal and provided hard copies of those notices at public facilities. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on October 19th and recommended the council's approval of the proposed project. To date, the city has received approximately 40 public inquiries related to the project, most of those inquiries relating to requests for clarification on implementing the new standards of the mixed-use districts. To reiterate, the proposed project will ultimately provide new opportunities for the redevelopment of various sites around the city, including along your commercial corridors and your activity centers, consistent with the mixed-use land use designations of your general plan, and encourage bringing new economic growth and addressing local housing needs in areas throughout the city, subject to the provisions of the housing element and your general plan direction. There are also 3 recommended actions included in this, and I will keep them on the screen, but they are divided into separate topics. The first is an ordinance introducing the zoning text amendment. The second would be an ordinance introducing the zoning map amendment. And the third is a minor modification to the city's design guidelines manual to reference these new mixed-use zones. With that, that concludes my presentation. I told you it would be short, and we will be available to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, I do have questions. You mentioned that there were 40 inquiries, and most of them are clarifications or requests for clarification. I'm sure that you come back and then respond to them, but then after your response to them, do they came back? Was there any of them come back, or how many of them come back?
Yes, Councilmember, I think the answer to the question is most of the folks that we spoke with in response to their inquiries, once they understood what the project was about, they had no further questions at that point.
Good, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you for your short presentation. Really informational. Thank you. I have a question as far as Phase A and Phase B. Phase B, can you speak about that? What that is? And then the other question, the follow-up question to that is the timeline to bring Phase B to us. Is that, I know we had some COVID in between general plan and now, but I believe it was 6 years in the making. It seems, I don't know, maybe a little bit too long, but, and you know, that we need this the zoning code update to, you know, foster growth, development. And we need to try to get that done as quickly as possible. So can you speak of what it is and how long, what it's going to take to bring it to us?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think I can answer that question. Phase A, which we are at the end of, hopefully, is really making sure that we get all of the stuff related to the housing element completed. This is critical because in working with HCD this year, HCD's made it clear that one of the things that will help us get a certified housing element, which is very critical, is having the mixed use zoning completed and adopted and approved. And also these sites in the city where the general plan calls for residential use, but aren't currently zoned to a consistent zoning for what the general plan says. So part A is focused primarily on that, on those two things, mixed use and up zoning for residential. And then part B is really everything else that the general plan called for related to zoning. There's a few other zoning districts. One's called urban industrial. There's other things in the zoning code that are a little bit outdated in relations to how housing projects are processed and approved. Since the time that the general plan was adopted, there's been quite a bit of legislation up in Sacramento that has changed how we can process and react to housing projects. So all those things have to be addressed in Part B. We anticipate Part B will probably take approximately 12 months after this process is completed.
Is that a normal time frame?
I think it is. It's going to depend also on the outreach that we have, the amount of outreach when we start next year, engaging with the community, having workshops and other events, and what kind of comments we get and the timeline that we have available to us to make.
And I would just say that we're on board to complete both phases of this work. So the contracting process and all of that work is already in place. So part of our scope and agreement is to move forward expeditiously with phase B, and we're eager to do that. So we're initiating that work on the heels of the end of this phase. 12 months would bring us through the entire public hearing process. To the extent that we can accelerate that and bring it back before you in advance of that timeline, we would be happy to do so.
Okay, I appreciate it. That being the case, are we going to do 3 separate motions as well with this?
We need to have the public hearing.
Oh, I forgot about that. Go ahead.
All right, if we don't have any other question from council member, I'd like to open the public comments.
And at this time, we do have Charles Ponte. And he will be followed by Barry Adams.
Good evening. I get almost morning. City council members. The plan that's in front of you needs some adjustments and corrections. It affects a lot of property owners that own automotive type properties. The zone that we are concerned about is the mixed use 36 unit that we have on our property, which runs from Hoover Street to the 405 freeway. Under the existing proposal, Carvana wouldn't be able to be built because on the section from Hoover Street to 405, that is zone MU 36, which does not permit any automotive development on the property. That you can't, if you have a property and you're doing a good business and the property next to you comes available for sale and you buy it, well, the city won't be under this code. You won't be able to, the person wouldn't be able to develop that property under a automotive use. This is detrimental to all the properties from Hoover Street to 405 freeway, And the property has been zoned C2 forever. We've been here 60 years, and as far as I know, that property's always been usable for automotive use. We've always had to take out since 1981, we've had to take out conditional use permits and all the other requirements. I understand you're under the gun from the state of California to provide residential use. To change it's simple. To include our zoning that is proposed, MSMU 36, and make it MU, I think it's 42 or 40, make them the same. Make all of Westminster Boulevard the same zoning from Beach Boulevard all the way down. And we eliminate the problem. The property owners that have worked hard on their businesses, have made a good business, they're stymied. They can't expand. They can't develop anything more than what they have now. Whatever they have, that's it. And I don't think that's the American way of doing business. I believe if you work hard, you should be able to expand your business, develop it more. And if you want to sell it and you build apartments on it, that's fine. If you change the zoning on from Hoover to 405 freeway and make it the mixed use 42 or 40, you're still accomplishing the same thing. You're building you're building more units. You're tell the state we're trying to build more units on the properties. But the way it is now, I think it's not the American way of doing business. It's always been, if you worked hard, you could advance. But now under this code, you work hard, you're stymied, you can't move forward. And I don't think that's a proper way to run the city. I think we need to have some kind of an adjustment in there. It's a matter of checking one box, 2 or 3 boxes that say, oh, it's a permitted use, instead of saying it's not a permitted use. I don't see where the problem is for the city council to change it. And I hope the city council will consider this and not just rubber stamp it like the planning department did. The planning commission, they rubber stamped it and we spoke there. They didn't do anything about it. It was rubber stamped in. And after the meeting, we talked with members of the planning commission, and they weren't sure about anything. They didn't have any clue what we're talking about. But this is, to me, we're being mandated by the state. The council, the city's being mandated by the state, and that's a problem in itself. But I don't believe the city council should permit us to be put out of
Time's up.
business. Thank you.
The next speaker is Barry Adams.
Thank you. Good evening, remaining members of the council. My name is Barry Adnams, and I'm the property owner of 14400 Beach Boulevard, which is one of the properties being considered for rezoning. As previously stated at the last planning commission meeting, we are excited about the proposed general plan that and the redevelopment vision of the city. We're also fully supportive of creating more residential units for Westminster. However, we're not in agreement with the elimination of the self-storage use in the new zoning designation. We understand the elimination of impactful uses such as unsightly equipment rental yards and the elimination of noisy, water-consuming car washes. However, the elimination of a low-impact, compatible self-storage service will be a mistake with significant environmental consequences as the city fulfills its redevelopment efforts. Self-storage is an innocuous service that is used by the local community of residential and commercial property owners. As such, self-storage is needed for the proposed high-density housing mixed uses that is envisioned for the redevelopment. As an architect and a developer, I've been involved with the design, development, ownership, operations, and management of thousands of residential units. tenant storage is always a challenge to manage in these residential units, especially as you develop high density, smaller, efficient units. It's a problem on decks, on patios. It's a problem in garages where they don't park their cars and store their stuff because we like stuff and we want to support our economy by buying stuff. Having the flexibility, as mentioned in the previous item, having the flexibility of self-storage service as a potential mixed-use solution will reduce the environmental impact of these high-density residences having to drive to a remote self-storage center, and will eliminate the visual pollution of patios and parking spaces being used as storage space. Historically, a low impact and a proven transitional use, self-storage can be designed to just about any form or architectural style that would be desired for these new zoning standards. Additionally, as a restricted conditionally allowed use, the city can mitigate any design or operational issue that may arise. It makes no sense and appears to be arbitrary and discriminatory to eliminate this passive service-oriented use while allowing more other impactful mixed uses. As requested in the public review process, we've stated this to staff, to the outside consultant, and to the planning commissioners in the last meeting. We forwarded our concerns to the council secretary, and we've submitted our concerns through the city's website e-comments. Additionally, I sent a direct email to each of the council members. In each case, we got no response. It's frustrating that such an illogical elimination of a benefit has been proposed. It's even more frustrating to be ignored or stonewalled. You mentioned you wanted to hear from the public. I ask that you please hear us because this is an important decision that's going to impact your redevelopment. If it is an oversight, please just clarify it. If it's purposeful, we ask for the rationale, including compliance with the Department of the Housing Section 65583.2 and the CEQA compliance of why such a service would be eliminated while other more environmentally impactful uses remain. As the owner of a subject property, I respectfully request a response to our concerns tonight and reserve the balance of my time to respond to any new information presented. Thank you.
I have a follow-up questions for staff. I know there was
More speakers?
sorry.
Sorry about that. We do have a hand raised via Zoom. Camilla Overbeek, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
I just have a couple of questions. It's kind of hard to see on the graphs that were presented, or well, actually the ones that were presented, it was really hard because at no point did you really zoom in, and I couldn't do so from my computer. In addition, I did try and look it up on the staff report, but I do live in the area that's right there on Beach Boulevard, and it looks like we are scheduled to be rezoned. And based on the color schemes that were used, and again, it was difficult to see, so some clarification would be really nice. It does look like that element, that area of Beach Boulevard from like on your teen streets, it appears that that would be rezoned for more multifamily housing. My concern is we've already had a lot of multifamily housing come into this particular neighborhood, and it has made it incredibly difficult for residents who are in the single family housing tract in the back on the streets of Weber, on the west side of Cedarwood, Weber and Joyce. That like the multifamily housing has made it incredibly difficult for us to exit our neighborhood. And has caused massive congestion in the streets, resulting in accidents, crashes, and near misses. So I'm just kind of wondering if we're going to, if that is in fact what it looks like on the map, have we taken into account the impact for the current residents? And what will be done? Will these multifamily housing units be required to have adequate parking for everyone? Also, with regards to the gentleman who just spoke and his storage unit, if I'm not mistaken, that storage facility is right there, and it's also next to a small area that also houses a Planned Parenthood. Have we taken into account what that will mean for them? I just feel like, given the staff report that is here, the colors used are rather confusing and they mix together. So is there any way to kind of maybe bring this back and redo it to make it a little bit more apparent and obvious so that residents can actually see the impact? And if someone really could address those things, that would be amazing. Thank you.
If there's anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak, this would be the time to raise your hand. Mayor, there are no other speakers via Zoom. That concludes this portion.
Right. So with that, I'd like to close public comments. I have a question for staff, and I'm really sure that Councilman Wing have a follow-up question for his concerns. As I heard from the resident and the speaker in our city, so is that a requirement by state that we have to come up exactly with the number in the staff report, like 36 unit, or is that required by state? Right, please.
So the two densities referenced in the
Right.
separate mixed-use zones were established in your general plan. So
Right.
your land use element back in 2016 envisioned the area along Westminster Boulevard on the west side of the city as being different than the other mixed-use areas.
Right.
The general plan describes it as being very walkable and pedestrian-oriented, 2 and 3 stories, lower scale development, really getting people out on the street, walking around between residential uses, goods, services, and a really safe and walkable environment. So that was a really unique area identified in the general plan as saying, it's different than what's going to happen at the mall. It's different than what's going to happen at the Civic Center. It's a really special place, and we want to make sure that that density is a little bit lower than the other areas. So that wasn't required by the state. That was established through the general plan process. The general plan said all of the other mixed use areas have that maximum density of 40. Now, fast forward to your housing element, we did rely on those densities to calculate the capacity of available sites. So we used the vision set forth by the general plan, and we assumed that those densities would be carried forward because your zoning code has to be consistent with your general plan land use map. So the state does expect to see the densities that these mixed use zones establish.
Do we have any option? Any option that we could able to compromise with some of the speaker concerns?
So in terms of the residential densities, those again are required to be consistent with your general plan. So any modification to the residential density would necessitate an amendment to your general plan land use element, because those two need to be consistent. Your land use element already says what those densities are. But I believe the speakers were talking about some of the uses outside of the residential densities, specifically auto sales and industrial uses. Those really, the use table proposed to support your mixed use zones was carefully crafted, looking at that general plan vision, the feedback from your general plan advisory committee, and the direction that council's provided to create some areas of the city, again, about 7 or 8% of the entire city, as these special mixed use areas. And in order to promote walkability and encourage residential development and the development of these new vibrant experience-oriented shopping centers, there are some uses that were identified as being less compatible with that type of development. That's recognizing that they're important parts of the Westminster community. They're important parts of your development fabric. But in the mixed use areas, those types of uses are not the most desirable. And there are other zones available where those uses could exist. I'd also like to point out that the city has a very clear ability for existing uses to remain, although they may not be able to, new uses may not be able to come and develop there. Existing uses can remain as they are. And so if you have additional information or questions on that, I know that our city attorney is available to answer those specifics. But
I was just going to quickly comment that this doesn't affect existing uses. If something's already there, it's going to be allowed to continue. This is about if it gets redeveloped, what can they do?
Yeah, that was one of the questions that I wanted to follow up with. Was that is existing uses? This is for new even if the existing property owner wanted to do something different, he would have to follow this rule. And can you follow up on a question when you said, so when we did our numbers to meet our arena numbers, we relied on what our general plans, the usage and the units per, to be able to calculate all those numbers to meet, for us to meet our housing element arena numbers, correct?
that's correct.
Thank you.
I know that even already close out public comment, but I think this item is really important to ask City Council to allow me to let the speaker to continue. So please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to respond to, I think, your response to two comments here. One, you identified auto use and then industrial use. So I take exception to storage as an industrial use. It previously was identified as a C1 use, conditionally allowed. It has a stigma that is slowly getting eliminated, that it's not just a bunch of orange doors anymore. It is a use that is a service. So that is part of our frustration, that you're not hearing, you're not seeing the use. I recognize that you're trying to implement a redevelopment. Again, storage is a compatible use, as you alluded to, that many of the other uses are. It's a good use that gives property owners, again, this is different than the Westminster Mall where you have a contiguous piece of multiple acres. You're going to have a series of small properties that are going to be challenged with either consolidating or trying to develop on their site. Storage is a good use that takes challenging sites and turns them into good service uses, as evidenced by our property, which was a triangulated piece in a flood zone, so I wanted to just respond to that. I do recognize that it doesn't affect, as we speak today, our current use. However, it is a challenge as we go down the path of financing. This is a $20 million development. There's financing on it. It doesn't become your problem. I realize that, but it is not as simple as, hey, it's just you're grandfathered in. If something were to happen, an earthquake, a flood, and we had to rebuild, it's unclear in the code right now whether we have to rebuild to this previous standard or the standard that it will be adopted tonight. And if that's the case, then we can't rebuild it. So, and right now, so there are challenges associated with grandfathering, but that's not our primary. Our primary issue is we would love to develop a residential housing develop along Beach Boulevard. We'd like the ability to satisfy our tenants' needs and provide them storage. I don't see any downside in the flexibility of allowing storage to continue to be a use in these zones that are already is. To eliminate it because it's got the stigma of industrial is frustrating. So.
Yeah, so I have a question to ask staff. So any flexibility that our city allow for the future development, any flexibility?
Certainly, the council's prerogative to consider modifications to the permitted use table. With that said, I did want to recognize the way I phrased it. Within the city's permitted use table, we do have sections, headers describing the various types of uses, and storage does fall within the way the city phrases an industrial use. So that is certainly within the city's prerogative to consider. We did our best to identify those permitted uses consistent with the vision established by the general plan, and recognition that, for example, storage uses can continue to exist in numerous other zones in the city. And I think Alice has the acreage associated with that. And in recognition that the existing uses and existing business owners and property owners can continue operating their property with that existing use. I would like the city attorney to clarify
Please.
what happens if the use was to have a catastrophic issue. I know that was something we were hoping to provide some additional clarification on.
I have to look at the at the grandfathering clause. Usually when it's when something's destroyed past a certain percentage, like past 50%, then there's rule. It may not be able to be rebuilt at that point, but usually there are ability to build back to the same footprint
I love it.
up
We-
to a certain point.
We do have some additional clarification. I'm going to try and get
Okay.
over to by the microphone.
Okay, so for commercial properties, they can actually rebuild it to original configuration as long as they do not expand it or
That's
increase their
good.
square footage or intensify the use. So
Alright.
that's for commercial properties that are destroyed by fire or, a catastrophic event. If it's residential, then it depends on, the percentage, right? If it's up to 50% of the appraised market value, then, if it's less than that, you can rebuild to original configuration. If it's beyond that, it actually requires a CUP, but it could potentially be rebuilt to original configuration or something that is more conforming to our code.
Is there any way that we can include the modification that you just explained about like the commercial usage or commercial development in the ordinance? May I ask our city attorney to confirm that?
I think the concern here is that if you were to add storage in as a permitted use, does that impact the overall corridor in terms and the housing that the housing element needs to? My initial thought is that how would that impact what the plan is for Westminster Boulevard and other places along there? That would be
But-
my concern.
But so we're talking about, as long as, Alice, what you were speaking, as long as the footprint, if in a case, an example of some damage to the property, as long as the footprint didn't change, they can rebuild to the original footprint. But if they were to expand past that, then they would require a conditional use permit or something else, an amendment of some kind.
I think we just wanted to provide that clarification because at the planning commission, we had a similar question. We had said we would come back. To be clear, a commercial use can suffer a catastrophic damage and be rebuilt to its existing configuration.
I have a follow-up questions for the staff.
If I can just respond to that, because I did look at.
Actually, please, it's a public hearing, and so I would
We need to
defer to
Yes,
the
I think
mayor.
that, yes.
If you're asked a question,
So, you have any other question to ask? Because, please, okay. Okay,
The most prominent question is, does the continuation of self-storage affect the housing component or the plan? That was the question, and that's my point. It's not so much to replace. I know that there is language in there. Granted, I believe it to be a little confusing in that it makes reference to a code, whether that is the new code or the old code. But the question is, moving forward in your vision, does the elimination of storage or the allowance of storage affect the plan or the housing element? And it doesn't. It's a passive use, just like a retail use.
can the city attorney or any staff respond that concerns, please? Really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to staff. What I would say is that a lot of time and effort's gone into this,
Okay,
and I don't think we should be
okay, got it.
doing it tonight. That being said, I mean, if there's a specific project
Right.
that's brought forward at a particular time and they need to amend the
So
general
okay,
plan to make it work.
Right,
I realize that's a big ask,
right,
but
right. No, I
we
understand.
shouldn't be
Right. No, I
messing
understand.
with what staff's done.
No,
over a long
I understand. I really appreciate the dedication of all members of staff. Even if the city council approve with the staff recommendation tonight. So in the future, so does the city council have the option to bring it back to modify based on the concerns that we heard today? I just want to make sure.
Absolutely. And
I
if
just want to
it's,
make that in a record.
and if it's council's direction,
Okay.
we can consider that as part of the Phase B work as
Okay,
well and
good.
report back to you on additional specifics and options that the council may
I
have.
appreciate that.
available.
So,
Yeah. In phase B, there would be language addressing concerns of potential examples of the two speakers called the damage or that in phase B, that would be that extra language in there.
We could certainly address that as part of the Phase B work.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
I like this much better because changing it tonight, we
Right,
don't know.
okay.
This will give them a chance to analyze it.
right.
All right. Thank you.
My follow-up question is not changing it. It's just my previous question, the mayor.
Mr. Ponte, if you could sit down, please. We have a public hearing, so.
No. You have any concerns or?
I don't hear that well, but I understand that we can keep operating as we are without any change. My question is, if there's a property next door that's small, it's not a real good property, and it comes up for sale, can an automotive used car lot say, buy that piece of property and use it and develop it for more of his expanded business? To make, he buys the piece next to him and wants to use it for his used car business, which is a going enterprise, which gives him a bigger piece of ground that would be usable for multifamily in the future, if that ever came about. It's a matter of being able to buy something next to you and expand your business, and with the conditional use permit and all the other things you have to do. And that's my question, that's what we should be able to do. We should be able to buy the small property or big property next to us and expand our business. And the way it is now, the way the code is, you can't do that. You're stuck with whatever it is. And the city is stuck with maybe a large piece of property, and the corner is with a small defunct restaurant or something like that. It's a problem.
I believe that staff already respond that in the future that if there are concerns in the process, I think that all the members of city council or staff could able to bring it back. And, we could, like the staff could able to modify and recommend to the future city council. Yes, so I think there's still room in the future, but right now our staff explained and the city attorney already explained that staff are already implement the process. We have a public hearing and based on the general plan that we have. So everything fall under all the
Try to keep up with what goes on in the city, but this hit us when we only got the mail out.
okay. So thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
So, thank you. All right. So
Mayor, if I may, since the public hearing has been open, there is a hand raised on the
okay,
Zoom.
please. Okay.
And that would be Camilla Overbeek. And please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking.
Hi, I'm just here to remind everyone that this is a public hearing and rules and order do need to be followed. So if we could stick to that, Christian, this is a conversation you and I had earlier. That's all I have to say. And again, I will say this, the legends were mentioned earlier, and that's amazing, but perhaps next time, let's not use colors that were super confusing and blend together. That's all. But let's remember this is a public hearing, and Mayor, you are in charge of this. So people on the council, call a point of order when he's out of order. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe the mayor opened public hearing again and to allow the gentleman to speak a second time.
Just for purposes of clarification, so that for future reference, you open the public hearing, we let people have an opportunity to talk. And then if the council has a question of a follow-up of somebody who already spoke, you can do that. You can invite that person up. You're inviting that person to come up to get clarity on what they said. They have them sit back down. It's just that way. You're not opening it up to everybody again. Because the council needs additional information from that person. Have them sit down, invite anybody else you think you need additional information from, then close the public hearing. And then once it's closed, we're not taking any additional information. That's the intent of it.
I appreciate that. All right, so
Mayor, do we want to close the public hearing?
yes, close
Thank
public
you.
hearing. And now is the time for city council to take action.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, with that, all the discussion, thank you, staff, for all your work. And it's been a long 6 years bringing this to us and making sure that our zoning is in harmony with the general plan. I look forward to Plan B coming before us to complete this. We can, if there's a property owner that wants to develop something, their own makes it easier for them. So with that being said, I'm going to move to approve item number A, which is introduce an ordinance for first reading entitled an ordinance of the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster, California, to approve a zoning text amendment, case number 2022-0430, in order to implement the general plan land use element and housing element by adding chapter 17.260 mixed use zones and section 17.250.035 housing H overlay to Title 17 of the Westminster Municipal Code and adopting an amendment to the Westminster General Plan Final Environmental Impact Report, read by title only and waive further reading.
Before we're moving, I've been cut off 3 times for a follow-up question. So this is the time that let me go ahead and ask that question. I can ask staff, later on, but I think that, to be transparent, I'd like to ask it here. The question that I have is the same as the question that the mayor already asked. And I'm glad that the staff respond that it's not a state mandated to change to rezone as the 30 and 40, but it's because you are abiding to the general plan. And the general plan, I understand, is the Bible for the city, to follow as for the construction. There's no doubt about it. But my question to you, let's say for a block of the area, we can also make it as a mixed use, the same thing by creating civic plan for it. Same thing as the Westminster Mall. We can't do that, can we?
Yes, the city can initiate a specific plan in any area, mixed use or otherwise, to provide specific land use direction to act as zoning. The general plan specified that implementation of the land use map would occur through an update to the city's zoning code and its zoning map, or through the implementation of a specific plan. And with adoption of the Westminster Mall specific plan, and should this project be approved, that implementation will be complete. And any subsequent actions would be at the city's discretion.
All right, so we have the motion and on the floor, and I second the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. So that motion was made by Vice Mayor Manzo, seconded by Mayor Ta, and that is Council Member Nguyen.
No. Who was that?
Yeah, there is a motion and a second on the floor.
Motion is second.
Oh, okay. I thought that you,
Okay.
you said
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm taking the
Okay.
vote.
Hey.
Calling for vote, sorry. Okay,
Call for
yes.
question, yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0 with Councilmember Doe and Councilmember Ho being recused due to a potential conflict of interest.
And I will go ahead and move to approve item B. May I ask Madam Clerk, go ahead and read that.
I'll second it.
Thank you. That motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Manzo, and that is to introduce an ordinance for first reading entitled an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, to amend the official City of Westminster zoning map, case number 2022-0430, by rezoning parcels of land designated in the general plan as mixed use to a mixed use zoning district, rezoning certain parcels of land to contain a housing overlay, rezoning certain parcels of land to be consistent with the residential land use designation in the general plan, and adopting an addendum to the Westminster General Plan Final Environmental Impact Report, read by title only and waive further reading. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0 with Councilmember Doe and Councilmember Ho recused due to a potential conflict of interest.
I'll make a motion to approve item C.
So because it's a public hearing, we have to actually do the report. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
No, this
We're-
is
we're
item
still on
C.
We're still
Same
on
Yeah,
C.
yes, it's later.
Jumping the gun there.
Yeah, it's about
No, it's
midnight.
still C. Go ahead, Lucy. Yeah, this-
I'm sorry, was there a second? Did I miss that?
Second, is there a second?
Yeah, I second.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I missed it. The motion was made by Vice Mayor Manzo, seconded by Mayor Ta, and that is to adopt a resolution entitled a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of City of Westminster, California, approving case number 2022-0430 to amend the city's design guidelines manual to include applicability of design standards to residential development in mixed-use zones and to adopt an addendum to the environmental impact report. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, and that motion carries 3-0 with Councilmember Doe and Councilmember Ho recused due to a potential conflict of interest. And at this time, we will contact
Thank you.
both council members
All
to
right.
return to the meeting.
And then before we go to 4.3, here.
Thank you for coming out and speaking. Thank you.
So we are approaching midnight, so we're going to need the council to vote on moving forward with the rest of the items. But we do need to consider 4.3 just because of adopting the code.
Right. So I'd like to ask a motion from the city council to extend the meeting.
Let's have the council, okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, to, for us to complete tonight's agenda.
Second,
Right, we have the motion and second that the city council, we have to discuss and take action with the rest of the item on the agenda. Yes.
Thank you, and that motion is to extend past midnight, and that motion was made by Vice Mayor Manzo, seconded by Councilmember Ho. Councilmember Doe?
Just for clarification, we're gonna go through how many more items we have left, 4.3 and then 5. 5 point
left.
something.
Yeah, so 5.1 is update to part-time salary schedule, and 5.2 is temporary.
Okay, so they're gonna go, do we have any idea how long they're gonna go? 2 hours? 1 hour?
No,
No, I
No.
don't think so.
You want to set a time
Okay.
limit?
an hour? I
Hour.
suppose. I don't
1
think it's
hour.
gonna
How
last
about
an
1
hour,
hour?
but 1 hour.
1 hour, okay.
Okay,
A motion
1
and
hour, right?
second to extend
1 hour.
to
All right, yes.
1 hour, okay. All right,
And both the maker of the motion and this.
Yes.
1 hour.
Yes.
Member Ho? You're okay with that change? Thank you very much. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta,
Yes,
motion carries.
all right. Next public hearing item 4.3. Adoption and amendment of the 2022 edition of California Building Standard Code. Staff report first, please.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council for my department's third public hearing for the night, and it's still my birthday. This item is the consideration of the adoption of the update of the city's building codes. Our city's building official, Justin Nguyen, has worked with the fire marshal staff to recommend some changes and modifications in adopting the state's model codes. At this point, I will turn it over to Justin to make the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members.
Just a moment. Okay, because we can't. Is he on? The mic on.
My name is Justin Nguyen, and I'd like to introduce Lynn Pearrock. She is Assistant Fire Marshal, and we like to make very brief presentation about adoption and amendment of 2022 California Building Standard Code. And you can see in this slide, we have a complete 2022 California Code, which will list in this slide from California Administrative Code, Building Code, Residential Code, Electrical, Mechanical, Plumbing, Energy, Historic Building Code, Fire Code, Existing Building Code, Green Building Code, and California Reference Standard Code. Every 3 years, Building Standard Commission adopts a new model code and gather amendments from state departments and publishes California codes. Local agency like our city can adopt the local amendments. An express finding must be made and approved by the governing body that amendments are reasonably necessary. Local amendments and findings must be filed with the state in accordance with California Government Code. Last council meeting, October 26th, we have the first reading, introduction of the proposed ordinance, and council already adopt the resolution with the finding. So today we will have a public hearing and adoption process. If council approve the proposed ordinance, then we will have effective day January 1st, 2023. The local agency may amend the state building codes with more restrictive requirements when amendments are reasonably necessary to safeguard life and protect properties due to 3 local conditions. Climatic, we are in the hot and dry area with Santana winds and low precipitation. Geologic, we are very close to earthquake force and liquefaction area. Topographic, we have urban traffic and circulation congestion. The code amendments are recommended by building official and fire chief to maximize alignment between Orange County jurisdictions, necessary from life and safety standpoint, practical based on local condition, and required for administrative and enforcement work. Here is our municipal code, Title 15, Buildings and Construction. So the amendments are made within the highlighted chapters from 1508 through 1522. We have building code, residential code, electrical code, mechanical code, plumbing, green building code, and fire code. This is a summary of amendments. Building code, that section, we have a minimum requirement class B roof covering, and the use of untreated wood roof is prohibited for new buildings and re-roof project. The building code appendix I, for patio enclosure walls and opening, we clarify that the glazed windows cannot be used in enclosed patio unless the enclosed patio is a prefabricated patio structure. For building code section 3109.2 and the appendix AX of the residential code, this amendment about the swimming pool and spa safety measure. So we add the amendment to have a fence as one of the two requirements for anti-drowning prevention measure. For the residential code section R405.1, the exception allowed not to provide foundation drainage is deleted because we have a higher water table and the soil is expensive. Electrical code Article 110-5, we have a limit of the use aluminum wire to a larger sizes due to the temperature changes and seismic shaking. The expansion and shrinkage of the aluminum will create a fire hazard because they have a bad connection. Plumbing code section 604 and 1208.6, the requirement for protection underground metallic water pipes and underground grass installation due to corrosive soil in our area. The fire code section 903.2, we have amendment on the automatic sprinkler system for new and existing structure. The non-residential or commercial building, when the building area over 5,000 square feet or more than 2-story high, or when the addition more than 33% of the existing floor area, and then the total area more than 5,000 square feet will require fire sprinkler. For residential addition, if the addition within 2 years exceeds 50% of the existing area, and the total area is more than 5,500 square feet, will require fire sprinkler. Other amendments are administrative and required to match the current resources of firefighting equipment and personnel with the Orange County Fire Authority. With that, I'd like to wrap up my presentation with the recommended action. Council adopt the proposed ordinance today, so the effective date will be January 1st, 2023, which is the same day with the California Code effective day. And I will be happy to answer any question you might have.
All right, thanks, Mr. Nguyen, for providing us a really detailed new amendment from the state of California. I think this item, I can even that's in a public hearing, but I think we have to update every year. Am I correct?
3 years.
Or every 3 years, every few years. So if we don't have any other question or concern, I'd like to open public comments.
I just have one quick question, Justin. On the electrical, the aluminum wiring, and that verbiage, does that regulate the wire size? Because I know certain cities, they don't allow any aluminum wire, and other cities, they don't allow anything smaller than number 1. And how would this verbiage work there?
Right. In our city, we just limit the use, but if for the branch circuit, if they want to use aluminum wire, they need to hire the third-party inspector to, go through the torque and check. And we require sometimes we require electrical engineer to verify, or electrical contractor can verify, and we can approve it.
My question was, no, I understand that. My question was, does this verbiage regulate the wire size?
No, we don't.
Because, yeah, that's something that we need to change because, like I said, some cities, they don't allow any aluminum at all. And most cities, they don't allow anything smaller than number one. So you know, to prevent the fire. So if this verbiage allows for smaller wire, then that's something that we need to change. And we need to amend that to where if we want to allow aluminum, to only allow wire size a number one or greater. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm telling you from experience, that's what I do every day. So most cities don't allow anything. And this verbiage, my question is that this verbiage, if somebody wanted to use something smaller, they could.
Right now, on the electrical code, aluminum wire is still allowed based on the California electrical code. So we just try to limit the use of aluminum wire, but we don't have you know, like a certain size they cannot use.
Okay. Okay. Well, we can amend it if we wanted to, correct?
Yes.
We can, as a council, we can say this code section will not allow anything smaller than number one aluminum, for an example, if we wanted to.
Yes, if we want to.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Now I'd like to open public hearing. Oh, public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is David No.
Good afternoon. Hello to Mayor, City Council, and everyone. My name is David. I'm a Dragon Construction. My license is 35 years in California. What he recommend right there from building code, I'm sorry, that's you sit up there, you never done any construction in your life. You have no license. When you challenge about electrical.
30 plus years electrician.
Well, that's what he recommend, that's his idea. He's not expert for any trade. He just city engineer building structure. And I work with the city Westminster for over 35 years. He recommend might create a hardship. And for example, electrical, for example, patio enclosed. I work with California, everywhere they allow Home Depot window to install as long as you qualify 65% open for true wall for window. What the city Westminster right here eliminate something, this you know, hardship for people to build. Because construction, you can build something that's from standard and save money. He's not expert. He never done construction in his life. He never spent money over his life. Just he recommend. To me, I request he recommend under review by expert, by license. So make decision recommend from the third party expert for the city council can be approved. Thank you very much.
Let me answer that
Do we have
question.
do we have any more speakers?
There are no speakers and there are no speakers at this time on Zoom, so that concludes this portion.
I close public comment and now stop, please.
As you see at the bottom on building code, appendix I, section I-103.1, the patio enclosure wall and openings revised to clarify that the glazed window cannot be used in enclosed patio unless the enclosure is prefabricated patio structure or greenhouse. Same provision exists in the current code. If you look at the back 2-3 code cycle, it's always there. And then the reason why we don't allow glazed window for patio enclosure because the patio enclosure do not have a full size footing. Sometimes you will have just the wall sitting on the thick concrete slab.
3 inches.
Very flimsy, wind or even side make shake a little bit. It may, crack or, damage the wall. The second reason we want to make sure that patio enclosure is not for living condition, because most of the time patio enclosure with like real glass window and door, after we final the construction, people moving things and think that is a room addition. But patio enclosure without full size footing, the material of the patio enclosure should be waterproof or used as exterior use. We cannot allow drywall, we cannot allow real glass window unless they have a full size footing like a room addition. So that's the reason. It's not because I make that change. Many coast recycle previous, they don't allow to use that in Westminster, and also some other city they do not allow that either.
Yeah, that's a code that's been in place for many years that is there to it's for life and safety. Folks who enclose their patios don't have, as Justin mentioned, don't have the proper footing depth to carry the size of a wall that's being built out of lumber and drywall and stucco. It's all weight, and there's not enough concrete underneath that to hold that weight. And most of the times, the roofs aren't really built waterproof correctly. And on top of that, it really brings the neighborhood property value down, because you have a lot of illegal patio cover enclosures, and that's the whole reason that these codes are in place, is to protect the life and safety and to protect potential new home buyers. So
yes,
thank you,
I have a
Justin.
question. Can I have a question real quick, Justin?
Yes,
Please.
Okay, so your glaze windows is not allowed. What kind of window allowed to be used in that particular patio enclosure? Just to educate the public.
sure. So for patio enclosure or greenhouse, we consider it's like an outdoor use. So the window will be plastic window or something you can build at the side. It's not like the one you can buy the whole window from Home Depot and put it into the wall. Because we, like Mayor say, that we all know that they don't have the full size footing. The wall is very flimsy. It cannot take the real size glass window, easy to break, and it's life and safety issue.
Okay, what
since
about
you have-
tempered glass? Tempered glass, is that allowed?
Yes, tempered glass is allowed only is a prefabricated patio enclosure. For example, a lot of aluminum product, they have tested with IFMO or ICC. We approve it every day. They have the approved number, they have the testing number, they can use glass.
Okay, so anything glass related, doesn't matter if temper or not, cannot be used.
It has to be tempered
enclosed
glass.
patio.
Yes, the reason we have the tempered glass because the 65% opening around patio enclosure, and also for the aluminum pre-approved product, it has to be come with the whatever the manufacturer suggests.
Okay, so I misunderstood you. Tempered glass is allowed.
The tempered glass is required.
Tempered glass required. Okay, right.
Yes.
Thank you. And what about aluminum wire? Is that the state code, or is that something that the city should be step in and regulate and increase the standards that the Vice Mayor Manzo suggested?
For aluminum wire?
Yeah, old houses have existing aluminum wire. They grandfather in, is that correct? So they allowed to use it, and the new construction cannot use aluminum wire. Or am I wrong?
The aluminum wire also was there. Is the same provision exists in our municipal court many years ago. So because this is existing amendment, so we just try to keep it the same. Based on the National Electrical Code, aluminum wire is still allowed to use, but because we don't see they have a good connection, so we try to limit the use to only a larger sizes.
For new construction, you mean? For new construction?
Yes, for new construction.
Oh. Thank you.
Yes. Any
With that-
existing homes with existing aluminum wire, that is a potential fire hazard, but if you're going to remodel, then you would have to use any new
Copper.
electrical has to be copper. So I want to make a motion to approve as recommended, but on the electrical aluminum wire, I want to amend it to say that any aluminum size, number 1 or smaller is not allowed. That's and I'm saying that just because of safety, really is a fire hazard. Let me just tell people this, if you're hearing this, if you flood your house, you flood your house. You may not die. If you burn your house down, you're gonna die. So it's a life safety issue. So like I said, many cities don't allow any aluminum wire, but most cities don't allow aluminum wire number 1 or anything smaller than number 1. So
We can add to our guideline
Yeah.
and be more specific
Yeah.
about the wire size.
Correct.
What size bigger is
I think
allowed.
you need to have language in there to make it so it's easier to understand, so there's no confusion. So, all right, so.
That's something that you
I
need
second
to
that.
maybe bring back as a change, what I'm saying.
Actually, we don't need to bring back that change, but we can add to our we call that city Westminster guidelines. So we can add and make it more specific on what size. Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you okay then just to approve it and then I guess they'll make that change to the guidelines?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So my motion.
Can you go to the next slide? Okay, this is it right here. Help me to understand that Fire Code Section 903.2 automatic sprinkler system amended for new and existing structure.
Mhm.
New and existing, I don't have any problem with the new, but existing structure, that means you are going out and make people change it now?
No. We have for new and existing structure, for example, if it's commercial building, all the when the building is over, even it's a new building, but if it's less than 5,000 square feet, they do not require fire sprinkler.
Okay.
Or if it's less than two story high or less, we do not require fire sprinkler for new building. But if it's existing building and then they have addition, right? So if the addition 33% or more, 33% of compared to the existing area, 33% or more, and the total area exceeds 5,000 square feet, then it requires fire sprinkler. So there's some cases, if they don't fall into that requirement, they don't need to have fire sprinkler.
Specific question is that if there is a building for more than 5,000 square feet right now, you don't
Yes.
you don't have to come back and tell them to change it, right?
That is for existing building. We don't ask them to come back and change it unless they change the occupancy type. For example, from the office building, they want to change it to like restaurant. And now become a restaurant, they have more than 300 people occupant load. When they change the occupancy type, then we might come in and then require fire sprinkler.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so we have the motion and the second on the floor.
Yes, Mayor. So we currently have a motion by Vice Mayor Manzo, seconded by Councilmember Doe, to approve as recommended with direction to staff as stated.
Right.
And that is to adopt ordinance 2591, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster, California, repealing and replacing chapters 15.08, building code, 15.10, residential code, 15.11, 12 Electrical Code, 15.14 Mechanical Code, 15.16 Plumbing Code, 15.20 Green Building Standards Code, and 15.22 Fire Code of Title 15, Buildings and Constructions, adopting the 2022 editions of the California codes and related model codes with appendices and amendments thereto, read by title only and waive further reading. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Next item, regular business. 5.1, approve resolution update part-time salary schedule effective January 1st, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion is second on the floor.
Thank you. That motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. And that is to adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council of City of Westminster, California, providing for a compensation plan for part-time employees of the City of Westminster and to approve the updated job description and salary schedule for part-time community services and recreation coordinator. Councilmember Doe?
Yes. Did you hear me?
Councilmember
Yes.
Doe, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Say yes. Can you hear me?
That internet? Is that internet difficulties?
Okay, I'll continue and come back to
Right.
it
Can you hear
then
me?
briefly. Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
And Councilmember Taido, if you can raise your hand if your vote is yes, I will read that into the record. Councilmember Doe, if you can raise
Can
your
you hear me?
hand. His vote is yes.
All right.
And the motion carries 5-0.
Good. All right. Next item, 5.2, proposal for City of Westminster to facilitate and hold 2023 third parade.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank
City
you.
manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. So generally around this time every year, it is the TET parade topic comes up, and generally we receive an application or two in certain circumstances for an outside organization to hold a TET parade in our city. This has happened for about the last 10 years, and of course during COVID, that did not happen. The TET parade, or TET rather, Lunar New Year, has cultural significance. The TET parade itself, however, has kind of become the elephant in the room, and in some cases, the literal elephant in the room. We've, over time, have worked with parade organizers for a TET parade in our city. And at some point, the City of Westminster did hold the TET parade in the past. Based on last year's comments from the City Council, as well as just general input regarding what it takes for staff to the amount of work that staff puts into a TET parade, regardless of who is the organizer. We felt that at this time, because no application has been received, and we would be remiss to not acknowledge the fact that we have a TET parade every year if we didn't provide a platform to discuss what would happen to the next TET parade. TET comes in 2 months. And we do have community groups and some of our local school districts that have asked if we are going to have a TED parade. So again, it warrants a discussion simply because the last thing we would want at the staff level is to be blindsided by an applicant at the last minute to facilitate a parade that we essentially have very little control over because it is privately organized. The amount of work that goes into the TED parade, again, as we've mentioned, you know, parade organizers, they in the past have collected costs for parade entries. They've collected sponsorships to fund the parade, and they reimburse the city for day of staff. They also pay for the traffic and security as well for that day. However, staff actually spends a considerable amount of time to work with the parade organizers behind the scenes in very chaotic situations with them. And so, you know, that essentially, you know, staff is already putting in a lot of work on the back end prior to the parade. But really, the discussion is just warranted at this point, just to see what we want to do with a TED parade. We don't want to ignore the fact that there is a TED parade. We also don't want to ignore the fact that in order for us to put on an event, you do have to front load the event when you're initially starting it up. Yes, we did it 10 years ago, but that was 10 years ago. The budget that we have right now doesn't support a TED parade, but that is why we are bringing this as staff to get some direction from council.
First, I'd like to thank our city manager and our city staff for bringing this item to the city council so we could able to discuss. I believe that it's really wonderful that if the city could able to organize a parade. I think our city, we have been involved with the third parade almost like more than 20 years or something like that. And especially that if our city staff could able to control the parade, could able to start, you know, on the first day, I think that's amazing. So our city staff have totally control of every single detail of the parade. And I believe that our city staff, we already have the experience, already well established. If we could do that, I think that's a really good event for everyone in the city. I want to thank our city manager and our city staff for initiate that idea. And yeah, so I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Just looking at it. I just have my concern is, I mean, you mentioned entry fees and sponsorships. Is there a guesstimate that is there a possible way that you can guesstimate how much that would be that we can recover by those two? Or is there more than two means for sponsorship and entry fees? Is there a way, a number?
Those would be two ways. Some direct donations would also be helpful. Based on the number of entries we've had over the last 10 years or so in the parades, whether it was city hosted or by an outside organization, types of entries we charge differently. Obviously, we're going to charge a business more than we do a nonprofit or a school. So conservatively, I estimated that we'd bring in a little over $25,000 for entry fees. And that's assuming that the majority of those entries are schools, nonprofits, marching groups, those such. And with a single title sponsor bringing in $25,000 as well, that would be what we're looking at as of right now.
Oh.
But we would obviously try to recruit other sponsors, solicit donations, get the word out there of what that entails.
Oh, say 60-ish, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I mean, to provide some context too, and the numbers that she's providing is based on entry fees that we've actually reduced. Because here's the dilemma that we've had with the parade organizers. They set their, they set their amounts. And the actuality is we don't know that all of the amounts that they've the amount that they've actually captured, that all of it has gone toward the parade actual costs. So we're able to provide what we know our costs are. So we know what the cost of traffic is. And that's because our staff facilitates that and we just have the parade organizer pay it. So we know what that cost is. We know what security is. We know what the previous organizers have charged for parade floats. But we also feel that because the numbers are much higher, I believe last year was it $800 and $700 dollars per entry for parade float?
Yeah, it was 700 for businesses and 500 for nonprofits.
So the other way.
A little higher, yes, than what we're proposing.
Yeah, so the number that she's providing is lower, which is, I believe, potentially 250 for nonprofit and
500 for businesses.
Which could, which could potentially draw in more quantity, less amount per, but more quantity. Last year, they also had considerably a smaller amount of floats of entries as well. And, we know with the Omicron variant that affected a lot of the operations, the entries, participation. We had schools, we knew of schools that pulled out. And so, we're not really using last year as an indicator of what, entries would look like. But, Vanessa looked back at, at the number of entries per year for the last, 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I had data till 2008.
Yeah.
Supports it's about an average of like 82 per, and that's based on a private parade organizer, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I see the benefits that I would see on this. For me, it would be and what I've seen, what's sad was what happened the last couple of parades that we had that were, the people were left out, excluded, it got politicized, and this is supposed to be a community event. It's not supposed to be, oh, he's my friend and I don't like you kind of thing, and that's the sad thing that's happened last year that I saw some, issues with council not all being together and things of that nature. And same with the year prior to COVID as well. It was the same, pretty much the same year, the same thing. And that's bad for the community. It's bad for our community to see this, where they look at us up here, sometimes we bicker and then go out there in public and do it the same over there. That's not good. This is supposed to be a community event where we show unity, and we need to show the unity on the council as well. So I think, that's the benefit of staff doing it. I think that would eliminate that. If you do it that way, it just, for me is the cost, we, especially, us, that we are in the financial situation we're in, but, you say if we can recover the 60 to 70 that we're proposing from the general fund, and use on the staff report says we have 80 from community promotions fund. That's, and what is that?
The 80 is already allocated. It's in that account.
Yeah, it's in that account. So if you think we can recover that 70 close to, or at least close to it, then for the sake of depoliticizing the TEP parade and providing a service, TEP parade, basically we're in Westminster, TEP parade is huge. It's not, it's a big event, so it's something that I think that we should continue in our community. So if you can recover that, I think that'd be a good investment. So,
Yeah, talking about the unity, I guess that there's no doubt if the city is the one who put up this event. And with that, I like the idea that the staff bring up that the city Westminster to facilitate and hold the 2023 Date Parade. The reason I said that is because there are a number of reasons that we think that the city should hold. One of the reasons is that unity that you just talked about. The second reason is that, you know, as I identified in the staff report, that the Tate Parade has been a long history in the community. And, you know, it's not that, you know, the organization, outside organization cannot do it. That means it's the city cannot do it. By saying that, I know that the city involved every step of the way. Every time that we have this event put up, the city staff have to work along with whichever organization put up. And I know that you have done what they need to be done. And sometimes that you have to help them go over then, you know, what they need to do. I don't see any problem of staff handling this event. You know, if we decide not to cancel, I mean, if you decide not to hold this event, then what do you think about, you know, you know, for many years, like we put up this event, just except for the COVID years. I think is something that we are going to miss. People concerns about, you know, the money, recovering the money, like the city manager said that the money that we front load, I'm pretty sure that we can, you know, through the restoration, you know, or sponsorship or donation. As far as I know, in my experience, I've been helping them a lot of times. Not many times that they are under the, you know, they have to put out the money from their pocket. In other words, that, you know, they always get enough money to pay for it, or, you know, even they have a little more over than the cost. So I don't see that, you know, if we work along, you know, with the councils, working along with staff, I'm pretty sure that we can solicit, you know, donations and sponsors to recover those costs. And so we have the event, which is one of the big events that, you know, of the year in our city, and now we are going to bypass it. I think is something that we should be considered, you know, to look at that carefully. So, you know, I think that I urge the city council and staff should hold the 2023 Date Parade. I know that we have enough time to do it. I know that we can, you know, all jump in. I'm not saying any one of council, but all the council need to come in and work, because this is the city's event. So I would think that, you know, if we are all hands on deck, we will make it happen.
Okay. I'd like to go
Can you
last
hear me?
because I
No
don't want to repeat some of the things that's already been said. So, okay, so just from a business point of view, first of all, I've actually kind of been on many different sides of this Tet Parade. I've been a donor for many, many years. I've been just on, you know, inside. Actually, I sat through some of the meetings early on in 2016 with staff and the private, I guess that would be the Southern California, Vietnamese Southern California group. And so I could see the struggles, you know, that staff had back then. And I could never understand why. I mean, I understood why, because I went back and understood the history of why this parade was handed to a private party back in 12. And so, just to understand why we're here. But one thing we must recognize is that to plan a huge event like this, it really it's really important. The organizers have must have experience. So it requires economy of experience. So I see back then, Diana Daubert was in charge, and she stated that she had 20 years. And since we've been doing this for 20 plus years, we know better. And so just remember, who did we hand off to? It's like every 3 years to 6 years, we had to hand off to a new Vietnamese Southern California group. And if it's the same president, then they get to sit for 6 years. I guess they serve for 3 years. And then if they get reelected, they get another 3 years. So that's 6 years. So every time you start over with someone new, and for an event like this, I can understand from staff's point of view why it drives them nuts. And it actually, as stated earlier by Christine, that you spend so much time, so much of staff time been put into it, correct? And so what I see as a business person, back in 2016, I recommended Eddie Manfro and Chet, and I said, look, this is the one business opportunity for us, because we don't really have anything like, Disneyland has Disneyland, Huntington Beach got their beach, and they also have to come up with ideas, to drum up business tourism. So we're talking about, like, if you compare us to like New Orleans, I've been to New Orleans, always wanted to go to their Mardi Gras parade. Imagine if I go to Mardi Gras parade, and I'd always wish to go Mardi Gras parade, and one year I decide I'm going to go, and then where's the Mardi Gras parade? Well, it wasn't like there was no parade that year. What if? So people come here, they want to see a TED parade at TED. So that is, they know when TED is. It's either the end of January or February. But when they come here during TED, this is what they expect. And this is what we have done, is that we have actually continued with that culture. We continue with that, what's the word? Tradition. And so I really think, we need to run it right, though. I wish you had brought this up at the beginning of the year. I wish that you're not asking because there's like no one to take the parade this year, 2023. And this is the reason why. And then now we're like, okay, so it's an afterthought. I don't like that. That's the part I don't like, because it is a huge undertaking if you do it right and you want to be profitable. But I understand that in 2023, we must carry on. We must have a TED parade. Okay, so in light of this is all we have. We don't have Disneyland. Okay, and it's going to cost us what, 70,000 more than what we budgeted. Then, if you just, everything is relative to, it's not much money considering the, why people come here and spend their money. This is what we attract every year. And so I don't like the fact that when I ask staff, are we going to have this every year then? Where you're going to come back and you have a different council. And so next year it's going to be something else. I mean, if you're going to start this year, I want you to do it for 3 years. And you know what I'm saying? Because we're not going to, let's just say realistically, you're not going to be able to make money this year, but maybe the second year, just like you start a business, do you make money right away? Well, you don't expect that. So give it 3 years, make money the third year, hopefully right away, but realistically, it'll take 3 years for you to pick up sales, income, be positive, and then continue year after year and be very profitable after that. But when you're doing this as an afterthought, you have 2 months and then you don't know if you're going to do it next year. What am I supposed to think?
Is
I
there
don't
any-
know.
is there
I
any
mean, I
con-
like
is there
the
any
idea.
Conversation looking further than 23? I mean, I don't know.
I think that I understand the concerns from all council member, but I truly believe in our city staff. I understand that only 2 months. However, our staff will handle that and handle properly.
No, if I may interrupt, I'm not talking about, I understand that you're gonna do, okay, in 2 months, you're gonna put up a parade of some sort. I know you're gonna do a good job. However, you're talking about being profitable. Okay, so I can assure you that the first year you may not recover all your costs. It'll take 2 years, second year, third year. That's just realistically. And to be fair, if you're going to really try to bring this parade home and, have our city take over, I totally agree with that. Because some of the things that happened in the past, I did not like just politicizing it, when if it's this person, put up the parade or put on the parade, and they tend to bring their friends, and then you've seen it, and it was said earlier, so I didn't want to repeat that, but I am in agreement. The only thing is, I'm just thinking, are you planning on doing this at least for 3 years? It's like, you got to give it a good try. You say next year you're going to go and hand it to who you don't know who's going to apply, and then you may give it to that person. It just doesn't make sense to me.
To me, I would think, sorry, Mayor, I think to me, it's more about cost. If we're gonna looking at a number, I think it's more of a cost recovery, just cover what it costs to put it together or
It will recover if you do it.
okay, well, not about, making money on it. I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's the goal. I think you want to just at
It's
least
fine. if you-
recover.
I would love to make money just because, well, sure, everybody wants to be positive, be profitable, because we'll be able to use that money for a lot of things. And but the thing is, I'm saying that my thinking is that, okay, maybe this year you're gonna wing it because you've got two months. You tried your best to do everything you can in two months. But for me, the way I think you should run it, a year, the following year, and you'll have more time. You should be getting someone like a marketing firm to help you to do the bulk of it. And I've shared some of that information with Christine, and I just don't see that to do it professionally and to not be a burden on yourselves. You farm some of that out, and then, but you don't have time right now. So you're going to do 2 months. Yes, I have faith in you to do it. Yes. But to do it right from a business person point of view, the following year, you have plenty of time to vet a company, the marketing company you will work with, because if you're going to be soliciting title sponsors and whatnot, you are going to need a lot of information, and you can't be doing it all yourselves. So I'm just saying, to do it right, you need to partner up. You got to have it, because it'll cost you something, but it all comes from the money you bring in. So I don't like just to say, okay, I'm going to do it this year, and then next year I'll give it back to who knows who's going to be.
I get what you're saying, and since we're done in 11 minutes, but
yeah,
you had a comment?
Can I say something real quick? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, I've been listening. Great. So it's a good concept to talk about. The city can host the take the ownership of the Tet Parade, but the majority of city council can change that at any moment. So yeah, we can talk about this, but there's no guarantee the new council going to continue this. So I don't understand what we're trying to do with it. Do we know for sure that the new council going to continue this, or and let's say that the city take ownership of this Tet Parade? Can the city do fundraiser, raising money, put up event to raise money for the Tet Parade? Is that something that we considering, or we just use public fund to pay for everything and try to recover with entry fee, advertisement, sponsorship, or whatever? If that's the case, and I think the next council should consider that, because right now whatever we decide, it can be changed next council meeting. And just one question to the city manager: have we reached out to the past Tet Parade organizer and asking them if they're interested in doing it?
We have not.
Okay.
If I could comment just briefly on this. You can set this up any number of ways, have staff do it. Staff's always going to be involved because you have to get a permit and they have to manage the streets and, the police protection and public works. So they're always going to be involved. So you could have staff do this. In my experience, many times when the city finds that a particular event is important, they will set up something like a nonprofit that's a partner with the city, like a community foundation or something. Or in the case of, essentially, they have the Heritage Foundation. In the case of the Rose Parade, there's a nonprofit that runs that. I don't know what Huntington Beach does with their parade. People, when they go out and raise the funds, because you can give funds to a city, but people are typically more likely going to give to a nonprofit. So as we have done with the Rose Foundation for the theater, as we did when we did the senior center, we set up a senior center foundation. What you do, what I would probably encourage, or at least consider, and then what's on the agenda is, do we do it in 2023? But you could provide direction for staff to maybe look at it and come back with a proposal on what might work best based on what they have looked at other cities. But creating something like that might be something to consider, creating a board. And the key to boards like that is motivation. People that have experience, kind of what Councilmember Ho is talking about. It's only as good as the board members. They have to be motivated. They have to, really be excited about making the Tet, parade, an event and growing it. And so some thought would have to go into who gets appointed to that, people that would actually do a lot of the work. Otherwise, it's just a burden to staff. But if you do it right and you have the right people, it becomes a partner with the city, and they do a lot of the legwork, the donations. And again, it can be something that doesn't go anywhere, or if it's done right, the whole thing can really be something that says something about the city. It becomes a big event. It could actually make money. I'm sure Rose Parade probably does. Or even the Mardi Gras. I have no idea who runs that, but I'm sure it's not the city, or I'm sure they have a group, somebody, whether it's a nonprofit or somebody organizing that. So I think maybe just directing staff to look into it and come back for some options for the council to consider might be something worth considering.
Okay, are you done? Okay, I have, I understand from the Councilmember Doe's standpoint that, we wait until the next council meeting, then decide about this. But time is running out. We don't have that much time to wait. Plus, anything at hand, we are the council, we still on board that we need to decide. So I think that I believe that we should decide it today. And if the new council, let's say that they come in next month and they say, no, I wouldn't support it, they can, propose to cancel it. That's my point. about, I like the idea from Councilmember Ho that, we are looking into the 3 years, and we heard it from the staff that, from the entry and from the donation, we probably recover at least a certain cost of that. If not fully recover, then we can do it next year, learn and do it next year. I don't mind about it. But, right now, I think is we are having on the agenda is to hold the 2023 parade. So I don't think that we should go ahead and discuss for the 3 years, the next 3 years. At the same time, this is the first time that beside years ago that start taking it over. And, they need to learn, well, what kind of challenges that they have to go through for this event. Maybe that next year they said, no more, I won't do it anymore. Then, we just give it up. But then we let people know about it. So I would think that, is, I don't know what I should use this word, but, to me, I feel ashamed if we are not doing this TED event, which is one of the biggest event that, in our city for many years. So with that, I go ahead and motion to approve as recommended by the staff.
Second. All right, we have the motion and the second with recommended by staff.
That motion was
A
made.
motion and second on floor.
Yeah, and just to be clear, because of the way it's stated, you are authorizing staff to have the city plan and hold the parade.
Correct.
Okay.
Recommended.
Okay, let me confirm that the city gonna organize and plan the parade and pay for everything and figure out a way to recover the cost. And it's approximately $150,000.
Approximately 150. That's what he said, approximately 150.
Yes.
Okay, let's say that until now to the next meeting, if some TED Parade past TED Parade organizer decided to submit the application, what does the council stand on that? Do we have any idea? Is that something we can talk about, or the agenda?
Yes, I understand Councilmember Do's concerns. Yeah, if that happens, so I think that staff may need to bring it back, and I'm really fair.
Well, if staff gets a special event permit application, we'd have to present it back
Okay.
per the policy
fair.
for the
That's fair.
parade. But essentially, if a parade organizer comes back, I just need to reiterate the amount of work that's going to be done on both ends, regardless if we hold it or if they hold it. The only thing is they may help with finances, but the behind the scenes work that it takes
Still,
working with an organizer is actually that much more stressful, in which you're expending staff time that is not recoverable for a parade that you have no control over. And that includes the parameters of the parade.
And at the same
let
time,
me ask you.
Sorry.
Can I ask you
Go
a city manager a question real quick? Okay. Do you have, if let's say the council decided to take the ownership of the TED Parade, do you think you can work with this, in your ability, can you manage this and figure out a way to recover the cost for the city?
Well,
Is that something that's workable, confidence, and I just want to ask if you think there's something that you and the city staffing are having enough confidence to run this event to the point that
After 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or what?
No, I'm just saying right now. I'm just asking the city manager if you have the confidence to run this TED Parade successfully and recover the cost in 2 months. Is that something you feel comfortable doing it, or it has to depend on public fund? Is that something you can answer?
Well, you have to front load the event because that's just the way that special event works in, in this particular case. So we are front loading the event. Do I believe that we can reach out for sponsorships to recover costs of the event? I do, because we have the history of those that have participated in the past, regardless of whichever side it's on. Can I guarantee that it's a full cost recovery? You can never have any guarantees in special events. And that is just a risk that you take. We do have.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand that. I'm not asking you to guarantee it. I'm asking you if you have the confidence, you take the ownership and figure out a way to run it successfully by bringing in sponsor. And once the council tasks you that responsibility, the council have no say in that, right? I mean, you can pick and choose who you can bring it in as sponsorship and whatever it takes for you. Because my concern right now is we authorize public funds to run the TED parade, and that is my concern. But I'm sure that if you take the ownership of it and figure out a way to economically bring in more sponsors, as well as figure out a way to recover the costs.
Well, I will say, yes, I completely understand. I will say that in the last year, we've brought a lot more events to the community, and we have definitely garnered a lot of interest in other outside groups to participate, seeing that our events are not what they used to be, and they are much more successful. That's indicative of the interest that is in our community. My experience with last year's parade being out there, people do come in to this town for the celebration. They come in to, take part of the Lunar New Year in Little Saigon. We have all the contacts and the folks that have participated and have sponsored previous parades, in which, we've had multiple organizers in the past. Those are contacts that we can certainly tap into, because at the end of the day, the TET parade, regardless of whoever ran it, there's a lot of pride that goes into it. There's a lot of pride in the business owners that participate in it, the groups that, participate in the parade, with their entries. I would not, I guess the right term would be, I would be extremely surprised if it wasn't successful.
So I saw you were out there last year, so I'm sure you have some ideas as to how to run the event better than the organizer. Is that a fair statement?
Well, that's a fair statement in the sense that instead of us spending weeks and hours on end in meetings with multiple people and parade owners arguing about whether or not they are going to put up signs, or if they are going to train their, let their security guard knows, folks know of our protocol. We're not going to be arguing about what constitutes a float. And we're directly working with everyone that's involved. In terms of the logistics of it and running it, I do believe that we would do it more smoothly, because we are cutting out essentially a middleman. In terms of participation from other groups, when you're working, when you're talking, like, for example, right now, the school districts are interested. They want to be involved. They wanted to be involved last year, but because of COVID, things have changed. But the fact that it's an event that's being held by the community, by the city, as opposed to, another group that may not be as known, let's say, outside of this community, that carries more weight. I mean, there are other cities that are surrounding that have asked us, and they've already stated that they would like to participate, as they normally do if we have a parade. So the interest for a parade is still there. And so it is a lot of legwork. I will not deny that. Staff puts a lot of time and energy into this at every level of this organization. But at the end of the day, if it's going to happen, if it has to happen, the understanding is, yes, this is the first time around. It has to be front loaded. The costs that we have, right now, they are estimates. We may get in-kind donations for some of these services that we don't know. But we just need a point right now of direction of are we going to do this or not do this?
Yeah,
Well,
just a quick
okay,
comment.
I like your response. And you're right, you're
Hey,
absolutely
I'd like
right.
to,
You cut out the middleman, and but would you consider doing fundraiser events, at the Rose Center or whatever city facility where we can invite the community to come over and support the Tet Parade, order like past city or Tet Parade organizer, do fundraiser. Is that something that you, as a city manager, considered doing?
So there's an interesting dynamic that goes along with that. We can certainly ask for sponsorships, but in terms of like holding a fundraiser per se, number one, we don't get the Rose Center for free, ironically. We do have to pay for use of our facility that we own. The other side of that too is we would be spending time planning the fundraiser, in which in this case, we actually would need to spend more time reaching out to all the contacts previously involved in the parade, reaching out to the business community, our Chamber of Commerce that, for their networking group as well, and reaching out to interested groups that have essentially reached out to us. I would say a portion of this effort would require a lot of, I'd say for this, all hands on deck is pretty much an accurate statement of what just needs to happen. And there just needs to be, like every single person on this council needs to be able to go out and into your respective community and, and market this like you would any other city event that we have. It would just take that kind of a village, but.
Just a quick comment. I would like to thank for your confidence in holding this event. I just, and to answer Councilmember Doe, I think that if we make decisions tonight, let the staff work on it instead of waiting for another outside organization to submit, because then, they can't proceed and time is running out. Plus that I believe that I read somewhere that for the outside organizations to submit their application, it has to be early in the November timeframe. Tell me where did I read that?
Well, so I guess
It's
Vanessa
somewhere
can-
in the staff report. There's some, I couldn't find it.
Yes.
I can answer that. Typically, it is considered by the council in early November. That application is submitted before that. For special event permit applications, it's between 60 days and 9 months. So we get the application and review it and send it to the departments for conditions well before it comes to council. So typically that comes to you for consideration in early November.
Thanks for clarification on that.
Mayor, real quickly, just since we're past one, we should either
just-
make a motion on this or make, yes, okay, or
So I think we already have the motion and the second on the floor, please.
That's correct.
More than 1 o'clock.
Yes, the motion was
morning.
made by Councilmember Nguyen and seconded by Mayor Tan. That was to approve as recommended by staff. And that is for the 2023 Tet Parade, and direction has been provided to the staff and to authorize a budget increase of 70,000 from general fund to account 75000-40021, community promotion parades for a total of 150,000, less any sponsorships, donations, and parade entry fees received to cover parade expenses. Councilmember Doe?
I'm really concerned about spending public fund for the Tet Parade. But I feel I have the confidence in the city manager and city staff to be able to take ownership of the Tet Parade, and we'll be able to successfully recovering the costs. Normally, if it would pass leadership in City Hall, I would not have the confidence, but I do have the confidence in the leadership in City Hall right now. So I'm gonna vote yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Ho.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
I'm going to support this because of the reasons I mentioned earlier about the unity, and I think this is staff's item. I think they're trying to do what's best for the community, to make sure that we continue with the tradition of the Tet Parade and how important they know how important it is to the community. And so I'm going to support it. So yes.
Thank you. Mayor Tom.
Yes, and I want to thank our city manager.
Motion carries 5-0.
Yes, I want to thank our city manager could be able to bring everyone together. That's amazing. And this is my last meeting. I'm really happy to see that this item got approved by everyone on the council. So really appreciate that. Next, we have a comment from City Council agency member in lieu AB 1234 report when required.
I want to thank staff for your dedication, effort. I know that, it's been long, that you guys put the effort together to make the specific Westminster Mall civic plan together. And I'm glad that the council approved it today. Still a lot of work ahead of you for a number of years. But I wish it's going to be a successful project for our city moving forward. Thank you very much. That's it.
If I may go first. If I may go first, so I can get home, get on a plane, and go back home.
Can I say something more? Perhaps. I also want to congratulate to the mayor and thank you for your effort and for serving the city of Westminster for the last 16 years. That's it. Thank you, Councilmember Do. You can go next.
Well, thank you very much. Again, I apologize for not being able to attend the council meeting in person. Just want to congratulate. Thank you, Senator Tom Umber and Mayor Trita for your service. So with that, once again, thanks the city staff, and glad that we have a successful council meeting where everything get taken care of. So take care. Have a good night.
I'll go next. Yeah, there's a lot of the comments that were made by Councilmember Nguyen and Do. I want to echo them as well. Staff, and he has been working really hard. I
love you, Rick. You go get some sleep.
Yeah. Staff, I have utmost confidence in you guys. I know you guys are already working hard. And then you're taking on this big task of the Tet Parade. But I have the confidence in you and all of you that you can pull this off. And I know you have it makes me a little bit nervous, but I think you can do it. You got a busy December coming up as well. So throw that in the mix. I don't want sorry to throw that out there. I just thought I'd remind everybody that you guys are going to be extremely busy. If you need help, I don't know. My phone I may not answer that call. I'm pretty busy. But if you need help, I'm more than willing to help as always. I'm sure all council members here were willing to help. So thank you. And again, thank you, Senator Umberg for his service and Mayor Ta. Thank you so much for your 16 years of service. Takes a lot, and good luck in Sacramento. Thank you. Like I said, don't be a stranger, and When you come,
I come
bring
back.
bring the checkbook with you. All right.
Right.
Oh, there you go. State Assembly temporary sponsorship. There you go. All right. Well, thank you. Good night.
Lastly, while our vice mayor is giving you guys the bad news about the work ahead, I'm giving you the good news in that you don't have to deal with anybody, the middleman, for sure. So that's the good news, right? I'm really excited, and I'm going to do as much as I can to help. So, you know, if you need anything, let me know. I know it'll be a successful event. You know, we can't let our tourists down because they are coming, and we don't want them to not see a parade. So I'm very excited. Well, tonight, I think we passed some milestones. 2 specific plans been passed. I'm so excited. I know I stepped out for one of them. I recused myself, but the other one, I know they both passed. The mall, you know, finally, I think we're able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. So I'm really, really excited. I've been here for 6 years, and I think at the very start of my first term, you know, there's been a lot of talks about the mall and how the mall needs to, you know, repurposing and all that. So I'm glad we're finally getting somewhere. And so I just want to thank staff, our community development director, the interim, Ms. Karita, and your staff. So many of them, I'm sure they know who they are, planning, building, and of course, Adolfo and Christine. So I'm going to name everybody. I thank you for your hard work, really. I know you've done a lot of work behind the scenes. So what we saw tonight is just amazing. So, you know, some of the milestones and some of the highlights of the year, I know every time I see a new building like the one Westminster Crossing, it really inspired me. It's very inspirational to me. As you know how I feel, you know, I came from how many years of planning commission, almost 4 years. And so I have a passion, a love for, you know, design build. And so when I see Del Rosa and Westminster Crossing, I'm inspired, and thank you for all the good work. Next, I just want to congratulate my friend Mayor Trita, and good luck to you in Sacramento. I'm sure you do a great job, and please bring some money home to us. Oh, that's it. And we've got 2 more, so I was gonna say happy holidays, but hope you had a good Thanksgiving, and I will see you next time. Thank you.
I want to thank all members of City Council for working together. That really make me happy. And tonight is my last meeting. That's a real last meeting. I thought that the meeting 2 weeks ago was my last meeting, but our city manager reminded me that there is some important item that I need to participate, and I think that I appreciate that staff gave me that opportunity to attend this meeting, because approving Westminster more specific plan is like a legacy for the staff, the community, and the city council, and I really appreciate that. And also, we're going to have another legacy for the community, that we're going to have the grand opening for the Mendes Park tomorrow with a really beautiful monument Actually, today, yes, but we will have the ceremony. We will have the ceremony. We will have the ceremony tomorrow, and it's already today.
It's 1 o'clock.
Oh my God! Now you all see that the council they make me work so hard. I want to tell you the truth that I've been working 19 hours today. 6 o'clock yesterday in the morning, I went to the airport. Flew up to Sacramento, and I have to reschedule my flight going back here at 6 p.m. And after land at the airport, I got stuck on freeway almost an hour. So that's why I came here almost 7 p.m. So I've been working for 7 hours. Oh, 19 hours. But I feel so honored to support the council and the community. I want to thank member on the Westminster City Council, the staff, and the community for working with me. Among all the staff, I think Adolfo had been working with me for the last 16 years. Vanessa Johnson, amazing. I think you worked before my time, and many other staff too. I believe that I had a habit to sit on this dais for the last 16 years. So I have to remind myself, have a new habit to be the voice of the Westminster community. Westminster is always the part of my family. And so I continue to be the voice of the people, the staff, the council up to Sacramento. In the future, if you need any help, my office open 24/7, and I love to help. I'm willing to help, and even for the parade, I think that I will find a way to help the parade, and believe that the parade going to be a really successful event for the community. So I want to thank everyone, and I'm going to miss you guys, but I will be back sometime, especially on November 14th. I will be back, but I'm going to sit down at the audience. Oh, for December 14th. Yeah, December 14th. Now you see that past midnight, so for 19 hours. So what can you expect? A human brain. Okay. Right. So the next meeting will be on Wednesday, December 14, 2022 at 7 p.m. Meeting adjourned.